economics of today is the technology of tomorrow. In the era of artificial intelligence, we are not just predicting the future, we are engineering it. Good morning to our esteemed dignitaries, respected members of Karnataka Law Society, invitees from Belgavi Technology Companies Association, Becca, distinguished principals and senior faculties from educational institutes in and around Belagavi, and distinguished members from press and media. I, Professor Seena Kalgadri, extend a very warm welcome to you all at KLS GIT Institute of Technology for this landmark event, AI CONCLAVE Engineering 2.0 AI Redefining Careers. As physicist Stephen Hawking once rightly said, intelligence is the ability to adapt to change. Today, as artificial intelligence transforms the very fabric of industries, we gather here to understand, adapt, and lead this wave of technological revolution. We are thrilled to have you all here for what promises to be a highly insightful day. Every great endeavor begins with the grace of the Almighty. I invite Ms. Tanvi Inamdar, student, Department of Electronics and Communication, to the stage for the invocation song.
शिकवाहना मंगल चरणा महागणपति मातंग वदना शिकवाहना मंगल चरणा लंबोदरने लकुमे करणे अम्बासुतने आदि पूजने दशभुजरूपने दुर्भाग्यने दुरित निवारणा दीन रक्षकने महागणपति मातंग वदना मूषिकवाहना मंगल चरणा विनायकानि विघ्न कोटि हरण पावन स्मरणा पतित पावन जगदोळु निन्नय नामव पुगळुवे जय राम विठ्ठल गे नियति प्रिय महागणपति मातंग वदना मूषिकवाहना मंगल चरणा मूषिकवाहना मंगल चरणा मूषिकवाहना मंगल चरणा.
Thank you, Tanvi, for that serene and uplifting rendition. Light is a way of bringing wisdom by dispelling the darkness of ignorance. I now humbly request our honorable dignitaries on the dais to kindly step forward and officially inaugurate this conclave by lighting the ceremonial lamp.
विनाशाय
immensely privileged to have an illustrious gathering of esteemed dignitaries and industry leaders with us today. It is our honor to welcome them with a floral welcome. May I request Professor Satish Mukeri, Training and Placement Officer, KLS GIT, to welcome dignitaries on the dais. We also have Shri Sanjeev Adhyapak sir, member of management with us. We also welcome you, sir. Thank you. Let us give a huge round of applause to all our distinguished guests for gracing us with their presence. To formally set the context for today's conclave, I invite the respected chairman of our governing council, Sri Rajendra Belgamkar, to address the gathering.
Good morning. Dignitaries on the dais, many of whom are alumni of our college. We are so proud that they are here. Including President of BETCA, Mr. R.K. Patil of Vayavya. My good friend Sanju, who is here from the management, and Mr. Venkatesh Patil, and many others who are here, including Mr. Humbarwadi there, who is part of the Foundry cluster. The word AI evokes emotions, sometimes positive, sometimes negative, but it's going round and round. And it is wonderful that we are having this offline session in person here to hear from persons who are practitioners of the tools that AI provides so that computations can be faster. And we want our students and our staff and the public at large to get a feel for what is out there and view it positively and incorporate it into their lives so that we don't have students or staff who are beyond their commercial purposes. That is how we want to define it today. The AI purpose is not a technology. And in fact, it is some virtually the intelligence of the brain. That means what you question about it, or you sit down definitely or think of whole way and say AI is not good. We can't just like we cannot survive all the internet, just like we cannot
A few words about KLS GIT's vision and its continuous pursuit of academic and technological excellence. welcome Technology Companies Association Director, co-founder and CEO of Auditorium. I just want to extend some insights about Vector's initiatives.
And Europeans who take the growth of technology innovation and populating this technology into the different societies and economies. And most of the economical benefits go back to the people who invented it. I would say very one such product, the Education Institute, many of us, including our IITs, trained enough number of engineers to follow that narratives, but the benefits of all that happen to the Western civilization. And I truly today even feel that the whole AI buzzword is also the similar point. It's even the evolution of the word, not from what's happened, but to describe the word system, it's great relevant to the system. But if you use the biggest and how so what is one of the initiatives like this? We have already but unfortunately, I would say in terms of the software, we are only using the software, which is very important to me. So are we going to produce technocrats who will think for native applications and native usage? When can we catch up the whole world even in AI race? AI is one instance. This era will come and this era will end. There will be something else which will come in another 2 decades, definitely. Okay, and that's an evolution. Nobody is going to stop it. But we as an individuals, let's say, or an institute or engineers, what is that we are going to do? Are we going to think on our feet? Are we going to do something for our own benefit? UPA is one which we did, of course. That you see how it is being played out in the international scenario. But there are so many other areas where we are still dependent, and we still play out the narratives that is set by somebody else. So I think so. Many of you must have heard about. There are two initiatives within India, Bharat Jan and Sarvam. I happen to know them very well. One of the Sarvam founder is my board member. Okay, so we are trying to do something fundamentally there as a nation, and then it is well supported by the government through RDI fund, research development initiatives. Okay, 10,000 crores of fund. But is it really being adopted? I don't think so. Many of the people who are sitting here will know that. In fact, I can tell very clearly, none of them, none of their institutes or none of their companies adopt these technologies. One of the main reason, the governance, the the whole org structure of those MNCs driven not from India. It is driven from somewhere outside. We all end up working for somebody else's narrative and stories. Unless we take a contrarian view, we to here also will be a Me Too player. So what can students here and the teachers get? Don't just go behind the NVIDIAs. Don't go behind the Claude. Don't go behind the Agentic AI, what OpenAI and all communicate. Okay, you have got to learn from that. But what is that we can do for ourselves? How can we be a sovereign nation? How can we be sovereignly independent? So those are the two things. Well, you will learn a lot amount of a great technology, etc. But I think so. The crux of what you want to do and what you want to achieve lies somewhere else. We have beautiful brains. We have one of the most demanding educational co-curriculum, etc. We are smart, but our smartness is used for something else. Our smartness is not being used for ourselves. And most of us, we trade our smartness for few thousand rupees or dollars or monies because we want to enjoy the materialistic world. But the consequences of that are going to be far and different. So, which we probably have seen. Even we are setting what Viksit Bharat for 2047. Why so long? Unless we change these narratives, mentality, I think so we are not going to be achieving what is important for India or Bharat. So while we talk about technology, etc., let's also focus on how this technology and all can be used for nation building, nation first. I think so that should also be a part of somewhere where besides the AI conclave, we should bring those all aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for taking us back and helping us see this technology from a different perspective and hitting the crux very rightly. While Sri Pradeep S. Saukar, President Karnataka Law Society, also the senior partner Sundar Swami and Ramdas Advocates Bengaluru, could not join us in person today for this conclave, we have received a special video address from him. Please turn your attention to the screens for the presidential remarks.
Good morning, faculty, students, and distinguished guests. The core mission of our institute has always been to prepare graduates for the future. But today, that future is arriving faster than ever before, driven by a singular force called artificial intelligence. Automation and machine learning are shifting the baseline of everyday operations. In finance, algorithms are analyzing market trends in milliseconds. In healthcare, AI is able to quickly sort through medical records to help doctors see patients faster. In the retail world, grocery marts have begun to use automated systems to scan shelves and record products before they run out. In customer service, chatbots instantly answer common customer questions round the clock so people don't have to wait. Even local delivery companies use smart maps for driving routes to avoid sudden traffic jams and delays. Yet, this rapid advancement has a flip side. Over reliance on AI can lead to decline in fundamental skills such as troubleshooting and innovation. The technological leap has brought a critical challenge, that is widespread corporate restructuring and layoffs. Many companies are viewing AI strictly as a cost-cutting tool to replace human roles. But this is a short-sighted approach. The advent of AI should not be a signal to downsize, but to scale up and create new opportunities. History shows that true technological revolutions don't destroy work, they redefine it. Instead of replacing an employee, we must train them to become AI experts. We can improve our industries by redefining employees from routine tasks and toward higher responsibilities such as ethical safety, designing of large-scale projects. By establishing upskilling programs, companies can use AI to improve deliverables and support innovation, ensuring that technology elevates humans rather than replacing them. The future of our industries is not a race between human intelligence and machine intelligence. It is a partnership. Our goal today is to discuss how we can lead this collaboration responsibly. We have an incredible lineup of industry experts with us today who will dive deeper into these transformations during their keynote speeches. Thank you all for bringing your expertise to this conclave, and I look forward to an inspiring day of discussion. Thank you.
On behalf of KLS GIT management and the organizing committee, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to our esteemed dignitaries for gracing us with their presence and sharing their invaluable insights. Thank you for making this commencement so memorable. With this, we officially bring our inaugural ceremony to a close. But carrying this momentum forward, ladies and gentlemen, we are now transitioning into the core of today's conclave. We have a stellar lineup of industry veterans who will decode how AI is redefining careers across various domains. I request your undivided attention as we embark on this technical journey. All right, everyone. Now that our inaugural ceremony is officially wrapped up, you might be wondering what the rest of this action packed day looks like. Trust me, you will want to stick around for every single bit of it. Here is a quick roadmap of what we have lined up for you. We have a powerhouse lineup of 8 industry veterans taking the stage today. They are joining us from global giants like Microsoft, IBM, Cognizant, PayPal, MediaTek, Demograph AI, AGI, and Broadcom. They are going to peel back the layers on everything from how AI is revolutionizing semiconductor chip design to how autonomous agentic AI is taking over manufacturing, and even how AI is changing the way companies hire talent. People, there is something massive in for you. Later in the day, we are bringing these brilliant minds back together for a high octane panel discussion. This is where the real magic happens: raw insights, future predictions, and zero filters. Immediately after the panel, the floor belongs entirely to you. We have an open Q&A session, so start keeping your burning questions ready. If you ever wanted to pick up the brain of a tech director or a principal engineer, that is your golden ticket. An audience, we know that breaking down the future of technology requires serious brain power. We have got you covered with dedicated tea and coffee breaks, plus a fantastic lunch spread where you can unwind, chat, and network with our speakers and your peers. It is going to be an incredible journey of learning, connecting, and discovering exactly where the tech world is heading next. Get comfortable, keep your energy high, and let's dive right into the core of today's conclave.
Our first speaker is proud 2004 GIT alumnus with over 22 years of industry experience. A specialist in leading global full stack engineering teams, he has a phenomenal track record of delivering mission critical, large scale enterprise applications. Please welcome Mr. Suryakant Mutnar, Engineering Manager at Microsoft. He will be shedding light on a highly relevant topic, leveraging AI in cloud computing and DevOps. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Suryakant Mutnar to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I didn't hear you. Good morning. Okay, good. I'm excited here to talk about the impact of AI on DevOps and cloud technologies. Before that, let me introduce myself. I'm 2004 graduate, and 22 years back, I was sitting right there, and I went to Bangalore, packed my bags, and I went to Bangalore and got an opportunity to work with some of the best companies and got an opportunity to work on very challenging problems, be it a simple web application or building distributed systems. And now currently working at Microsoft as a principal engineering manager. And I specifically work in Azure Postgres division. And yeah, so I'll be talking, as I told, how the AI is impacting cloud technology and DevOps. And this is what the agenda. And then before I start, I want to ask a few questions just to understand like how much deep I can go. How many of you use cloud technology here? Hands up. AWS, Azure, GCP. Okay. And how about DevOps? Does anyone know what DevOps is? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I'll be just talking about what the cloud technology is, and then what the DevOps, and then how AI is impacting cloud computing and AI. And then I'll talk a bit about how you should prepare yourself on the DevOps roadmap, or like you want to excel well in the AI. Right? Yeah. So whenever we talk about cloud computing, three things come here, right? So infrastructure as a code, infrastructure as a service, and platform as a service, and software as a service. And cloud technology is something where, it's like having your own computing resources without you buying hardware. So for example, you want to, let's say, have a database. If you are running maybe a demo, ideally what you will do is you will download some database and then you will run it in your laptop and then you will use it, right? So you are owning the hardware, you are owning the database, and you are responsible for its up and down time. But if it's with cloud, you will just say, go to the website, maybe Azure or AWS or GCP. You say, I want this particular database. And then you say, okay, I want this to be running 24/7. And I need, let's say, 1 TB of database. And you will just specify it, and then it is available for you. And that's what is the cloud. And when we talk about cloud, these three model comes. One is infrastructure as a service, where the cloud providers provide you the hardware, right? So they will say, okay, you take VM, you install whatever you want. Maybe you want to install a web application, or maybe you want to run a scheduled jobs. That is infrastructure as a service. Platform as a service is a concept where you go and tell cloud providers, and say, okay, here is my application. Maybe it's my Python code, or maybe it's a Java code. Go and execute it. I want to make sure that this is available all the time. So that's what is called the platform as a service. Software as a service. How many of you know software as a service? Yes, software as a service or SaaS is nothing but your Gmail, right? So the software is available to you as a service. It can be anything like Gmail or your Zoom application or your Teams application. So you are using that as a service. So that's what is the SaaS. And whenever we talk about cloud, these are the three things which always stand out. And DevOps. So DevOps is something. Um, before I talk about DevOps, let me tell you what used to happen 10, 15 years back, right? So development team used to build a software or build a feature. Let's say, let me take an example. Let's say in the Gmail we want to add filter functionality, right? So when we add it, the development team will like spend days and months, and then they develop a feature and then say, okay, we are done. We tested in our machine. Now it is ready to ship. They go to operations team, the team which is responsible for deploying it to the production servers. And that's when they say, okay, it is ready, you can go and deploy. The operation team takes that whatever binaries, and then when they try to deploy, at that time the problem starts coming, right? So they'll say, oh, it is not working, maybe it's not running, maybe some config is missing. And that's where the DevOps thing came, where it's a combination of development and plus operations team, where they will come together and they will say, okay, this is my software and this needs to be deployed in the servers. And how is it achieved? It is achieved using CI/CD, continuous integration and continuous deployment. You check in a code, and then the every time you check in the code is built, and then it is deployed, and it is ready to be deployed. And that's what we call it as the CI/CD. And whenever we write a code, we write automated tests. We say, okay, this piece of code is ready to be deployed only when these tests are passed. And that's what is called as the automated test or monitoring. And containerization, I think as a students or as a professors, you should give more attention to this, where whatever runs in my machine will run in your machine also. How we make sure that? By using Docker and Kubernetes. So, and of course, the collaboration is the main thing which is required between dev and ops and microservices. I hope you guys must have heard about the term called as a microservices. It's nothing but running small services, or like splitting the bigger system into smaller services, and that's what is called as a microservices. And this all constitute as part of DevOps. And now coming to how cloud providers are changing their game with respect to AI. So they are changing the game in terms of four pillars. The first one is AI native cloud. So now you need not have to like have that expertise in having the models, right? You need not have to build those model on your own. There are models available. They are just available through a API. You can say that, okay, in the Azure Studio, you can go and send, okay, I want to use this particular model, and then it is available to you in a click away. And then intelligent infrastructure. So the clouds have evolved so much good now that they can anticipate when the particular your systems load is going to increase, right? When they should upscale, or when they should downscale. That is done through intelligent infrastructure. And AI development platforms, I need not have to stress it. I hope you people are making use of this. And FinOps and AI, this is another part of the cloud, which is like, most of the companies, enterprises, they deploy their components, or they deploy their services, and they forget about it. And what happens is, like, most of their expenses come from the cloud expenditure. So to reduce that, the FinOps and plus AI is coming into picture. And AI coding assistant, I have just listed these three, but I hope you people are using the coding agent, GitHub Copilot, Claude, and many other which are there in the market, anti-gravity or lovable or replit. So if you are not, you should at least try using them. Okay, so how AI is transforming DevOps, right? So initially, what used to happen is being a manager right now and the junior engineer or software engineer, senior software engineer in the back. What used to happen is like when our code is running in the production, night at 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. we used to get paged telling, okay, this particular service is not working, right? So we had to get up and then we had to fix that problem, and it used to take at least 1 to 2 hours. So now that is all taken care by AI. So whenever some kind of a failure happens, AI knows what needs to be done to make it successful or make it green. So that is what is happening in DevOps. And whenever the something used to break, so whether maybe I should increase the server or decrease the server or do something, that is done using AI, not through a manual intervention. And there is no human needed as of now, because the troubleshooting is done automatically by the AI systems. And self-healing infrastructure. This looks like a dream. It used to be like a dream, like maybe 5-6 years back. But now the infrastructure self-heal automatically, right? So they know when the system is going to get more traffic, when they should upgrade, when they should downgrade, and everything is done this way. And also nowadays the release cycles have reduced a lot. So initially what used to happen is like development team used to write code and they used to test it, and then they used to give it to QA team, and then QA team used to test it, and then they used to deploy it to the production. So now everything is automated. As a engineers, we write code. Along with that, we also make sure that the test cases are written, and so that they cover end to end. And then at one click, the newly developed code is deployed to the production. And also the AI is intelligent enough not to deploy it to all the servers. So I'm not sure how many of you are aware. So whenever some kind of a service runs in the cloud, it'll not be a single server. It's going to be thousands of servers. So whenever the deployment happens, it's not like it gets deployed to all the 1,000 servers at once. It is called as a canary deployment, where the staggered deployment happens. So first 100 servers are deployed, and the traffic is routed to those 100 servers, and then the next set of 100 servers are taken. Now let's say after 200 servers are deployed, and the AI detects that, okay, there are some failures happening. There are like 400 errors happening or 500 errors happening. It will roll back automatically. So this used to be a manual operation maybe 5-6 years back. Now it has become automatic, and that's happening because of AI. Next. Yeah, this is what I was trying to tell. So the AI will detect build failures, and then the another important part is the smart test selection. So as a engineers, we keep adding test cases, right? So we have like thousands of test cases, and then if we start executing them for every release, it's going to take a lot of time. So now AI will say, okay, you have checked in or you have implemented this particular piece of code. Do I need to execute all 10,000 test cases? No, maybe 100 test cases. It will auto detect, and then it will execute only those 100 test cases, and then it will say, okay, I'm ready for the production deployment. And that's the power of AI which is happening right now. And real world impact, just I wanted to have this slide just to say how AI is impacting the banking and finance, right? So any downtime in the banking and finance, it's going to cost lots of money or lots of business loss to companies, right? So even let's say you have your banking app, if it stops working even for 5 minutes, it is going to lose lots of money. And that is handled using banking and finance. And in that, we have AI powered fraud detection is happening right now. I'm not sure like how many of you have experienced this. Let's say you have a bank and then you are making transaction. All of a sudden, let's say you make a transaction like more than a lakh, and then your regular transactions were less than 10,000. Automatically, you will get a call telling that okay, the transaction was made higher than your regular activity. Do you want to approve it? And this is happening through AI, not as a human. And even the healthcare thing is also impacted because of the AI, because all the patient data and everything is going through AI data pipelines, and AI is reading the health records, and then based on that it is suggesting uh, the what is good and what is bad. Of course, like you cannot use AI as it is. There should be some people who would be looking at that output, what is coming out of it, and then that person should tell what needs to be done next. And that's what is happening. And and e-commerce, I need not have to tell. It's everywhere. Whatever you see, for example, you go to Amazon or you go to Flipkart, and then uh, recommended things, whatever comes, that's happening with ML or AI ML concepts. So that's all. It was there before. Now it is getting much better and better. Yeah. So this is what I wanted to talk more on the careers part, how AI is reshaping the careers. During 2020 times, like all the companies started moving to cloud and CI/CD, cloud and monitoring. And 2022 is when the AI tools started appearing. And that's when people started using prompt engineering or so many things. And then 2024, the AI, like MLOps stream started. And then many things started coming. And 2026 is when now everything is agentic AI, right? It's not only AI, it's not only RAG, it's not only prompt engineering, it's agentic AI. And the new roles, especially I'm talking only specifically on the DevOps side. There's a AI platform engineer or a MLOps engineer, cloud AI architect, and a prompt engineer, and FinOps and AI specialist. These are the specific roles which are getting created all because of AI. So initially, this was just one role, which is called software engineer. So now these all specific things are coming because there is a lot to be learned as part of AI. Okay, so you might have got like overwhelming things. So I want you to just make a note of this, right? If you want to increase your skill set as part of AI, these are the things you should do. Core fundamentals, you should always remember. I was talking to my professor who taught me data structures and algorithm, which was in 2001 2002, and still I use queues. I use stack, right? Without that, software is nothing, right? So you need to be always good at fundamentals. If you master fundamentals, you can do anything. Maybe today it's AI, maybe 10 years down the line, who knows what comes, right? So that is possible only when you have your base fundamentals ready. And you slowly start moving to modern DevOps, where you try to understand what Kubernetes is, what infrastructure as a code is. So if you see, just 5 years back, the Docker was the main thing, but now it has converted to Kubernetes. I'm sure our engineers are bright. They will come up with something new. But that's why the number one, if you are clear, anything comes later, you will be able to excel well. Yeah, and you should try to use AI in your daily work. Definitely, you should use AI assisted tools, and senior level impact happens when you start learning more into AI, like RAG systems or vector databases. And there are so many variations of vector databases. And then that's how you'll start showing the senior level impact. And this is your action plan. Master one cloud platform whenever you come out of the college. Like these are the things which you should know, like maybe AWS or Azure or GCP. I think most of these cloud providers provide a free subscription for students. I think you should explore that and have one application built end to end in your GitHubs, and then use GitHub Actions, and then showcase that in your resume and build that portfolio which has AI, your DevOps, and then cloud, everything. And if the time permits, it's always good to have certification, but I would say 1, 2, 3 are the must when you before you even go to companies for applying for jobs, or even as a suggested, like if you want to build something on your own, these things you should have in your skill set. And the contributing to open source is one of the thing which usually people underestimate, but that is one which will take you to the bigger companies, or and then also you will learn a lot from your seniors, right? When you go out of the college, you will not have much knowledge on, okay, how do I code this, how do I design this. That comes when you look at the open source repositories. And that's what I wanted to tell. And this is what I had. I'm open to take any questions, any doubts.
Good morning. So I'm Pooja Kulkarni, and I'm representing one of my startups here called Chat Over Chat. And it's a community building platform where, I get industries, academics, and government together. I have a question. You did mention the roadmap. That is really, and it was a good presentation overall. So what I want to ask is, you listed, the sort of the roadmap, what students need to do. But what gap do you currently see between the industry expectations and the student requirements? If you can just elaborate more on that, maybe we could
Okay.
take away from this session.
Yeah. So usually, as I told, right, so fundamentals is very important. So as the graduates who are graduating from your college, so you should be good at your fundamentals, like data structures and algorithm. That should be there always. And the second thing is contributions to open source. That's what something which we as a hiring manager look at the resumes, right? So when we get resumes, like everyone has written very good things. Okay, well, like okay, good college, very good branch, good marks. But that's not enough right now, right? So you need to show something to me as a hiring manager. Okay, so I have 10 people, out of that whom I'll pick up. I'll pick up the person who has already put his in a portfolio. Okay, I have done this application, or I have contributed to this open source. And I would like to bet on that person instead of betting on that resume, which looks, I've scored 98%, 100%. It doesn't matter. I want to see the impact what you have done in a GitHub or any open coding platform. I hope that answered your question.
Morning, sir. I have one small question, sir. You spoke about self-healing.
Mhm.
There are three other properties: self-optimization, self-protection, and self-configuration.
Yes.
So, how AI is playing in these properties?
Yeah, so self-healing is, as you told, right? So whenever the user spike happens or traffic spike happens, automatically the cloud will adjust its number of vehicles, or maybe it will add the new servers. And the self-protection is very important one. I am not sure if you have heard about Mythos, Cloud Mythos, which has come and created waves, right? So companies are going towards that. So how can cloud can protect itself from hackers, right? So whenever the big companies or big names come, the hackers concentrate there because they know if they hack into their system, they are going to get good money. And that's where the cloud providers are investing heavily in AI to protect against this security, so that they are ahead of the game, and then they are protecting themselves from the attacks. Yeah. There should be at least one question from students.
Hello, sir. This is Supriya, working as network security senior engineer in Cyber. So, actually, I had one query on DevOps and the AI that you mentioned. So I just had query about how the AI is going to, like, it is going to replace on DevOps, or it's going to involve or update more on DevOps. So if you can please on that, please.
Yeah, so I just, as Belgam professor was still telling, right? So AI is not to replace anyone, right? So just like the way we need internet, just like the way we need Wi-Fi, AI is the basic thing that is needed right now. Without that, you're not going to survive. So you need to adopt. And so DevOps is also DevOps, or even any software engineering thing. So the how the things are moving is like those those basic things, like, okay, documentation or writing the small pieces of code, that is going away. So that agent is already doing. So now, as a engineers or as a junior engineers, you all need to think from the system thinking. You need to have high level thinking. Okay, so this is my feature I want to implement. I should look not only at the method level or like class level. I should look at as a feature level, because AI agent will just, you give the instructions, it will write the code, and then the code is ready for you, right? So you as an engineer, you will have to decide whether you want to check in that code or not, and then why do you want to check in. And if your manager asks, or your architect asks why you have written that code, you should be in a position to explain why you have written that code, and why do you think that that code works, and why not other code. So that's where it is going right now. And then AI is not replacing anybody. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Suryakant, for mapping out the intersection of AI, cloud, and DevOps so seamlessly. I think the caption on the PPT, that was "you have to use AI intelligently," summarizes your topic very seamlessly and effortlessly. Your 22 years of tech leadership gave us some truly invaluable takeaways. Thank you. After a brilliant start, next up, we have a true industry leader boasting over 3 decades of experience. Sorry. Yeah. From Bangalore University to the forefront of tech innovation, our next guest is an expert strategist in cloud, AI, and ML with a phenomenal background in solution architecture and executive management. Let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Venkatesh Rao, Vice President at Cognizant. He will be sharing his expertise on the perspective of AI in the tech services business. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Supravatam. I think it about a week back, probably maybe 10 days back, we all heard our Honorable Prime Minister gave us some guidelines, right? One of them was buy less gold, right? Probably everybody, okay? So if you can bring up the first slide, please. So you may be wondering, what has buy less gold has to do with AI conclave, okay? So let me bring some context here. Um, So I want to start with this statement that AI is doing things impossible. Okay. And the tagline is unlocking entirely new categories of value. So if you can go to the next slide. I want to give you an example, real world example. There is this startup called Kobold. Uh, I don't know how many of you have heard of this startup. Okay. So Kobold is not a traditional mining company. Kobold is a mining company, but it's a very untraditional mining company. It employs hundreds of data scientists and AI engineers. Okay. What Kobold did was almost impossible. Many places where they had given up, there's no more deposits of copper and other important minerals. Kobold did extensive research using lots of terrestrial data, mining data, data from failed mines, etc., etc., and was able to actually find deposits. Recently, they found deposits in Zambia where they thought it was not possible. Okay. So, in fact, the success rate in traditional mining is 1 in 1,000. That means, you dig 1,000 places, you probably may succeed in one place. So, that's an example of what AI can do. So our Patits are also called, was a very motivational speech about, what can we do to our country. I think, I'm hopefully somebody, student listening here, may go out there and do some revolutionary and find some mineral deposits in India, as an example. Another example, recently, Mohandas Paiji, especially during this crisis, actually called upon industry, private, and also government, saying that we are not doing enough oil exploration. So that's also possible, right? Oil exploration is a very similar field. Using AI definitely is possible. So these are some examples of what AI can do to our real life. I know there's some concerns we hear from students and industry and many people that AI is here to disrupt us. AI is here to displace us. But I think there are a lot of possibilities. One other example, which is close to what I know, my company, by the way, I work for Cognizant Technologies. I lead one of the industry verticals. And also, actually, I'm also responsible for talent transformation for Cognizant, taking people from the current roles to AI infused roles. I'll talk a little bit more about how we are doing that in a massive scale, right? We have 3 lakhs 50,000, 350,000 employees around the world in Cognizant. So this company, world's largest education company, Pearson, has found out that I know when I talk about AI, Chat GPT, and some of these tools, parents and probably even teachers are probably not sometimes not happy. I'm saying sometimes not happy when students use it because there could be cases where they're cheating and things like that. But in this example, what Pearson found out that using their e-textbook. In fact, I'm very proud of it because we were involved in. There's a large partnership between Cognizant and Pearson in building some of this software, and we also use their software to teach our own people. We found out that there's a 23 times likely the probability of high probability that a student is going to become an avid reader because of the use of this tool. So there are good impact. I'm giving you two different examples. One from very old traditional industry called mining. Who would thought, right? Mining, they can use AI. And many of you guys know, right? It takes ages, 15, 20 years to build a mine. And, after that, you may get some deposits or not. But they found out within 2 years, they were able to find this particular mine in Zambia as an example. I'm sure they're doing more. And I'm sure there'll be many more companies, probably including India, will apply this kind of technology. So these are the two examples. Can you go to the next? So, um, since I'm representing Cognizant here, just to quick introduction about tech industry in India, the landscape of tech industry, right? It's a large $315 billion industry. four main categories. The IT services, where I'm representing IT services, it's pretty large chunk. As you see, it's about $370 billion business. And then we have business process management, where we do legal processing, financial processing, call center, pretty large variety of business. That's another 55. And then we have all these big companies like we have our friends, doing R&D work, just to you know bring a little bit of change of environment here. I was talking to Kirti ji yesterday while coming back from airport. He was describing to me what they do. Maybe he'll talk a little bit more, but I'll show my ignorance here. Uh, Kirti ji was talking about different kind of chips they design, and he was explaining, what a nanometer chips looks like. I told him, look, I know only about two chips: potato chips and banana chips. And, he'll talk more about real chips later. So that's R&D business for you. That's growing actually. In fact, that's third segment is growing fastest. It's growing about 6% in India. And lastly, the software products where we build software, real software within India. That's a small sector, but it's also growing. Not only I think R.K. Patilji was also talking about, right? So this is the software we build right in India and we export outside. So that's also a growing segment. But I'm going to talk more about the first sector, which is the largest, but which is most threatened now, right? So let's talk about it. If you can go to the next one. So the biggest question here is, this sector is highly labor intensive, right? Don't think your construction sector is labor intensive. The IT sector is highly labor intensive because this is how we make money. You know, we charge, anywhere from $15 to $30 or whatever, $40 to global companies per hour. And that's how we make, the $137 billion, what you saw, that's how the money is made. But that's now under threat. So, if our business is completely dependent on the labor, and if that labor can be replaced by AI, what's going to happen, right? So we have to redefine ourselves, and which we are already rediscovering. And I'll give you some examples how we are doing. And definitely, we've heard many examples earlier also. Nothing to panic. Uh, you know, we as an industry, we as a country have discovered multiple times. I'm sure this is not the first time. We'll all come out victorious out of this journey also. So our CEO, Ravi Kumar, if you get a chance to hear from him, very vocal in the industry, he talks about this AI velocity gap. So on one hand, you see billions of dollars spent by companies on AI infrastructure. Recently Amazon announced that, they are spending about 200 billion. This billion, hundreds of billions is becoming like a pocket change for all these companies, right? They are spending hundreds of billions in just infrastructure, right? Building this data center, paying up for chips and all these things. So that's happening. It's a massive things on the left-hand side. But what is lagging is business value delivered. I'll just give you a simple example of business value delivered. We took a flight to come here. I was very happy to use Digi Yatra, right? So I'll give you a classical example of, value delivered. So Digi Yatra is value delivered for, passengers, travelers like us. You know, if you remember before Digi Yatra, how many places we have to show our ID, how many places where they have to check, how many people they had at different points where, we were stopped, right? So Digiyatra is a classical example of how a business value has been delivered. But believe me, it's a very small example. There are many, many places where Digiyatra is not happening. And I'll give you a real example. I spent a lot of time in US and I still travel a lot in US. There is no equivalent of Digiyatra, by the way. Okay, they have an hotspot system. There's a TSI and there's a Clear. Many of you have traveled in US. It's no equivalent experience at all. Digiyatra is much, much superior experience. So the value to be delivered is lagging. If you look at healthcare sector, it takes a long time because India, it's much advanced that way. If you need a surgery today, they'll do the surgery. And if you go to UK or US and many advanced country, they'll say, see you after 3 months if you are alive. So the value that AI can, by the way, AI can solve many of these problems. The documentation required for healthcare, but it's still not delivered. So the story is still a lot of work to be done. Still a lot of what we call the labor intensive work has to be translated to AI, and work to be done is still there. In fact, a McKinsey study is here. 92% of enterprises have invested in AI, but only 1% have reached AI maturity. Long way to go. By the time they catch up with Digiyatra or UPI, many countries, I'm sure India would have made a leap into many new areas. So again, Cognizant views the AI strategy in what we call three vector strategy. So the first vector is pretty straightforward, is hyper productivity. Hyper productivity could be in the form of, again, in the terms of software development, you have tools like GitHub Copilot, Claude. So you use those tools, you make your code automation, and you get productivity, right? What would take 3 days to build a code, or 4 days to build a code, or 4 days to text a code, you can do it in hours. So that's the first part. As I said, that part is still catching up. Many companies are still on the journey. Many companies are still debating which code assistant to use. So so that's still going on. And the second part is using these tools to build new products, right? I'm sure our other members here talked about from examples, and also they'll talk more. For examples, how they're using. Amit ji is going to talk about his own experience, how they're using AI to build new products. They're building a new business also. So that's the next phase. You open up new areas for businesses using new products. The last one is the transformation. The transformation is what I gave you the example of the Digiyatra. Enterprises are really behind. And I'm talking about the government, and I'm talking about the public system. You go to enterprises, they're really behind. Just last week, we had a customer visiting us, a large media customer. I will not name them. So they were talking about how many different systems they have. They have one system for human resources. They have one system for their finances. They have another system to manage their main business, which is their media business. How to build customers, etc., etc. And they were saying, look, first of all, none of these business talk to each other, and each of those software they're using, they use SAP for finances, they use Workday for human resources, they use Oracle for their main business. Each of them, they have their own AI roadmap. Each one of them, they have their own AI technology. So for you to make them all talk to each other, that's a nightmare. So that's where the transformation is going to happen. So that's where the real value of the AI or agentic AI can be delivered. So we are still long way to go, and enterprises are yet to reach that. Some smart enterprises, I'm sure, Microsoft probably is already doing it. Some smart enterprises are doing it, but many companies are really behind. So there's a lot of opportunity. So that's how we look at our strategy, and we usually get them from stage 1 to stage 2, and then finally to stage 3. So Jovan's paradise. J is not silent here, unlike many places you see. Jovan's paradise is a British economist. He says that if you increase productivity, the work will fill up. That means there'll be more work to do. I've seen it in my own example, right? Let's say I have a team of 50 people, and we are building software for certain company, and we are building new features and new software for a customer, and we introduce AI, and let's say the productivity becomes double. we are able to build, whatever product, whatever software they want in half the time. What happens is they'll give us more work. Of course, there are cases where because of uh, you know, budgets and everything, they may ask us to cut the team into half. But there are many examples where they have so much work. So this is what many economists are predicting, that yes, AI probably can cut workforce. It is true in some cases, but more likely the probability of AI expanding the work is much more, because there's plenty of work to be done. you know, I'm going back to our Digi example, right? In India itself, right? How many places we can bring the Digi experience? Many, many cases. You know, I'm sure our the revenue office, our city municipal office, all these public services can use plenty of AI to make citizens' life much smoother. So there's a lot of opportunities. So as Jovan says, as AI makes coding faster, more software gets built and the market expands. And we've seen it. In many, many cases, the market expands rather than contraction. So, good news. Cognizant is hiring. In fact, our CEO has announced that, there's one school of thought, right? Which says, in fact, I've seen it in many enterprises that, they don't want to hire junior engineers, right? Because they think, look, senior engineer with an AI tool is great combination. We don't need junior engineers. That's one school of thought. But luckily, our CEO thinks differently, and we also think differently. We think, there's this old saying, right? You can teach old dog new techniques, right? And there's a corollary: you can teach dead dog new techniques. So many times, what we've seen in the industry, people who are in mid-level, whatever career, and it's unfortunate, right? They don't want to learn, but someone coming from the university, someone coming fresh into the industry, they're very enthusiastic. They want to learn and they want to apply, and we are here to hire them. So that's the reason our company strategy is we are hiring compared to last year we had about 22 or something. This year we are hiring 24,000 people worldwide. In fact, in US, our CEO has said that we're going to hire 2,000 fresh engineers in US this year, even though there are a lot of job cuts happening. So the strategy is because, as I said, right, why freshers? They are digital natives. So they natively know how to use AI. They grew up with ChatGPT. They grew up with, Cloud and Gemini and other things. They're not afraid to use these tools. Hopefully, I see the same behavior, right? Everybody acknowledge? Okay, good, good, good. I see some hand waves. How many of you have ChatGPT, Gemini, and Claude on your mobile phones? Oh, very good, very good, good, good. So our hypothesis is good. So they are used to AI augmented, right? They're they're not opposed to. Some of you probably remember when computers were introduced in banks in 90s. There were many strikes and many people protested, but some people adapted, right? It helped all of our lives. It made our lives easy. Even bank employees themselves said, "Look, I know I don't have to deal with so many ledgers and books and everything. This is making my life easy." So I think that baggage is not there. That's what we think. No legacy habits, and definitely they bring fresh perspective, right? They don't have to unlearn, right? They can, this is the example we give in many international forums, right? In my house, I never got a landline in Bangalore, because landline used to take about what, 10 years, 20 years to get. So we got mobile, right? So we'll just leap forward. So that's an example of what AI can do. So what are we looking for? So very specific examples, right? When we look for freshers, I think you covered very well, Surya ji covered very well. Fundamentals, definitely there's no two questions about fundamentals, data structures, database, programming fundamentals is very much. So there are two schools of thoughts. One is people sometimes argue saying that, look, if AI can generate code, why should I learn? Right? I'm sure you've heard that. Um, at this stage, let me say at this stage, you know, we have these two problems we have to solve. The last problem is probably more important for me, especially when we deal with many customers. We have to take accountability. So we want people who use AI tools, but who take accountability. I don't want them to come back and say, look, sorry, AI generated this code for me. So it's fine. You can use AI to generate the code. You can use your favorite software to generate the code, but you take the accountability. You make sure that, tomorrow the code doesn't work, you fix the code. So for that to happen, I'm sure you need good fundamentals. So that's what we are looking for. And also, if you want to catch an AI bug, you should know what a bug is, right? Bug is not something which you find flying here, right? You should know what the bug is. And then, so same thing, right? There's one more thing going on in the industry that, especially when we talk to customers, they say, look, we know we need this many people and we also need this many agents. So these agents are, something which we have to manage. But if you don't know what they do, we cannot manage them. So if we cannot evaluate them, we cannot manage them. So, you know, the AI users should also know how to evaluate the software. So that's a new skill which, each of you have to learn. How do you evaluate what AI has generated? I'm sure there are plenty of courses. I'll give you some examples of, what you can do, certifications, like you mentioned. So that's where the game has to change. So fundamentally, what I'm saying is, don't stop what you're doing. Learn your coding fundamentals, learn everything. And if you are from other disciplines, right? I'm just talking about only software here. But if you're from other disciplines like mechanical engineering, civil engineering, please learn your fundamentals. Definitely, it's important. But also learn AI, how AI can be applied to your industry. Be smart, right? I gave you example of the mining industry. So you can do that. So you can apply and do wonderful. So what's the action plan, right? Similar to what you mentioned, right? So I would say there's plenty of industry certifications. So if you do one of these certifications, they will also teach you evaluation. Again, the evaluation is very critical today because what the AI produces, you should be able to evaluate and say, I'm happy with what output it's producing. So if you do any of the certifications from Microsoft, GitHub, or Cloud has a similar certification, they will teach you fundamentals of evaluation. You will learn that. So that's very important. Make sure that you learn how to evaluate what AI is building for you. Number two, we talked about it already. You have this free available. Please make sure you learn. Along with evaluation, by the way, this entire presentation, 100% of presentation was generated by Claude. 100%. But there's a catch to it. I gave step-by-step instructions. I clearly said, slide one, this is what I want you to do. Slide two, this is what I want to do. I clearly wrote down everything. But it took only probably about a minute or 2 minutes for it to generate. It used some bad colors. So I had to do one more round. I said, look, change your colors to make it a little bit more decent. So it changed. So it's only 2 iterations. And also, by the way, I got instruction that the font should be bigger. So I gave another round of saying that make sure the fonts are readable. But what is the key here? Key here is the instructions. So this comes to another point is many times, look, I've suffered this. When you come to engineering, you don't give importance to our English or our native language, could be Kannada or anything, right? We don't, especially in my case, again, many of you may be different, but I didn't pay attention to the language. after joining engineering. But a few years back, I was in Amazon for about 8 years. In Amazon, the culture is what they call narrative culture. You have to write a 5-page document before you do anything. So I learned a lot because, in fact, that is helping me a lot because when you learn to write, right, you will be very clear of what you want to do in your head. And by the way, by this time, you guys know, right? I don't have to tell you. AI is so stupid. You have to tell it what to do, right? So unless you have the thinking very clear in your head, unless you can write, in fact, I will tell you, this is an example I'm seeing in real world. Maybe um, the college can take some measures to do this. If I give an average student, again, your kids students are not average. If I give an average student that on a topic, write 1 page, most of them will not be able to write. Plain English, nothing fancy. We don't want to use any fancy Shashi Tharoor English, right? Simple English, but if you don't know some English, mix Kannada also, it's okay. If you are able to express your thoughts in 1 page, many average students is not able to do. But in AI world, we have to learn that, right? Unless you are able to give clear, precise instructions to AI, it's not be able to generate what you want. So, that's an important thing. Thing you already talked about the open source example. Your open source is your portfolio, right? That's your resume. Build projects and showcase it. Finally, mentor. You will be amazed if you ask people in the industry, they will be willing to mentor you. I don't know. Can I see some raise of hands? How many people have? I mean, you don't have to be formal mentor relationship. How many people you talk to maybe once in few months or once in a year? Somebody in the industry. Any raise of hands? Oh, you don't qualify. I'm talking about the students. Nobody? Anybody attempted to reach somebody in the industry? No? So this is your opportunity. We have many people here, much more smarter than I am. Like, so please make sure you meet them and also find who can be a mentor, and maybe they'll connect you to some other people who can be a mentor. So find somebody, a mentor who can help you. Okay. Finally, before I go, um, how many of you remember when you fly an aeroplane, the instructions they give you? They say, you know, before you put the oxygen mask on your face, you put the before you put the oxygen mask on somebody else's face, you put it on your face, right? Everybody knows that, right? And and most of you probably know the reason why they do it also. So if there is a drop in oxygen, a drop in pressure at the high altitude, you have only 5 to 15 seconds to respond. Only 15 seconds to respond. So it's called uh, time of useful consciousness. You can only respond in about 10 seconds. You have 10 seconds to respond. After that, you know, forget, you putting on other person. You will not be able to put on yourself. So basically, the reason why I'm bringing this example is all this AI changes is happening, but it's in your hands. Industry is changing. Industry has changed many times. I've seen the industry change also many times, and I'm sure people here have seen industry change. Change from no computers to computers, computers to digital, digital something else. COVID came, COVID went. People managed. So don't panic. If AI is here, a lot of opportunities. I'm sure people after me also talk about many more opportunities, and it's all in your hands. As Sri Krishna tells in Gita, right? Udaret Atmanam Atmanam, right? It's in your hands. Take the future in your hands and make sure you succeed and victory is yours. All the best. Any questions? I guess people are all planning to dig some gold mines in their backyard. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Venkatesh. We definitely appreciate the thoughts of Cognizant CEO, and we look forward for the hirings. Thank you for sharing such a profound perspective. And also, I think you have hit the eye of the tornado called AI, that is accountability for whatever AI generates, the stuff that the AI generates, especially when the business sector is in picture. So I think you have broken down it very perfectly, and your vast expertise in technology strategy and sales leadership beautifully has highlighted how the services sector must adapt to thrive in this new era. Thank you. So I see the audience has engrossed completely in these two talks, and what a receptive audience. Thank you. What an insightful morning it has been. And we will now take a brief pause for the tea break. Tea and refreshments are served at the auditorium frontage, and we request everyone please assemble back by 12 p.m. sharp. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Let us dive right into our next session, a very exciting one that India also is racing towards semiconductors. We have a true VLSI powerhouse boasting 17 years of deep technical expertise. From the GIT batch of 2009, our next guest is a master of silicon design, handling everything from synthesis and floor planning to PNR, STA, and sign off on lower technology nodes. Put your hands together for Mr. Kirti Prasad, Senior Technical Manager at Mediatrix. He will speak he will be speaking on the AI evolution in semiconductors.
So, hope I'm audible. Good afternoon, everyone. So, first of all, a very big thank you to GIT for inviting me in this AI conclave. So, today I'll be speaking about AI evolution in semiconductors. So, we'll be covering these topics today. Introduction and evolution of semiconductors. How is AI transforming semiconductor industry? AI redefining careers. What are the core skills which are required, plus the AI skills which are required as of today and in the near future? What are the semiconductor opportunities, trend and forecast in the upcoming years, and the final key takeaways? So before uh, entering into the AI domain, right? Let's start a little bit about how evolution of semiconductors have evolved over a period of time. So according to Moore's law, the transistor density is expected to double every 2 years, right? So if you look at 1950s, there was a single transistor in chip. But in 2010, we increased it to, or it increased to 8 billion transistors in a chip. And right now in 2020s, we are trending at around 92 billion transistors in a chip. That means we are able to accommodate more and more number of transistors in a chip. And the technology also is advancing. That means from 180 nanometer, 90 nanometer, today we are somewhere around 2 nanometer and we're still improvising on top of that. So that means with the chip size is shrinking, more transistors accommodating in a chip, and with this architectural changes, we are also able to improve the power performance and area goals with respect to the transistor architectures. So let me talk a little bit about the ASIC design flow, uh, which is broadly divided into the front end part and the back end part. So I may not go completely deeper because it may be little difficult for you to understand, but let me give you a glance about how does the ASIC design flow in semiconductor works. So initially we start with a specification of a chip. That means the product line in which the product is going to get defined. It can be automotive, it can be a mobile chip, it can be a computing chip, right? Based on the specification, the PPA goals are derived. That means the power, performance, and area goals are defined for a particular chip. And what technology we're going to use? Is it going to be a 5 nanometer technology? Is it going to be a 28 nanometer technology? This all depends on the product, and this all comes in a specification part and the interfaces which are going to get used. Coming to the architecture of the design, the microarchitecture, then the block diagrams are usually evaluated, then the IP planning is done, and then the RTL designer writes a Verilog or a VSDL code to convert this specification into a register transfer logic. Finally, coming to the subpart of front end part, wherein the synthesis engineer takes this RTL and converts it into a gate level netlist, which actually is consumed by the physical design engineer. So that is the front end part. And now stepping to the back end part, wherein it is more of a physical work, what a ASIC design engineer generally does. So he does the floor planning, he does the placement, clock to synthesis, and routing. And the final output of the physical design is a GDS, which is graphical database system, which goes to the fabrication. So in short, if I talk about front end and back end, it is like building a house or like building a motorcycle where you design the specification and then integrate all the blocks together and make it a working chip. All right. So I think coming to the main discussion of this topic, how is AI transforming semiconductors or how is it transforming semiconductor industry? So first of all, why does AI need so many chips, right? So the AI models need, or such as LLMs, right? They require massive parallel computing, they require high bandwidth memories, and they require high speed networking. So because of this architectural changes, we need to cater these requirements, and there is an increased demand for GPU, then HBM, and cloud and data center leaders, right? So that means more and more number of AI chips are now transitioning towards more technological changes, which are evolving into more number of chip production. That means right now today we have GPU market leaders, wherein we have NVIDIA. I think most of the people know NVIDIA, right? We have AMD, we have Intel as a GPU market leaders. In the HBM category, we have Micron, we have SanDisk, we have Skynix. And into the cloud and data center leaders, we have Broadcom, AWS, and Microsoft. So combined together now, AI is actually transforming the semiconductor industry where it is able to generate more and more number of chips because of the requirements. So coming to the part of why is AI being used in semiconductors today, or what is the edge which it gives over the regular execution? So there are three subparts to it. One is the chip designing part, wherever the EDA tools are integrated. That means electronic design automation tools. The second part is chip designing itself, but then how are design engineers using this technology as of today? And finally, the manufacturing. So in the chip designing part, AI is now helping to improve the power performance in area goals approximately by 5 to 10x through AI, ML, and reinforcement learning. So that means we are able to get better improvement in the numbers, right? And when AI is getting integrated inside EDA tools. Coming to the chip designing part, of course, the first part is still related to the chip designing, but then how is it actually giving an edge for the design industry? So now AI has started helping to automate repetitive tasks or manual tasks what an engineer used to do before. Okay. And coming to the manufacturing parts, AI is able to improve the yield. It is able to detect any failures in the chip even before the chip is being fabricated. So that means it is now able to improvise on what we had in the previous scenarios. Let's talk about a little bit about the PPA improvements on one of the ARM Neoverse V2 series designs on one of the tools called Cerebrus, which is Cerebrus AI Studio now. All right. Before talking about the numbers, right, I'll just talk about what is the technology it has used to improvise on ARM Neoverse technology or the design, basically. So the first part to is the reinforcement learning part, where uh, Cerebrus learns the design on the fly and improves it while it is executing the design. So it simultaneously learns the design and also improvises parallelly to make sure that you get a better PPA. That means it runs multiple runs in parallel, creates multiple scenarios in parallel, and then ultimately gives you the best QR. The second part to it is agentic AI. That means it is able to now coordinate across multiple blocks in an SOC to give you improved performance in terms of the PPA. So if we talk about the PPA improvements as of today on the table, with Cerberus AI being used on the newer design, we have approximately 38% reduction in power. There is a 1.7% improvement in the utilization. That means we are able to accommodate more number of transistors in a chip, which is helping us to reduce the size of a chip. And of course, when you now reduce the size of a chip, you will be able to accommodate more number of chips in a silicon wafer. And thirdly, productivity. Generally, in VLSI or in semiconductors, the turnaround time is generally very high. That means the cycle can be 6 month cycle for mobile chip. That means if you now include or integrate AI in EDA tools, you will be able to improve the overall turnaround time of particular chip. That means you can actually shrink the timeline by 1 or 2 months by making use of Cerberus, or you can say AI, which is now integrated in the EDA tools. But let's not forget, we are using AI tools, but for that, we still need the semiconductor fundamentals. So we need to make sure that we know what sort of questions we are asking and how best we are optimizing and how best we are using the tools to make sure that we achieve a improved PPA. So talking about the second part, which I mentioned about how is it able to improvise the designer and engineer's productivity. So in terms of design engineers, right, it is now able to assist in timing analysis and reviewing reports. So timing report is generally a report which is generated by the tool, which tells you whether the design is meeting a required frequency or not. And then can be multiple scenarios why the design is not able to meet the frequency. It can be suboptimal layout. It can be some constraints which are not correct. So in previous times, or maybe 1 year before, we used to do a lot of analysis by looking at these reports manually. But now in AI coming into picture, we are now able to improvise on the analysis, and it can also tell you what is the problem in these reports, and also tells you what is the fix you can do to improvise the frequency in the design. Secondly, AI models are now assisting us to review the log files. Log files are generally the part of information for a semiconductor flow, where it tells you that how is the design shaping up in terms of the QR. All right. So it initially it used to take a lot of time to review the log files and to understand how the design keyword is shaping. But then now, when AI models have started getting used, we are able to get a crisp summary about how the design keyword is shaping up and whether it is going in the right direction or not. And thirdly, there is automatic script generation in VLSI or in semiconductors right now, where you would do small repetitive manual tasks every day. But then now you give a command, or you prompt AI saying that, okay, I need this script. Can you build a script for me? We can actually get a typical Python or a Perl code, which is written by the AI, which is actually making your job much, much easier, but making sure that you ask the right set of questions again. So coming to AI redefining careers, it is a sub part of what I spoke before, that design engineers have started using AI as well as AI tools to make the design convergence faster. But what is the expectation from the design engineers as of today? So the need of the hour is that you need to understand how to use AI. You may not build AI today, but we need to understand how to configure it and how to actually make the best use of it. And secondly, with AI skills actually now I think showing up everywhere, right? That there is a Python, there is a ML, there is reinforcement learning. So there is a increased demand for something called as a hybrid profile, which is semiconductor plus AI engineer profile, which will need the core skills of a semiconductor engineer, plus it would need a good amount of scripting in terms of Python, machine learning, and Gen AI or LLM skills. So people who are already onboarded in semiconductor industry, they may still use AI as day to day, but then people who would want or aspiring to be semiconductor engineers, they would want to actually explore these domains as well, where the primary focus should be on the core semiconductor knowledge, but the secondary would be you should be able to understand some parts of it based on Python, machine learning, Gen AI, and the LLMs. So I think coming to the skills needed for the AI and the semiconductor skills, uh, in terms of the semiconductor knowledge, I think the prime thing is to understand the digital design, the logic design, and the CMOS concepts. Secondly, if the freshers, or you can say the people who are going to pass out, uh, they do not know all these concepts, but generally the industry actually expects them to at least have a fair amount of knowledge about physical design, what is the sign-off law, what are the EDF laws, and what, and of course, they may not have hands-on experience, but they will definitely get exposed when they have the on-job trainings, right? And finally, if you want to get upskilled, there are multiple industry-based VLSI learnings or training programs such as RVVLS and CHIPS. So you want to upskill yourself by going through this industry-based VLSI learnings. Thirdly, about the AI and the ML skills, which I spoke before, it is a good to have skill as of today where you can reinforce yourself by learning Python, reinforcement learning, AI, and machine learning skills. So let's talk about the semiconductor openings, trend, and forecast. So there is a steep growth in terms of the semiconductor openings in the last 15 years or so. So from 2015 to 2025, we had approximately 4.6x growth in the semiconductor opportunities. All right. Uh, you see a slight dip in 2025, but that is not due to something which is going bad. It is due to some overhiring which has happened between 2021 to 24, but and also some geopolitical situation between China and the US. So there is nothing to worry because the forecast shows that we are going to grow at least between 6 to 7% in the next 10-15 years, which is approximately, we are going to grow approximately 7 lakh jobs in somewhere in 2030. That means the semiconductor industry has a very bright future. You need to make sure that you are upskilled day-to-day technologies, and you need to make sure that you are on the cards. Uh, Talking about the top three targeted job profiles. So currently, this is what I have just started out. It it is physical design, RTL design, and design verification. These are the three hot jobs generally when you would want to what aspire or you want to become a semiconductor engineer. You can look at these three job profiles wherein you can look for physical design. You can look for RTL design and design verification. So in the physical design, you are mostly into the physical part where you place the standard cells, macros, IPs, and everything, right? RTL design, you actually code with respect to Verilog or a VSDL code. And finally, in the design verification, you test this code with multiple tools. So what I can say is the semiconductor opportunities in the next 10 to 15 years are going to grow, and it's showing a promising future for us. So we better get upskilled with whatever skills we can acquire as of today. But the primary fact is we need to make sure that we have the semiconductor knowledge to what how we can use it. So finally, the key takeaways are the semiconductor industry is a high growth and a high opportunity industry. There is an increased demand in ICs, and which is actually creating improved productivity, which is creating more opportunities. So if we look at this bar chart, in 2025, we are sitting somewhere at $700 billion as a global market cap. But in 2030, we are expected to grow at $1 trillion. That means the forecast is quite good for semiconductors. I would request engineers or the people who are really wanting to now come to VLSI, right? They should explore this domain because it still remains unexplored, and you would want to acquire the skills which are required to be in the semiconductor industry. So I think that's my time. If you have any questions, we can take it up. Any questions from students?
Yeah, my name is Yogesh. So I have a general question. This is not specifically with respect to AI. With respect to the electronics domain, so you showed some job numbers, right? So these statistics are much smaller than the computer science jobs. So one dilemma when I interact with students, I see is that they feel why we should think about the VLSI jobs when so many computer science jobs are there, and they always want to prepare themselves even from a college point of view, they want the students to be placed, right? So if they are always focusing for the uh, um, VLSI domain or something with respect to ENC as background, they'll have to wait for some time or invest in further preparation. So I'd like to understand what is your perspective on uh, the thought process or the path that these students should follow, and is there anything you suggest they pick up in terms of AI implementation while they are in college so that they are better prepared for VLSI jobs?
Yeah, good question. So I think, as I said before, right, that semiconductor is an industry where it is still remains unexplored. So a lot of people still are wanting to understand what is semiconductors. So I think right from the sixth semester, the students can start understanding about the VLSI concepts and get them ready for the upcoming jobs. Or as I said, they can actually get themselves trained in the VLSI semiconductor, or you can say the industry-based trainings from recruited institutes, right? And third part would be they should get in touch with the semiconductor, I mean, seniors who are already there in the industry. So that would make them understand, okay, this is the career path, what I need to follow, and what are the skills which are required to make sure that I ramp up at the correct time and I make sure that I jump and take the profile or opportunity at the right time. I hope I answered the question.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch upon that question. When working at Broadcom, so I'm actually working something semiconductor at the lower layer, while the software at the higher layer. So what I wanted to really answer in a computer grad trying to learn a VLSI from that perspective is no chip works on its own. You have to really understand the chip, what new chip is trying to bring up, what new features have been implemented in the new chip, and make sure your software keeps adapting to that new chip. So that if you, let's say you build a powerful chip, and if you don't make use of those features, all the billions of dollars connected in that will be useless. So the computer guys should also be involved into what makes into going into the chip, what new features, what new registers are coming on the chip, what features can I enable to my end customer. So it's like bottom to up stack. Everybody should know each and everything of the things that you can build a very awesome product.
Yeah, hello. Uh, you definitely covered the technical skills that are required. But apart from technical skills, what are the other professional skills that are required for the semiconductor conductor industry?
I think it's on and on in general that you have a good attitude. First thing, you need to make sure that whatever job has been given to you, right? You just don't crib about that, saying that, "Okay, I don't know something." So you just make sure that you learn whatever is given to you each and every day. Consult with your mentors. Secondly, you need to understand the team environment, like who you can approach in what situation, and you need to make sure that you get in touch with your team properly. And of course, you should be a great team player, right? In that case. So first is attitude, something, because when we want to hire people in semiconductors, I think we generally gauge them between 0 to 100, right? Or 0 to 10. So if a person is still at 60% or 70% with his skills, but with his attitude, he's able to at least approach the the problem and get it in that what do you say? He's able to approach the situation and give a solution out of it, right? We would actually give more weightage to that rather than a person having like 100% or 99% in your what academics, right? So I think you should be making sure that you know the technologies firstly, and in terms of the skills, communication skill is something which you need to develop, or you need to make sure that you know that and you keep talking to people. But I think more and all, it should be similar to what the other industries see. Nothing very special about semiconductors, but I think as I have learned from the past few years, it is all about the attitude and making sure that you take the right help at the right time and you progress accordingly.
I think a lot of the conversation is here more about student being capable to be hired in the market and what they should do to prepare themselves. I didn't come with that perspective.
I don't know who this guy is called AI. I haven't seen him. But I won't ask you a question, but rather I'll tell you what my intelligence understood, what I understood from your slides. So correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, so my intelligence improves. I couldn't figure out what the AI part in this chip design was. I don't believe there was any organization who never wanted to improve its PPA in the chip design area. So they were be doing it in a manual way.
Yes.
Which where the AI part was here. You showed an ARM chip. My poor intelligence understood that there is these specialized chips that have been made, that ARM chip, Neo or something, right?
Yeah.
Those chips themselves help improve the new chip designs. Is that how it works? I mean, I couldn't figure that part. Where was the AI in this?
Okay. All right. So generally,
I came here to learn about AI.
yeah.
Okay, not about getting a job in here.
Yeah.
But I think there's a lot here that didn't get covered. But maybe if you can touch on this little
Yeah.
aspect.
So if we talk about a traditional PPA, right? So I spoke about a 38% improvement in the power and 1.8% improvement in the cell density, right? So this can be achieved by humans, but then it would take a long amount of time to do it. It would take maybe 6 months, 8 months, 1 year. All right. But when a AI agent or a AI tool is integrated in the EDA software, which we generally daily use, right? Suppose Innovus is a software which we use to do the physical design of a particular chip. We may be able to achieve a 1 gigahertz frequency, for example, through our manual work or whatever automation we do. But then AI come into picture, it has actually improvised, it has done multiple combinations with respect to the tools which is whatever are available as of today, and making sure that you now improvise that PPA to 10 to 20% to 30%, right? So it can be manually achieved, but it will take a lot of time to do this. So that is why we have now AI enabled tools such as Cadence Cerebrus. We have multiple other companies who are coming up with AI agents, and a lot of, like I spoke about the technology, right? One is reinforcement learning. Another is a person can learn every day, but then can he be efficient? Can he be so efficient that he will be able to do a turnaround time or improvise the turnaround time by like 50%, right? It is possible, but it looks very difficult. That is why the AI is coming to picture, and it is able to improvise now your PPA.
So you're telling me these are all like automation systems, but where is the AI part of it? Are you telling me these chips also keep learning while they go
So
through?
the technology used, it keeps on learning, evolving over a period of time, and it gives you improvised results.
So let's say you have a power supply chip somebody creates for a laptop. Now there are those same power chips are improving a year after year and a year after year, and doing more and more and more stuff, and consuming less power to give you more power, right? So you're telling me the AI part here is that it just goes on evolving itself with little or no human intervention. And so a lot of the advancing that's happening in the chip design
Yes.
is automated by learning your past,
Yes.
your own past.
So we have a chip now, right? We have like what we have assuming 10 memories or 10 IPs in the design, which the designer actually places them manually or through some scripted automation. But then now AI runs behind. AI does a lot of trials in placing these memories to make sure that these placements are optimal. To make sure that the standard cells which are actually going to get placed with respect to this, right? It's going to make it more efficient in terms of the placement. So as I told you, engineer can do it by 100 trials, but AI in this Cerebrus AI can actually do it in, like, you can say this job can be done in like 10 days, for example, because it runs multiple iterations in parallel and gives you the best model file which can be used in your later iterations also.
All
Thank,
software driven.
thank you, audience.
Software driven.
As we are running out of time for the next speaker, I request you. Thank you. What an outstanding session. Thank you, Kirti Prasad, for breaking down the integrate relationship between AI and semiconductor design. You also very well told how AI is improvising the chip design and productivity along with facts and statistics. Thank you. So, our next speaker brings vast experience from one of the world's most iconic tech giants. We are honored to welcome a tech visionary with an exceptional 28 years of industry experience, a proud GIT alumnus from the batch of 1998. He is the mastermind who successfully established Eureka AI's Global Capability Center right here in India, currently serving as the program director for data and AI platforms at IBM. Please welcome Mr. Saurabh Kaushik. He will discuss AI in manufacturing industries.
Uh, Good afternoon, everyone. First, I want to start with a thank you note. Thank you note to the GIT who has helped me to build my career and many my fellow colleagues who were with me, who were senior to me, who were junior to me. I think this place was magical. And this place was magical not because of this is just some kind of institute and all that thing. This place was magical because of the faculty thinking, because of the facility and the growth mindset. Our teacher, principal, directors, and all the visionary of this institute. So I thank a lot to this institute for building my career and many of the my fellow friends' career. And whenever we meet, we never stop talking, thanking about this institute. And I also say the Belgaum, I call Belgaum because that was Belgaum then. So and it stays in our heart. A lot of great memories of Belgaum. So you are at a fantastic place. It has given great leaders, and I can see many of you will become great leaders to take the mental of this institute next level. So thank you for that. I think about 30 years back, I was actually very stage shy, and I gave a first on-stage presentation and one what you call paper presentation at GITTU. It was Akansha 96, 95. And it was a massive event at that point in time. That time, I think we just started creating those annual events. It was wonderful. I think we have memories of that. And that was the first time I won anything significant. That was on these days. 30 years down the line, I'm sitting and talking something meaningful maybe. But yeah, so it's an experience of that kind. Coming on to the subject, I passed on in 98. So my first project or internship project was with Polyhydron. Okay, at that time we have used to have a computers maximum connected by lens, right? And there were no like we had no emails, but you have to go to Unix lab to access it. So Polyhydron, we kind of gave that idea that you can have an intranet, right? And that was the first project we did it for Polyhydron. Polyhydron was much smaller organization, very one building I knew of that. So we used to go on monthly basis, install our software and all that thing. So that was wonderful. And I know that Belgaum always, as a manufacturing hub, it's continued to stay manufacturing hub. I have not seen many of the what all other things have happened, but I've seen still it continues to grow. So in that context, I'm going to just progress that particular part, and then how that whole AI data and how this is going to play out for this particular industry. I think previous talk was very much into the manufacturing of the chips, but I'm going to extend it a bit more to the industry part of it and try to show you my perspective and how I have seen or I have experienced in my experiences. So next slide, please. So when you see this kind of picture, I'm sure you know what it is. So what kind of feeling it gets you? Does it scares you? So what it is? So it's some kind of dark factory where there are machines are operating, there are robots are operating, there are sensors are monitoring, and more importantly, there is no human insight. Okay, so does it make you happy? Does it make you sad? What is your thinking? Okay. I'm sure on optimistic side, we should think that this is not it. So to address what going to be the human play into these future, I would call it scary picture in a one way. What's going to be the human play in this area? Like, you must be talking, you must have heard China has a dark factory. Nobody goes in there, but there is more to it. So that is some perspective I'm trying to bring it there. It's not a technical discussion, absolutely not. But I'm going to bring perspective how you, as engineers of tomorrow, how your roles will play into this industry and the way it transform, whether today's AI or tomorrow's AI or some technology which comes in future. Next slide, please. So it's just a depiction that, like, what was yesterday's, I can call it a polyhedron of 20, 30 years, and what it could be today or reaching today. So the whole fundamental part of it is AI or its different variant of it. It's transforming the way we operate. Earlier, we used to be very reactive, manual, a lot of paper based, and with very siloed approach to deal with this thing. Even today, I must tell you, uh, uh, we work with a lot of companies and all that. We build system. They give them intelligence, but very narrow, siloed intelligence. In order to make a decision on certain thing, like, I need to improve the productivity of a certain assembly line. Okay, so I need to look at like 10 different system. Like, one is on predictive maintenance, one is, so these are the AI system anyway. But I need to look at like 10 different systems to come to one conclusion. That will take maybe 30, 40 people to build one report, and then it will take around 30, 40 days to present to the CEO to take an action. Okay, that is a lot of time wasted. Okay, so although this AI system is kind of helping you to build these siloed intelligence, but it is far away from that whole optimal situation. And whether you like it or not, you cannot ignore it. These So I think in manufacturing, biggest competition is, as you know, is China. They are transforming very fast. So it is very imperative for us to think in this direction and think fast and implement fast. Next one. So, as you know, with my designation, you would have understood, like, I'm a bit of a data and AI person. So certainly I'm going to play from that strength only. So, but I'm open for, like, there are other views onto it. But the fundamental of any system is data. Okay, right? If you want to automate something, you want to make it intelligent. The fundamental is data. Data is where it starts. Okay, and who I must tell you, I work with Indian organization. I will show you. I work with Adani. I'm not going to just talk about some foreign land transformation. I'm going to talk about something. I worked very closely with Adani and transform there. So the fundamentally, I must tell you, the billion trillion dollar companies still struggle with the data. The data is sometimes data is not there. If data is there, data is somewhere. Even if it is getting collected, it is not getting brought together. Even if it is being brought together, it's creating intelligence, but it is silos. Okay, so those are the key challenges. So data is a fuel to it. Intelligence is the application to it, right? That's how I think that's how we see in the industry. So on the right and left side are the I would call it low hanging fruits for the AI. So these things, what you see, that real time visibility. So your sensors are getting, you are able to see the real time what a machine are operating at what speed, what is the what you call it, wear and tear of it, how much productivity it is bringing, it is slowing down, or it is about to get expired. A lot of things happens. Predictive maintenance. I think this is the field I played majorly across the couple of clients and solutions as well. Smart automation, I have not dealt directly, but as we all understand, these robots' arms are actually getting mature every day, and they are able to do remarkable job very close to the human, human capability. Digital twine is one thing is, it's certainly used for simulation. I think CAD CAM used to be the thing of the past, but I think these things have advanced to massive level. I think it simulates it to very close to the machine it operates. It brings all the kind of conditions around it, and with the prompts and with all the very basic instruction, it can change the way. And more importantly, it is not what you tell it to do, which is generative AI, this generative part of it, which is, I think you understand the temperature, right? So that temperature, it creates its creativity arc, basically. So this digital twin is very, very intelligent. The what do you call it, like, even the fashions and all those things, it can create some of the images, some of the design which you even can't think from the human mind, right? So that is the power it's kind of bringing it in. Quality and safety, I think we all understand. Next slide. So now I'm trying to bring the human in this whole picture. So I talked about kind of a dark factory where humans are not there. I'm trying to bring human slowly how it will play out in future, right? So in operation flow, think of your you already achieved a dark factory, right? You have all these systems who are able to perform it, but there are places where this AI is not mature enough or continue to require human intervention. Okay, think of a situation like, uh, its intelligence is wavering, right, because of many reasons. It get wrong sensor data, it has many anomalies which it can get to because of many reasons, right? So who's gonna watch over those things? So there is a need for somebody to do intelligence supervision. So it's throwing intelligence. Maybe I think, like, let's say quality rates, 99.5 it is showing right now. It suddenly drops. Okay, maybe actually it's not dropping. It drop because of certain disconnection, right? So who's gonna there, or model gone wrong? There are many things which can go wrong. So somebody has to supervise the intelligence which is throwing at you, right? So that is the one thing where humans in the operation will have to look out constantly, and those are the new roles which will play into those, like, manufacturing or any industry. Second thing is, because we human are unpredictable, our environment are unpredictable, because the earth itself unpredictable, the whole universe is very unpredictable, at least the way we can think, and many things can go wrong, many things. So what, when something goes wrong, you get exception. Okay, when the exception happens, machine will stop automatically, right? So you need a human to intervene that exception. So we can call it as a exception manager who's going to watch over it and keep doing the resolution of that thing. While everything is working fine, you cannot be satisfied as a human mind, right? We cannot, like, everything is just perfect the way we are seeing the energy optimization 100% sustainability target we are achieving, etc, etc. But then the third thing is, like, continuous improvement. I am so not satisfied with 99% defect detection. I want 99.99999 percent of quality. So the continuous improvement, that will be continue to be human role again. Okay, so what I'm trying to bring it is the operation, it's certainly getting automated, but human continue to play the like a master on it. One fundamental thing which when anybody discuss with me this AI and all that thing, see, AI or previous generation, nothing, it's nothing great, right? uh, previous technology or this technology, it gives you options to play with. The button of choosing between, okay, so achieving one, so there are two competition in the market, okay, both using same tools, okay, one performs better, another perform doesn't work better. It even happened today, both has lathe, both has automation system, but one is leading the market, one is not leading the market. So it's a matter of choice. So the CEO of that person would have done something different than CEO of this person. So the human mind, that delta is going to be continue to be you. So engineer will always be required to do that delta. How much ever automation continues to happen, the delta in the competition will be brought by the engineers and the executives in operation by putting your own mind. So what I'm saying is, what I think previous speaker said it, or Joan principle is, more you do, more it will get it. So it's just a temporary phenomena that jobs are reducing. It's gonna continue to increase as we speak. Only thing is, we need to transform it, transform with it, with it. Yeah. Next one. So this is where I'm trying to bring the engineer. Previous one was more of a operation. This is where I'm trying to bring the engineer into the picture. Is that so? Is that like, so yesterday's what do you call, a mechanical engineer is going to be tomorrow's AI system engineer. He's gonna look at all the data which are coming from the mechanics, and he's gonna simulate all those create those systems to automate that. We will have a what you call industrial automation. I think there is some branch there. I think those will in which basically you create those there's these machines, or sorry, digital twins, simulations, and all that thing. Those job will be given to those digital twin engineers kind of thing. Then we will have a the quality inspection and other roles continue to come to those things to the engineer. So these all system will be developed by engineer. But so the way I call it is the new system will be developed using intelligence system with the we will be building intelligence system using intelligence system with our own intelligence, right? So that's the summary of the whatever AI place we are calling. So the three layer of intelligence will come together to change the future of the world. Next. So this is where I bring the CEOs in place. So I brought the operations, I brought the engineers. Now I'm bringing the your CEOs. So CEO, what they want is they want a command center in which they can actually they have said it improve the 15% what you call profit, or improve the productivity, or reduce the cost. They don't want to go look at the 30 different reports which are already stale 3 months or 2 months or 20 folks who have worked on it. They want real time. They want from data. They should be able to take the decision in the market today. Okay, so that is the kind of command center, and I must tell you, I have worked on this for for a couple of organizations where they are building these command center for CEO to look at it. Although other metrics certainly matters to the CEO, but I think certainly the last two one his eye will be all on it. Other ones are feeds into that one. So the future of this manufacturing, all these things, is building the command center where CEO or the executives can sit and change the direction of the organization or their manufacturing. So that's the future. So next slide, please. So just I have worked on I worked with Adani for almost 2 years, as a from the IBM, and particularly into their predictive maintenance. But I knew where they are going. This is where they are going. They want to have a command center where okay. So just to give the background. So Adani Energy have a almost 20,000 energy site turbines, the windmills, and then electric powers, water powers. There are many sites in which through which they generate the energy, and they spend a huge manpower to maintain them, keep them running, so that the power gets generated and shared with us basically. So they certainly has issues that downtime of it, right? So they have invested a lot of money to put the sensor, but the sensors are there, but there is no correlation of building the intelligence coming. So again, it's coming to silos. So what they wanted is like a command center where they can look at everything. What is my sustainability rate? What is my outage, total outage? How am I reducing that thing? What is the energy flow going through? So all these work, I have seen it through my eyes. They were not in perfection, but they were on the progress of it. So the future of manufacturing or the industry is going to be to giving the power to our like CXO or other to take real-time decision, so they can change the what you call fortune or destiny of the organization they are leading. Next, please. So yeah, this is concluding slide. So what I'm saying is a dark factory is certainly sometimes scary when we see that then what we will do. Okay, but as I mentioned through my conversation, we will have operator, we will have engineers, we will have business owner will be more of a driving seat. If you are pursuing MBA, you will be sitting driver's seat by looking at all these signal. Maybe there are more advanced signal who will allow you to do very minimum decision making there. Okay, so that is the future I think we see in the industry. With that, I'll conclude. Yeah, thank you. Any questions?
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
I have a very basic question, sir. I'm not an engineer, but I did read a book by Dan Brown called The Origin, which is based on AI. And in the end of that book, what we come to know is that AI has finally started affecting, human evolution and human decision making. So seeing that picture that you said, is it scary? It reminded me of that book, sir. So do you think that is there in the future, or do humans need to put a limit to how much AI can take over our lives?
Yeah, so very pertinent question. So yes, it is affecting our life. There is no doubt about it. And the speed of change is that's what it's making scary. We have seen evolution of many technology in our timeline, but those happen on bit slowly. We could adjust with the time. So what should we do now? I think we have to embrace it. You cannot run away from it. You have to adopt it. A lot of leaders says this cliche quote that any profession, whether it's legal, whether engineering, whether business, the individual who adopts this faster will survive. There is no running away. It's very simple thing, like you would have seen that, there was a contract to be what do you call as US government just floated out contracts to snoop on their own civilians. Okay, the Palantir walks out on on the ethical ground, but OpenAI went in. Okay, so your competition will go in. Okay, so whether you like it not, in the wars and all those things, whether you don't want those drones killing people, other guys will do it. So these things are it's not our choice. It's a competition who has brought us into it. We have to play it, we have to adjust it, we have to internalize it. We can certainly have a debate, but it's out there. It's a reality. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Yeah, thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, okay.
I'm
Hi.
Dr. Anil.
Hi, doctor.
Whatever the speaker we saw, okay, the main thing what we need is the data to use the AI. Okay, that is clear with all of us. Now, as you are from industry, in India, maximum are MSME industry contribute more than 60% of the revenue or the employment and other things. Let's take a simple example of a CSC machine, which will cost me around 40 to 45 lakhs. Okay. Now, to collect the data, I may have to invest on that some sensor of
Absolutely
15 lakh rupees. Okay, maybe 35% of my business. How you can justify me ROE on that?
Yeah, so that's a dilemma. I think it's a good dilemma to have. Okay, so now the question comes down to the scale, right? The scale. So maybe you are operating, I'm just going to think this way, that you are operating at, like, maybe 30 lakhs category, right? And you cannot or like, let's say 30,000 category, right? You cannot afford. So for now, I think best advice is to continue to be manual till you expand your operations to that level, because these technology does cost something. I'm sure in India we are like jugaad perfect. We will get something cheaper. By the time that comes, human is the capital to rely on. And the moment you have a scale, so it's certainly the game of ROI, right? ROI, and you should be very not just because of hype, because 10 people said you should adopt this thing. You should take your current what you call revenue book, current profit book, whatever projections you can do, and if it satisfies it, then only dump in. Otherwise, I think we have enough human capital to help you. But yeah, you have to reach that scale to adopt it. There is no way. Yeah.
But like earlier, Rao said that there is a velocity gap between this AI and the manufacturing industry. Like in small scale industries and all, we have different make of machines. Maybe Adani may be having all similar kind of machines, but small scale we have different kind of different make machines. But how this AI can be integrated for
From the speed point of view,
speed also and technology also.
okay.
Data
See,
collection.
yeah. See, okay. Okay. There are two things I'll say here. Okay. So there is a bit of a hardware cost. There is a lot of cheap hardware also, where you can start getting basic stuff like sucked in. So hardware you cannot compromise, but I think I must tell you, you can always do in the smart in software layer. You can always do a smart game. You can always optimize the cost. There are so many mechanisms by which almost I'm running something on my side. I'll almost run on the zero cost, and it serves the purpose. Okay, so software cost, but yes, hardware is the limitation. You have to go for whatever cheaper hardware. Like I can't name which hardware you have to choose. Hardware investment is yours. You can choose some cheaper hardware, but when you connect to software, then there is so much of smart thing you can do to keep your cost in check. And then yeah, there's so much of that. Open source is there, the free software is there. There are a lot of competitive cloud providers are there, you can choose, which are very low cost. Okay, and they'll provide you velocity certainly, but you need to have a smart partner to help you there. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Saurabh, for breaking down the massive impact of AI on manufacturing frameworks. The transition towards self optimizing systems is incredibly fascinating, and your session gave us the perfect high level and ground level perspective on it. Our next speaker brings a vital perspective to today's conclave, the intersection of technology and human capital. A distinguished graduate of XLRI with 13 years of expertise, she is a leader known for driving progressive, inclusive recruitment strategies. Serving as the lead university talent partner at PayPal, please give a warm welcome to Ms. Priyanka Nayak. As AI reshapes technology, it also reshapes how talent is hired. Priyanka will discuss the influence of AI on talent acquisition, redefining careers.
Hi, everyone. Good. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I'm really grateful to be part of all the brilliant minds that we have here from GIT. And even I felt that at one point, oh, I must have missed something, that I was not a graduate from here, but I'm still very lucky to be here for the second time. And thank you for all the efforts that you have put in the organizing committee. I think kudos to you. So, huge round of applause for you too. Thank you so much. Um, so Satish sir has told me you have like a strict 15 minutes, nothing more than that. So I'm going to keep it very precise and very sharp so that you know the intent what is delivered here. So I'm here to talk about the AI, how it is influencing careers, especially how it is redefining the careers for us. So just to set some context, historically, I think the process was very different for the talent acquisition. There was a lot of exchange between sharing the resumes, profile, calling the HRs, checking with them, hey, is it going well for me? The online assessment and all of that. But now we are in a totally a different era altogether, right? And that has happened because of AI and all thanks to AI for that. So moving on, next slide. Yeah. So, like I said, AI will actually decide whether you will get a job here or not. We'll talk more about it next slide. Okay. So, little bit about me. I have about 12 years of experience in the industry, and I'm hired throughout for the engineering talent. I started with IQVIA, then I moved to consulting, where I was supporting Fidelity Investment and McKinsey, and now with PayPal. But my hiring, what I did 11 years ago versus now, has changed tremendously, and in the last 18 months, it has just set a different benchmark altogether because I feel like, okay, maybe, that was a generation or some other realm that we have come from because that's not the kind of hiring that is happening now. And all thanks to these bright engineers who are also part of the jury members here today, who are contributing so much and feeding so much for the AI, that they have built such strong portfolio or the strong engineering mechanism that we are able to make the smart choice with the help of this. So moving on to the next slide. So here is the stats that I want you to see. And this is real because this is very up to date and this is as of 2026. So what is happening with the application right now is at least 80%, 82% of the large companies use AI to screen the resume, including PayPal, And then the dropping time is about 75%. And the TA leaders are adding autonomous AI agents, which is about 52%. And there are about 73 who use AI chatbots for the initial candidate screening. So, what happens here is when you just apply for the job requisition or a position that is of your interest or your choice, you might think that, hey, I'll get a call, or maybe, that I will get some update. No, but you might end up having disappointment because you end up getting a rejection note. And why is that happening? Because most of the resumes, most of the skills that you mentioned on the profile is very average. So AI will not do that. AI is not function. The ATS tools are not designed and function in a way to kind of do that kind of evaluation what humans used to do. And it has really saved a lot of time. So it will take off all the basic fundamental checks that we do, right? There are a lot of these old-fashioned skills that we mentioned, like how Surya also mentioned in the morning, that it's not about like, hey, you're mentioning 82% or your CGPA. That's something that will take you there. That's not something that is going to take you. It will just take 8 seconds, maximum, I think 10 seconds for your resume to get screened on the ATS, and it will do the job. And that's how the rest of the job will be done by the recruiters as to what should be part of the interview process, which we'll talk further again in the next slide. So what happens between apply and human seeing? So you click apply. There are again, more than 12,000 people who are applying, and this is the accurate statistics that I'm giving you from the recent hire that we had for one position, and that's been massive numbers, right? Just one position, and it will pass the resume in like approximately 8 seconds. It will extract those skills like projects, CGPA, gaps. AI will actually score you against the JD. So JD is one of the most important thing that each of the students, I think, or anybody in general who are applying for the job should be very, very mindful about. That's because there is something called as calibration, which AI is thought about, and it will pick up the tool. It will pick up the keywords. It will pick up the niche keywords which is suitable for that job, and it will actually do the shortlisting. It will do the mapping. Well, is that like a fair or an unfair process? That is something for humans to evaluate further. But a lot of profiles will definitely get rejected and discounted from this one process. So defining your profile compatible to your JD is very, very important, because that's where a lot of tools are designed to give you the math score. And then chatbot screens here. So there is a new agentic AI tool which is actually developed. What it does is it has eliminated, the basic jobs actually, wherein the recruiter screens, talk, and also the AI will do the more like a video screening, wherein it will see the way how you are, whether you are calm, composed. It is still in work in progress, and I think the model and the testing is already done, and it will be out in the industry very soon in the early 2027. So what we hear from here is that, see, it has become so intelligent that it has even been acquainted with the emotional intelligence. It will be able to tell you whether the candidate was nervous, whether the candidate was cheating, whether the candidate used some sort of other tabs while you're interviewing. So these are few of the things which is making the process very, very efficient, right? And that is really helping us out. So that is where your tone, words, and even pause are scored, and that's true. And top 5% surface to the recruiters. So this is when we will have. And when the basic check is done, I will talk to you about what is that we are actually looking forward for. Next slide. Yeah, so your resume again is not being read by a human first. It is read by the machine. Next slide. This is the hiring rule book of 2020, which is mostly obsolete. We thought when pandemic hit, we started everything virtual, and we thought, that is something which is going to give us more insights and capable of doing something new. But what we are today is not something that we thought, look, 2020 was new, because we are updating in such a fast fashion that it is really impossible for us to kind of, match that rhythm or the phase. I always thought that, okay, maybe in people, in human resource, AI might not be that appropriate for us because it's more about humans, it is more about people. But I was proved wrong, and we are definitely, working very closely with all the AI-based ATS that we use for the initial interview process, including the assessment tools that we have, which are again supported by the lot of AI-based agents, which will do the ground level work of how the tool is designed and what is the kind of outcome that we should get out of. So what is dying is the generic resume, which used to get spammed like about 100 companies, because even I remember doing that. I just used to create like one resume, and maybe back then during the start of my career, I used to use that same resume for almost 8, 9 months. So unless I had like a next switch, I'm sure a lot of people would do that. How many of you actually have your profiles updated here? Anybody? Okay. Okay, cool. All right. Which means that you're pretty open in the market or not, or maybe just, being fast paced with the AI adoption. But most of the time it used to happen that, okay, for one job description or maybe for one job, we will use the same, but that's not going to happen now because if you are doing that, you're already behind. So cracking the OA and ghosting the interview. But now it is going to be more of the forward deployed engineer, which we will talk again. First, I'll talk about what is been obsolete. Keyword stuffing to the game ATS, which we just spoke about, and waiting for the HR to reach out. I think that is also not happening here. I personally still like doing that because I really value a lot of human values. I do feel that, just giving a call maybe would make a difference. But let's be very honest and realistic here. If I have like a 12,000 profile in my database and I have to send a rejection for at least like 8, 9,000, I do think, that I would really be able to call them and tell them it will take me like more than I think 3, 4 months or even more than that, even if I have to give a dedicated 1 to 2 hours for that in a day. It's impossible. But AI is doing that for me. It will do everything seamlessly, right from scheduling the interviews, taking the feedback, tracking everything, and also giving the rejection notes, unfortunately. And we are here to give the selection notes. So I learned it in a course that as a proof of skill. So being born, these are the jobs that are highly listed. AI engineer is one of the fastest growing role on LinkedIn in 2026, and it was the same in the third quarter in 2025 as well. We even heard that in today's session as well, that this is one of the most prominent position that we have. So in case if you think, this is something that it interests you, this is something that you have to brush up and build your fundamentals towards the strong approach. And then it is mostly forward deployer engineer. That's a typo. It's about 80% postings in 1 year, which is again massive. We have MLOps, which is again AI evaluation engineer, when the production AI is now a discipline. There are a lot of government and safety roles as well, wherein every industry is regulating. Like I said, even in HR, I did not expect the same, but that's happening now. Domain and AI specialist in healthcare, AI, fintech, and legal as well. So we also have inbuilt AI tool. Again, PayPal being a fintech company, we have built our own tool as well, wherein we do a lot of interaction. We do a lot of work on the day-to-day basis, which is integrated to most of our enterprise resource account as well. So these are few of the things that I think everybody or anybody for that matter, especially in the early careers, because this would be more relevant for you to think from every angle, that what is that you have to look for when you're applying for a job. And you don't have to apply it just because it's a running fashion and it is a trend, because you will not be able to do a good job if it doesn't interest you. Only if it is something that is of your interest or forte, and if you think that you can learn fully, is something that you will be able to give your best for. Moving on to the next slide. I'm sure a lot of you will agree with me on this. Prompt engineering is a career. No, it is actually a skill, I would say, because I think a lot of engineers, correct me if I'm wrong, the one who is sitting in the jury and the speakers as well, that this is something I think they would breathe in and out currently, with what is going on with the ongoing trend. And I personally remember as well, if I have to give you my personal experience, initially during the start of my career, I also never enjoyed Excel. I'm sure a lot of people would agree with me here. Anybody who enjoyed doing Excel initially when it was there? Anybody who hates it? Okay, let's be honest. I personally did, and I was really looking forward for it because one of our leaders, the moment when he said that, hey, we are investing a lot in AI and we want our team to be highly compatible and adaptable, Excel is not something that we should not work with. I was the one who was like extremely happy because, okay, there's something which is going to do take away a lot of redundancy. Similarly, the case with prompt engineering as well. So, they usually do not kind of pay you for the kind of prompts that you give, but how you would think wildly, right? And even in most of the interviews, these are few of the concepts that you are expected to know so that you give your best in your assessment as well. Again, that is also supported by the AI tool. So you have to be like completely thorough in terms of your fundamentals and what you are actually outputting through. Moving to the next slide. So this is my favorite part. Even if I have to give you a few of the examples that we've been had in PayPal, especially from the recent hiring cycle, is that we never start interviewing, asking with the questions like, "Hey, tell me something about yourself," or "Tell me what have you done, what is the core skills that you like," and all of that. Those are gone. I mean, a lot of this screening is already done by the ATS tool, which is supported by AI. The question directly jumps to definitely DSA. That is being one of the most prominent skill now in most of the interviews. Second of all, I think a lot of problem solving questions are given to you in a way wherein they will only gauge your logical thinking and your problem solving approach. These are the two critical aspect, I think, wherein critical thinking and problem solving has been listed as 73%, and these are something, this is a mandate currently, that is ongoing. And I don't think there is AI built, at least now, I'm not sure about the future, which can actually replace this with the human thinking, right? And that was the whole purpose of it. There's so much time that we are actually thinking. And overall, even for the careers also, I think it is like a booming era. I'll tell you why with one of the recent example. Back then, if I had to take from a talent acquisition perspective, there were a lot of roles wherein, they were involved only talking to the candidates, doing a lot of mundane job, doing a lot of the administrative operation jobs. Similarly, I think that was the case with most of the engineering roles as well, wherein they were doing a lot of groundwork jobs, and that is why most of the interns were hired for. But I'm so proud to tell that internship has evolved so much now. And it's all thanks to the AI because they are doing the most of the things, I think, which will save a lot of time and so that they can actually focus more on being very strategic, So even your career graph, I personally think that will uplift pretty soon. Maybe, what it took for me in the 11 years to be today here, I think somebody who would be like just 6 or 5 years junior to me would be at a much higher place with the use of all this platform because they are born and been lucky with all these privileges that they have. So moving on to the next slide. You get hired for what it isn't. So what it kind of handles now, like I said, it will do a lot of screening resumes, writing codes, drafting standard emails, routing code review, pattern matching skills, etc. What you will be hired for. These are the things for you that you have to be very compatible for with the use of AI. That is, the judgment will still remain with humans. Designing systems that actually scale, difficult conversations with real humans. I really hope that with the ongoing trends that we have, there are so many difficult conversations that one has to involve in telling the employees, maybe it was the last day or whatever that can be, right? I just hope that it still remains with humans no matter what, because that personal touch and warmth is something that cannot be given and deliberated to the machines, right? So mentoring juniors and creating leverage and the domain depth and the taste of it. Next slide. Three things that not someday but this week, which I really like to emphasize in any talk that I actually go for, is building something real. Um, you will be, I would not want to term a word replace for that though, but you would be still lagging much behind if you do not build something. Your you should be passionate about something that you're doing, because it will take time for you to fall in love with something that you're doing. And like even Kirti mentioned that, you really need that attitude, that persona to approach that problem, because most of you will actually get hired for that. So if you have that grit to learn, or if you have that passion to solve something, focus on something which is more meaningful and more valuable, which a lot of people can adopt. Like, for example, I'll give you in my own company in PayPal. uh, During the lunchtime, and I'm sure it happens in most of the organizations as well, it's like a massive crowd. Of course, food is something that is exciting for all the employees in the company. So it's like a massive crowd, and we used to stand in a lot of queue. So one of a brilliant mind, who is our own engineer from PayPal, happened to build a in-house website or an app wherein we could just order the food sitting at your desk, just go and scan the QR code, and it was much more easy. So we don't see that crowd now. So you see that that's the kind of approach that you want. Like, you see some real problem, you see how to solve it, and make use of whatever that is available for you, be involved in the task, and see how you can get the best result out of it. And the second is use AI like a senior engineer would. Right? I always tell this, like, never do the work at what you are actually hired for currently, because use that time to do learning everything. But for you to get at that next level, you should start doing the work what you already look up to the person that you're already doing. Right? Only then you will be able to thrive fast in your life. And that should also come like totally out of your interest and your personal space. Not that because, okay, somebody is, pushing you, somebody is pressurizing you. That should not happen. It should definitely flow very naturally. And the third is show your thinking, not just your tools. GitHub and Clear README is something I think which is more realistic and more prominent for all the early talent careers, or anybody who's, I think, applying for a job and is interested in the tech industry. Um, because again, this is not just specific to the one industry here, right? There is so much that you can study, you can learn. Um, and that can actually contribute to a lot of awareness to what you're doing and bring out the best out of you. So, moving on to the next slide. This is again the most common question that I get asked every time. Especially, I think it was this was the first question that I got in the year 2024 when I went to one of the B schools for a talk, that whether it will kill the job. And my answer remains the same, that it will not completely kill the job. Maybe it will kill the average. And I'm not really sure if average was called as the job back then. At least now it is not called as a job, because if you're going to do that, if you're not going to show something which is extraordinarily required with the changing trend, and if you're not adaptable, you're not compatible with all that we're getting currently in hand. So I can say that it might be replaced, but otherwise it will not. Next slide. Um, what? Yes, again, will AI take my job? What kind? Instead of asking that, I think what you should do is that keep thinking about this, right? Keep asking yourself as to what can I build with AI, rather than just thinking that will it take a job? Will it take my job? Will I be replaced? If you live with that fear, I think most of your hours during the day will make you lose a lot of productive time. Rather, I would suggest you to use that time for something meaningful so that you can thrive again. Next. That's all from me. I personally believe that no matter how much AI dominates us, how much it will dominate the human race, Being human and being kind never gets out of fashion. No matter what outstanding AI tools that you use, no matter how you thrive or how you succeed, I think being human is something that will actually not let you compete with AI completely. And that's all from me. Thank you so much. And in case if you have any questions, I'm here to take. Yeah.
I'll give my introduction because my question relates to that. I'm Scholarly Fagun Rishi. I'm the retired Air Force officer. So what you have told about, how resumes get screened. Now, we people in the forces, we do not get exposed to the internet. We do not get exposed to make a resume, basically. So, that which we cannot put into words as per how your AI might be, trying to screen. And then that way we might be left out and would definitely be having the skill that your company needs. So what can we do, to, because anyway, it is so scary for us when we leave, when we come up. How can we, improve our skills so that when we join outside, it's easier for us?
Oh, definitely. First of all, thank you so much for all that contribution you have done for our nation. Um, Here is what I would like to say, right? This is what our AI platforms are for today because you can make use of AI again to give you the prompt to create the resume. You just have to walk around with it, let them know that what are the kind of keywords that is very ATS friendly. It will give you the list of courses that how it should be compatible enough till you get the interview is what you have to try hard. But once you get the interview, it's all your personal abilities and your creative thinking that will get you to the job, right? So this is where I'm coming from. This is where we have to use AI to scale ourselves. If you give any prompt with regard to your situation that, hey, this is what it is, how can I make ATS friendly profile? How can I make my work visible? These are the challenges that I see. This is where all that prompt engineering background comes from, that it depends on the prompt that you give. Be as clear as possible. Do a little bit of reading and it will do the job. I wish you all the best. Thank you. Are we good? Thank you. Thank you so much for being such a lovely audience. I wish you all great success and a great rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you, Priyanka. I really love the caption, a human working at PayPal. What an extraordinary 15 to 20 minute session, action packed. Priyanka, it's incredibly reassuring and exciting to hear how AI isn't just automating processes, but actually paving the way for more inclusive, progressive, and redefined career paths. Understanding how candidates can navigate and redefine their careers is essential for everyone in this room. Thank you for that. That gives us a lot to think about regarding our future career paths. On that note, we will break for lunch. Lunch is served at the quadrangle. We request all attendees to be seated back in the auditorium by 2 p.m. for our highly anticipated panel discussion. It will be really exciting. So please, you can head towards the quadrangle for the lunch. We'll begin the exciting event that is panel discussion in few minutes. We are waiting for a few more guests. Okay, 5 minutes more. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed your lunch, everyone. We now move to the one of the most exciting segments of the conclave, the panel discussion. The topic is AI redefining careers. I would like to invite all our esteemed speakers back to the dais. This session will be moderated by Ms. Priyanka Nayak from PayPal. Over to you, ma'am.
Satish sir, are we expecting anybody? We good? Okay, cool. Hello, everyone. Welcome back for a very nice lunch. So, I would leave it up to all the speakers here to make you awake as much as possible by their wisdom, especially after the lunch. Cool. All right. Thank you so much. Today's panel discussion is really going to be very insightful, and the whole idea behind this panel discussion is for you to take that real, authentic, and organic wisdom from all the industry leaders who are here, right? We have industry leaders from various other industries here, and I will leave it up to them for introducing. So, here is what I'm actually thinking the flow of our discussion. Maybe what we'll do is each one of them can just introduce about yourself, maybe in the most minimalistic but the most impactful way that they remember you for life. And after that, we will get going with our question. So we will start from there.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm architect HS Patil, the real architect, actually, to say. You hear this word in most of the use cases. And I'm a founder of a company called a Design Thinker AGI. AGI at this age means artificial general intelligence that comes near to a human intelligence. And I develop tools for construction and design industry. So being on the creative side, but I have a edge, towards the technical side also. So I thought that why not from the architects to the architects? That's where I pitch in. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Amit Thagni. I'm the co-founder of Demograph AI. I'm from the 2000 batch of GITCS branch. And good to be here and see you all here. Hi, my name is Saurabh Kaushik. I'm a product leader for IBM WatsonX platform. Uh, I what I do is basically I bring the data for the AI to work efficiently. There are a lot of data forms are there. We make it available for the AI agents or AI to work efficiently.
Thank you so much. This is Priyanka Nayak again, and I'm with PayPal for good about 5 years now. I take care of the university hiring and the early careers. So it is my passion to work with the young grads and Gen Zs and collaborate with a lot of universities. So that is one of the best part about my job, which makes my Monday very interesting. So yeah, over to you.
Thank you, Priyanka. This is Kirti Prasad. So I'm working as a senior technical manager in MediaTek Bangalore. So I'm leading a team of 20 plus people in SOC physical design activities. So around 16 plus years of experience.
Hello guys, my name is Avinash Patil. I am working at Broadcom as principal engineer. So Broadcom, most of you would know, is a dominant force for AI infrastructure today. It's the sixth largest company in the world today, and we basically help build AI infrastructure from the networking side, how you connect switches, different GPUs together, and so I'm more on the technical side of it, defining the standards, how to make different industry vendors work together, something like an IEEE standard that we have come across things. And then there are different consortiums that we have to participate as an industry representative and come up with some meaningful output for it.
Thank you. I'm Venkatesh Rao. I'm with Cognizant. I run one of the business units for Cognizant, Communication, Media, and Technology. I also have an additional responsibility of talent transformation, transforming our current talent to becoming AI ready. Since Priyanka ji said something impactful, something to remember. So I am Bhojana Priya. I just had Bhojana, and also I'm an Nidra Priya. So Suryakant ji will make sure that I wake up.
Yeah, hello all. I am Suryakant and I'm working at Microsoft as a principal engineering manager. And I lead a team that is specified in Azure, Postgres, SQL. And I'm for vendor change.
Awesome. That's very nice. So I'm actually feeling FOMO here because I've been surrounded by most of the GIT's alumni. So, yes. So All right, cool. I think that's a good balance in that case. All right. So we've had like a very fantastic start of the day, right? And it's been so engaging, so inspiring. I personally learned a lot of things today from our industry experts, and today I'm really looking forward to dive little deep, so that not just the students, but also I think everybody who is part of this audience can benefit from it. So my question is to Suryakant. Uh, None of you like are saying, right, that AI is kind of eliminating the engineering jobs at a wholesale, but we hear a different narrative everywhere, and even on the social media platform, or even the people that we're meeting. uh, what's like the honest middle ground?
Yeah. So if you see the impact of AI in our day,
Can you just hold the mic slightly, please?
yeah. So what is changing in a day to day life as an engineering manager, or as I see my team develop softwares or features that you portray here. So the low impact work, like creating, like writing unit tests or tests or documentation, all that thing is taken away by agent. So you develop a code, and then you say, okay, generate a unit test case for this particular method or this particular feature. It will generate and give it to you, right? So that is changing. But what has not changed, and what the expectation has increased, is on the system level thinking, right? As an engineer, you should think from a system as a whole, not as a particular feature. So 5 years back, when the new engineer joins our team, uh, I used to be skeptical, okay, whether this person can deliver it or not. Or maybe we will give a small function. But now it's not the case. We say, okay, this is the feature, go and develop it, right? The new joiner or the experienced person, they will be able to deliver it without much help from others, because the AI is there. But whatever we saw it, right? So whatever code has been written, it should be responsibility. I mean, the responsibility lies in the person who has written that code or who has generated that code. That's what it is. So
Thank you so much. So over to that, my next question is for Venkatesh. That in a massive organization like Cognizant, where you mentioned projects rotate, skills matter more than the titles, can an engineer move fluidly between traditional backend work and AI work? So does choosing AI early is more like a pigeonhole?
Just want to understand the question well. So you're saying, can people move from their normal work to AI work?
Correct. So, like, can an engineer move very fluidly despite of all the traditional concept that he has, despite of not being a very AI savvy, where the adaptation could be a problem, more like how it would be for you to more like for them to be capable in the larger groups, laterally a larger groups.
Okay. So honestly, we are mandating everybody has to be AI savvy. There's no room.
Okay.
If somebody wants to remain in the organization in traditional roles, because the work is changing. So of course, Cognizant has a good culture. They give a lot of training, a lot of collaboration we do, and we give certifications, industry certifications, mentorship. All these things are available. But as far as the work is concerned, we all know, and everybody also acknowledges that the work is changing.
Just a follow-up
Yeah, that's
question
right.
to
Yeah.
just a
Yes.
follow-up question to that as well. That is it also because everybody is using, is that why the pressure that each of the organization is building that scale, or is it like we are literally creating a demand just to meet that expectations?
It's both ways. I mean, Cognizant, our business is all dependent on our customers. Our customers are asking for it. Number two, I also see a lot of people, we call them associates, employees, we call them associates. Associates are really interested. In fact, when Claude came up with certification, Anthropic Claude, we almost had 1,000 people certified in record time. We've never seen that. So I think there's a lot of interest in people also. Maybe because of they're scared, I don't know. But I would take it positively. I think there's a lot of curiosity.
It's more to do with the curiosity. Okay, cool. Thank you so much. Now my next question is for Avinash. You are a principal engineer, right? So you've been in the technical textile for a very long time, and you've known like in and out. I think that's the kind of a skill most of the early or the emerging talent would also need to start with. Um, as a principal engineer, what has been the highest technical bar in the room? If you could tell a third year engineering student one thing that would make them better prepared so that they will be relevant for at least 2 to 3 years and not have a threat from AI adoption.
Yeah, nice question. So most often I get this question, the AI is picking up everywhere. What is something I should learn as a new guy in the industry? So one thing like everybody of us has stressed in the presentation is keep your fundamentals rock solid. And the second thing is you're no longer work, entering an industry as a new grad. Because you have a AI today, you are no longer a new grad. You need to think like you are a 5 years, probably putting some number, you are a 5 years experienced person. Because now coding is no longer a skill. Coding is a commodity. So when I say coding is a commodity, what it means is everybody in the room is able to code today. But now there is there is a next minute to up level yourself in that can you review others' code as fast as possible? Because what the patterns that I'm seeing in industry is people are able to write the code in one day, but it takes 2 or 3 days to review the code and then put it in the production. Nobody wants to take the authority that okay, this is rock solid code, and I guarantee that from my I can give it in writing that this will work. That is the biggest challenge that today are facing. So what I would request the early grads or the new grads is upskill yourself and think like you're a 5 years experienced person. You should be able to review the code. In fact, review others' code. That is one of the things that I see missing. You should be able to review the others' code as efficiently, think about the system as a whole, understand the customer's use cases, and then I'm sure you will be. It's basically we're having a throttle to your career to go on to the next level.
And is this like applicable for the across industries or is it specific to one of?
I'm sure this is applicable to across all the industries. There's a debate, he's a big company, I'm a small company, how can I compete? It's no longer that thing. It's the big company versus the fastest company. If you are fast enough, I'm sure you can excel and you can take the big leaders to the podium with you.
Thank you so much. Now my question is for Kirti. Kirti, you delivered again a very insightful session in the morning, and it was mostly over the hardware, right? Because a lot of time we give mostly an emphasis is for the software, and I think most of these Gen Zs, especially, they go behind software and the engineering roles and so on. So, as a hardware expertise plus with the AI understanding, is that like a rare high value combination that you are really looking forward to hire for? Or are you like, just, or is it like an AI specialized enough that the hardware knowledge becomes like a secondary?
I think it actually goes both the ways because if you want to hire someone, right, the primary point here is that you would want to hire someone who has semiconductor fundamentals very clear, right? So you need to have the fundamentals very clear, and of course, with AI, it's a deadly combination. Who I would definitely want to hire, but I would not actually mandate that because in semiconductor industry right now, it is all about how you want to use AI. We are not developing AI. We are actually end product users of
More
AI.
like an adapting
Yes,
to.
adapting to new technologies, new flows, right? So I'm okay to have a good engineer who has good skills in semiconductor and add-on skills with
Yeah.
yes.
So anybody like who is very skeptical that hey, AI is just going in its own way. I don't want to be there. So is it safe for them to say that I would join the semiconductor industry?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. All right. So thank you so much. Now my question is for Saurabh. Saurabh, again, I think your session was also pretty insightful, right? You spoke to us about the dark factory and gave us so many insight, and you were the reason behind imbibing that finding here. So AI work accelerates learning, and that we all witness that in the morning itself in the session. But it also creates like a obsolescence faster. Like what is relevant 2 months ago might not be relevant today, right? And we are like building. So a lot of AI skills like have a half life. What do you think, or how do you think about career longevity in AI focused role versus foundational engineering?
Okay. Yeah, thanks for this question. Priyanka. Yeah, so it's a very pertinent question that like fundamental skill versus and ever-changing trends which are coming into AI. As other panelists agree, that fundamental skills continues to be important because the AI continues to go wrong. AI is still not perfect, and it will never be perfect. There'll be always exception. There'll be always a situation where the human has to go and fix it. I was very recently in a legal tech place where they were talking about like they've adopted all these legal agents platform, Claude, and all those things, but they do not trust not a single word are coming out of it. And so the human work has become more of a reviewer work there. So the lawyer has to know what are the clause, what are the different legal angles to it. So it applies to our thing. And longevity, yes. So what I say to all the students or who are coming into this thing, the three things which are important for our professional. So one thing is like stay curious. So that is always the case. That anything will come, try to go in it. Second thing is creative. So like whatever given, like as I was telling you, intelligence will be given to you. You will have to switch on, like you have to press one of the button that will define your creativity and courageous. Like all these things will give you so much of option. Are you ready to try? So that is where the game shift.
Thank you. Like as you spoke about like a creativity, right? Here is one thing that I have also personally observed. Our dependency is so much on AI these days. I mean, I definitely cannot imagine my day without using Gemini, Claude, ChatGPT, or even Google for that matter. They have become my person EAs, free of cost. So I'm sure it is the same for most of them as well. Especially for Gen Zs, given their dependency is so much on all these platforms, do you think their cognitive muscle or the cognitive function can decline? The creativity can hamper because AI has been outsourcing, right? A lot of the thing has been done by AI itself.
Yeah. So if you see, I think all of us have done some kind of presentation, and I must tell you, all of us have used the
Claude, including
okay,
me.
but all of our presentation were different. Okay, so these things will certainly gives you ease to do things, but certainly your intelligence is not taken away. But if you are just dependent on what it gives, and you are just going and giving it to somebody, you are just doing injustice to yourself, and you will lose credibility in no time. So whatever it gives, you have to apply your brain to make it unique to your personality and to your situation.
Oh, yeah. So thank you so much. I hope a lot of this makes sense for you, and this is built exclusively for all the people who are in the audience. So I think this has been very insightful. So my next question is for you. As a company focused on democratizing AI, like we've all spoken about it now, by end of the day today, we are consuming a lot of AI for sure. We are AI immune today. Like how does AI act as an equalizer for young engineers looking to start their own company and or build a niche solutions without having a massive budget? And this is like an inspirational question drawing from your experience.
So, definitely, as Saurabh said, that or even said that don't think yourself to be a fresher when you come out of the college. Think about yourself like you're a experienced engineer. That is because you are being augmented by the AI capability that is available to you now. When I started my startup, we had nothing. And believe me, the kind of challenges that we had to go through was, I mean, I hope nobody has to go through it. But now you have somebody to consult, to talk to brainstorm you and all, right? So that definitely adds to your, I mean, kind of resources that are available to you. And you have somebody to share your pains and, I mean, and make you 10x than what you are, right? So definitely make use of it. And as you said, I mean, how for a new company it helps. Believe me, a year or so back, we used to release every 6 months. Now with AI, we are able to release every 1 or 2 months, right? With a smaller team. So that's the kind of advantage that so startups are going to get. And believe me, with startups, you don't have those bells and whistles which the bigger companies have and the baggage that the bigger companies have, right? Definitely, there are checks and balances still to be followed, but you can be more agile than the bigger ones.
Thank you so much. That is indeed helpful. So my next question is for you. Um, as we build systems, like we got insight from all the industries that move closer towards, again, artificial general intelligence, AGI architectures, um, what fundamental engineering principle remains timeless, and how is it like completely written? From the architecture point of view, if you have to put it across, what would be that thought process?
Yeah. Basically, when we enter the architecture or any kind of industry, what we have is the process of thinking, which we don't lose to the AI. And AI can say this room is of that size, but it cannot really feel the ambience of the room. It doesn't have a skin. Okay. So we all retain that. So we have given AI the eyes, the ears to do so, but we have not given it a skin or a consciousness where it comes really close to a human. But with the agents which are getting into these days, I mean, every day there are new agents which are born. I think there are more agents than the babies are born today. So they are capable of getting nearer to you. But for that, you have to prepare yourself. How do I communicate with that? How do I make it a hand holding? I would make it like to keep it in my pocket rather than keeping it in as a crown. If you make that agent as a crown, it's going to definitely crush you. So it's always that the artificial general intelligence, that is with if it comes with empathy, if it comes with some cultural identity, then that's a dangerous call. So you have to really say that guardrail that you don't cross this, you be here. That's where we can stop it taking over you. So it happens in the architecture also. Like, suppose it says like, I have designed a building. It says why you have designed. If it starts asking a question, then if you're not in a position to answer, then it will answer, this is the way you have designed it. So you have to put a guardrail and say, you stay here. This is where you are placed. So when it comes to artificial general intelligence, you stop it there. But still, consciousness or mind, empathy, and you put your in your slide being human. So that's where it is. So it cannot be a human. Okay. You don't give a shelter to a robo. It can be anywhere. Okay, it can stay anywhere. You don't feed a robo, but humans we need food. Right? Sir said like Bhojana Priya, we need that. But no robo will say I'm a Bhojana Priya. I'm a work Priya. It will say it is always on the work side. Okay. So that's where it differs, like from humans to the robos or the agents which are coming in the next 10 years or 20 years, wherever the technology is leading. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. Now this question is open for the entire floor. I would leave it up to you who would want to take this up. And this could be like slightly, maybe the most common fearful question that most of them are actually going through now. We see a lot of job cuts, right? And it's been like tremendous. Every year we hear that, especially for somebody who is a early career graduate. He has like a certain list of companies that he is looking forward to be part of, and it could be like a dream company. So if we are here to tell that, AI is not really replacing the job, but we are kind of adapting to this, what is the reason for such a massive job cuts? And how are we going to, see workforce in the next 1 or 2 years, especially in the engineering domain?
I can start with this. See, if your job is cut, copy, paste, yes, you're going to be eradicated. If it's a repetitive, or anything like that, AI or an agent will take over. If your job is iterating, creating something new, creating something out of the box, yes, you are definitely going to stay in this job line. So that's how, like, when you have to really balance where you cut yourself.
Just to add again a little bit, to spice a little bit, maybe it's not just specific only to the early careers, like a very massive, some roles could be very strategic where they need their human thinking involved. There is a lot of other efforts and all of that as well. So, how do we polish that?
First of all, I would like to say that don't get married to your job, right? These are business decisions, right? And such decisions have to be made in the interest of the business, right? And finally, uh, I would say build enterprise mindset, okay, or add value to yourself. By enterprise mindset, what I mean is own things and own it end to end and build value in such a way that you are able to execute the thing end to end as such, right? So that irrespective of whether you have a job or not, you can do things and make things happen, right? So have that enterprise mindset. So Mr. R.K. Patil in the morning, he was talking about why companies don't get created or why IP doesn't get created in India. One of the reason is that we are always thinking from getting a job as the goal perspective, right? I think that mindset has to change and that belief has to change that if I can do something, if I can own something, I can be relevant anywhere. Somebody, as the saying goes, "खुदी को कर बुलंद इतना कि हर बंदे से मर्जी के पहले खुदा बंदे से पूछे." So that is the kind of level you need to achieve in terms of expertise.
Just to add, so as you said, like, there are a lot of restructuring going on in the industry. So the rationale I give it to that is like, wherever it is happening, they are doing the the measurement from yesterday's yardstick. Okay, so yesterday I could build the 10 cars in 10 days with 10 engineer. I can do it with half or one third of it. So that is the bit of a retrospective way of looking at it. And the second point I will make it is, yes, your job will be replaced. Take it in the writing. Okay, but the new job will get formed. Okay, and that is what you have to keep thinking about it. And only the last thing we say, as I think he said, you have to, so right now, prototype, basic creation, demo readiness, it's given. If you're thinking an idea, you have to come with a ready prototype. So the thing which is changing, the place it's changing is impact. So whatever you created, does it have a few customer? Does it, are people using it? So that is where it's becoming difficult, and that is where the creativity, the individual personality will change or will change the game for each of us.
Thank you. Anybody else from this forum wants to add their thoughts? Okay. All right, pretty much. Cool. So, yet another thing that I wanted to ask is, again, this is very specific to the tech industries because we are all from the tech industry here. Most of the companies are now looking forward to hire AI/ML engineers, right? Even though this is like a very in-depth role, it will need a lot of, I think, it is at a different level. You cannot expect just a basic work that they are expected to do for early careers of interns. What is the level of understanding that they need to have? And is it like already readily available talent in the market where engineering managers or I think a senior leaders like you will be available for them to train or something they can adapt with some other variants? Open for one of you.
Yeah, so let me just step on this because because of the industry that I work in. So there are two set of things for any tool. So let me consider AI as a tool. One is the user of the tool, another is the builder of the tool. So most of us, I'm sure that all of us have used AI in some fashion or other to accelerate our work. But then there is a lot of efforts and a lot of openings I can personally attest to, which is basically um, we are finding short of engineers, at least in my domain, that I see don't get people right out of there. So whenever we post a job listing, we have to mention some skill sets.
And we ourselves know that this skill set is not possible at all to find it in the industry because these are all new skill sets. But out of 10 skill sets, even if that guy is able to have 2 or 3 skill sets, I would say he's a good hire. And then the rest of the things he has to build on himself. So when some job profiles go down, you need to look at the equity or which kind of companies are really running up in this particular thing. And I'm coming from an industry, AI infrastructure. I can see there's a massive um, billions of dollars being invested in this industry, and there is an urgent need for us to hire as many engineers as possible. But today we don't find the right talent. So even if you find some 50-30% of talent, we are okay to take an interview and get them in. So the point I'm trying to say is it's okay. You know something, you can always build on to something and make sure you close the gap as fast as possible.
Yeah, just to add on to that, as a hiring manager or someone who is hiring in our team, what we look at is the person's attitude and the past project and past projects or past work the person has done. Maybe, yeah, the requirement is for AI/ML, but we might not get so many people who are expertise in AI/ML. But what we are looking at is like the mindset, what all the skills the person has learned already, whether the person will be able to adapt to it. So that's what matters. So there is no hard and fast rule that these are the skill sets defined. You should stick to all the skills.
Other question as well. Now again, the trend is mostly towards software everywhere, right? There are again background. I think most of this is one of the challenge that even I heard as well. A lot of colleges reach out to me stating that we also have electronic and communications students as well who are available, but a lot of companies do not consider because they give preference to the companies. While engineering is pretty much the same in terms of the core concepts you are there, the specialization differs. What is your messaging for the other specializations, which is non-computer science background? Like, how can they adopt fast or in the fast-paced environment for the AI, given at least from the hardware background?
Yeah, I think frankly, I think you said it right that most of the companies look for
Correct.
computer science graduates because there are so many software jobs in the market, right? But as I said before in my slides as well, there's a lot of opportunity in semiconductors now. So people actually can start upskilling themselves when they are actually studying engineering, right? They should know what is coming for them. How is AI actually helping them, right? So uh, I would encourage them to what have a skill based on the semiconductor knowledge, or if I talk about today electronics, right? So I would actually advise them to make sure that they have their core skills ready. And there are definitely a lot of jobs in the market because as a company we have so many jobs, we have so many opportunities, just that we are not getting the right set of people. So it's not about that there are no jobs in the ENC. There are definitely jobs, just that we need to try a little bit harder. Of course, you cannot compare it with software because there are so many opportunities, but then we are still lagging good engineers in electronics and communication, especially in the core field. So,
So I recently, 1 year back, I hired aeronautics engineer for as a product manager in my data platform. I can feel that his attitude during the interview, like the curiosity, the energy he was pushing. And must have been, I've hired almost 95 PMs in the whole organization. He's the staff, aeronautics engineer. Never touched software.
Yeah.
One thing, interesting thing I just learned in my career is since we build high-speed machines and servers. So earlier, the thermal cooling in our industry, I can tell you, is it was based on fans. So you need some special kind of engineer to design some fans and how do you want to dissipate the thermal energy coming out of the system. But today, because of so much advancements, slowly started moving to the water-based cooling. So you see, it's not just a computer engineering that is really playing a role here. There is a water-based cooling. Earlier, water-based or oil cooling used to have only in engines, mechanical engines, but all those skill sets are now also required in the computer engineering. So more than water, I know that HP has basically built a platform which is basically oil-based cooling, because the fan-based cooling or the water-based cooling is not sufficient. So you see, this is not really opening door only for computer science or only for electronics. There are different domains which are getting explored. Even there are some data centers being put out in the space as well. I'm sure that is much more different than the computer engineering is out there. So it's opening up a lot of doors. It is just the curious minds will find the opportunity. And yeah.
I can add to this. See, when we look into AI, it's in different layers. The top one are the users, the second are the developers, third, it runs on a chip level or wherever it lives. Below that is the data centers where the whole data set or whatever you create is going to settle down. So if you really look below that, then there is a energy which powers this whole setup upwards. So there are people, like I recently read that Meta has signed an MOU with one of the company that has promised to give power from the, uh, from the space. So they are going to leave satellites, they are going to leave solar panels there, and that could be throwing energy onto the earth. Like this is the technology which is happening. It's not just writing software. There are people who need to build infrastructure. So basically, there we play that game, like building an infrastructure, securing it, and protecting it for a larger time. So there are different levels of job which are available. Even if there's one, it's not only for the computers or something. People should understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to add one last thing. So since we are talking about scarcity of jobs or less number of jobs in semiconductors, right? So there is always a path opening up in semiconductors now where we have hybrid profile. So there is some amount of coding in terms of AI, machine learning, and plus the semiconductor knowledge. So if a person is not able to kind of get into the semiconductor right directly, there are some hybrid profiles like this wherein the software industry also targets such profiles, and you can actually get into the semiconductor industry by working in a hybrid and get the skills of semiconductors plus the AI. So it's our choice now. How do you want to take it?
Yeah, so it's basically up to the audience to decide and the students, of course, because this is mostly about redefining careers. So I think this is one thing that most of the early career or the emerging talent can really take into consideration as to, how they want to define their career path. I'm pretty sure, right? In case if they choose one track, there is always a chance for them to fail and then kind of start again with the ongoing whatever we have. Yet another question that I have for everybody here, I think whoever wants to take a lead is fine. As a college or as a parent, what should be that one thing I think that they should carefully invest into either their kids, their children, or their students, where they can really thrive in the industries, especially in this highly competitive market with AI in case.
Yeah, we should still invest in fundamentals. That is more required. Okay, that has to be strong. It keeps changing. So there is technology where, like I have a saying which I always follow: "Man made is man broken." So 10 days there was something which is existing, and 10 days it doesn't exist. But if your fundamentals are strong, if you really invest your children's in putting their skills, the skills which would last for a longer with their life. That is one area where you should focus on. Definitely, but you should give an approach to assess AI. Okay, they should be having the knowledge what's going around them. They shouldn't be like lost out when they come into the field. You should give them an opportunity to explore that also in a balance.
So I have a 14-year-old son, and his passion is cricket. So I kind of give him do something with it. Do something with all these tools are available for your passion. So in couple of days, he figured out and he kind of created a very good app which his friend and school friends
was started using. So he used his passion and all the available tools he did. But at the end of it, he got very precision with a lot of this. Lovable is one of the platform, and like a lot of content creation, website, and all that. So he got to know 5, 6 tools, and then he's gone into the promotion and adoption and all those. Like he became almost a small businessman with all using tools, which I was like, I couldn't have done it. So I think just encouraged to do something in that fashion area which gets adoption or likes.
Sure. This is a ongoing debate. I'm sure being in the university, you guys hear a lot. People make general statements saying that, oh, academics is behind industry, right? How many of you have heard that? Not only in this country, but I also hear in US also a lot. But, I have a different opinion. The purpose of academic, the first thing is, as sir said, fundamentals, right? Academics cannot start teaching, today is chat GPT, tomorrow there's Claude, another day there's Gemini. That's not what academics purpose is my opinion. And another thing, what I remember from my college and whatever education I've gotten is, it'll make you think, it'll make you ask questions, right? Make us creative. If the academics can do that, I think students and whoever comes out of it will know, which technology or which field to go to. So I think India has done a great job. I know a lot of people complain about Indian system, but if you go anywhere in the world, you see a lot of examples. From IITs to REs, NITs to Bangalore University, you will see plenty of examples. So I think that debate can be put to rest.
Thank you so much. Just one last, rather, just another two last question, I would say, and then I think we are good to wrap. One is, again, you spoke about our India, and even I'm really proud Indian as well. I also believe in Atmanirbharta Bharat. So, how are we doing in terms of AI in India? Like, where are we currently? Are we really leading? How long will it take for us? How are we doing well in AI in with Indian context? If you would like to say.
I would say we are far behind. Uh, and the reason for that, again, it comes down to the last point that I made, that we have to start being creators rather than consumers. For these big labs like OpenAI, Anthropic, India is a lab. We are a testing ground, right? So we need to change that mindset again, that uh, we have to keep experimenting. The last question, that let's do more experiments. Don't be afraid of failures, right? And try to be producers rather than just the consumers, right? Try to solve problems on your own, right? And that is where the real true sense Atmanirbharta is going to come in. Right now, we are really consumers of it, and we are becoming a testing ground for others. And if we have to change that, we have to create a local market which can consume local products. Only then that there can be real Atmanirbharta.
Which I think we all of us should definitely collectively progress towards. And one other last thing is for the Gen Zs. I mean, we all know they're pretty bright, very wise, and of course, they also love Instagram and Netflix and other things as well. So, for us to kind of convince them, to adapt to the workspace that we have, is it anytime? Is it any different for all of you here to work with them, or is it a kind of a new culture that you see which you think is it okay? They're pretty much smarter compared to us. Any sort of an expectations that you have from the Gen Zs?
One thing is given, like whether it's Gen Z or any new maybe coming into office, that they already know a lot themselves. They have studied. They have very good knowledge. So the ball comes down to us is that, like, what kind of challenges we can give on the based on what they have already did.
So it's about setting up that next path for them to whatever they have done it, to create something which is unique for that context or for their situation. Situation. So the given is they know that.
I would like to, instead of expectation, I would say, one of the suggestion that I would have for Gen Z is, I'm sure they have very vast breadth of knowledge of whoever are coming into the industry. One thing is, I would like to suggest is, learn slowly. The reason is because in this era post-COVID, one of the pattern that you see is there are a lot of courses being available on the internet. And some of them are like 15 minutes courses, 20 minutes, half an hour courses. Yeah, it's good. You'll get first level information, and which is what everybody should have. But when you want to go really deep dive, I think if you learn the fundamentals. For example, whenever you ask a chat GPT, I'm sure a lot of students would be using chat GPT. It would directly give you an answer. Now, would you take the answer as it is, or do you really want to be curious to know how it has derived the answer? What kind of references? Because after kind of every prompt that you get response, it will try to give you some references. Now, it is very important for a learner to go and click each of the references and understand why it has you will come to that conclusion, and then basically be curious and ask a lot of why and how questions. Learning has to be slow. So once you get here, I think the rest of the part is going to be very smooth for you, and you'll be the differential.
Let to add on, changes are very choosy. You have to really create that nation, catch their interest, and makes jobs interesting, then they would stay back. So for that, we have to get into the shoes and understand that so that we can hold them, understand them, and retain them.
Thank you so much. I think it was fabulous insight from all the leaders over here. And thank you so much for sharing each of your experience, your wisdom. And I'm sure they will not just take this as a gyan, but something that is really valuable. And also a huge kudos to the team as well. I see being in the university hiring industry for some time now, I've realized even the placement team, even the academia, everything is changing. It's transforming, right? Initially, okay, it was very transactional. Okay, the placement would have happened, not happened, interviews would come, companies would go, whatever. It was very transactional. But I do see there is effort, and there is a lot of efforts from the college as well for the students to kind of develop and make them industry ready. So I think all of the young generation these days are really lucky because we never had this platform back then when we started the college. So I do think that you have to make the best use of this and thrive. I wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
A huge round of applause for our panelists for their engaging and thought provoking discussion. A round of applause to Priyanka, too. A round of applause to Priyanka, too, for playing such a dynamic role of session chair for this panel discussion. Your questions, Priyanka, really triggered every aspect and touched the essence of today's conclave. You did a great job. Moving forward, the next session, which features a live product showcase and a talk on B2B SaaS products. We have a tech leader with 26 years of expertise in Gen AI, 5G, and networking. He's a proud GIT alumnus and co-founder and CTO at Demograph AI. Please give a massive welcome to Mr. Amit Gadge.
Can you hear me? Yeah, hi everyone. Good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank everyone, the organizing committee, the college. It's been after a long time, in fact, Just few months back, we came here for our silver jubilee reunion. I mean, we completed almost 25 years since we passed out, so that's the time we came after we left the college. So it was really good. Thanks for that, and thanks to the placement team as well for organizing such an event. Believe me, this is need of the hour because having this industry connect, having this touch with the industry insiders, right, will give you a much needed insight that is needed and which we feel that is one of the missing link between the colleges and the students or the industry as such, right? So definitely, I would say I will encourage to have such events more often because this will give more insight to the students as such. So before I start on the topic, just a few points I wanted to add based on the last few things that uh, I want to make sure that each one of you embrace AI in such a way that it's not that just computer science or just electronics or just a particular profession has to adopt it. AI is the new electricity, and it's going to impact pretty much each and every profession out there because as I was just talking to somebody before during the lunch that uh, the difference between AI and the previous technology has been that AI is the automation of intelligence, whereas the previous automations were automation of mechanical jobs, right? So with intelligence automation, you can just think the sky is the limit. You can just imagine anything, and almost each and every profession is going to have some or the other thing that can be done with it, right? So embrace it and don't be under the fear that okay, AI is going to replace me. As you have heard that it's not AI first, you will get replaced with somebody who knows AI better than you, right? So first, get out of that fear, overcome that fear, embrace it wholeheartedly, and it's going to become a table stake skill now. Just like as Priyanka was saying, Excel sheet is pretty much expected to be known to everybody. Something similar is going to happen that AI is expected to be known to everybody, and they should be able to use it in an effective way to execute their job as such, right? And again, coming to the fundamentals, I think again and again it has been repeatedly said that fundamentals is key. Uh, and just to tell you, if you are an ex-engineer today, right, and if you're an expert with in a particular field, right, AI is going to make you 10x much better engineer in that field, right? So that expertise is going to play a very important role. And just to give you an insight from the startup ecosystem that I come from, investors now look for vertical AI. If you might have heard of vertical area AI, it's about adapting AI for a particular field or particular branch or particular domain as such, right? Rather than just having horizontal things, right? So if you have E&C or whichever branch that you come from and you augment it with AI, believe me, it's going to be a superpower that you're going to become, and you're going to become a Superman as such for that particular expertise as such. So wholeheartedly adopt it. And another important thing which I want to give as an input is that choose a field or even within AI, right? There are n number of things. It's a vast ocean within AI as well, right? There are RAG, there is agents, there are video processing, there are n number of things. You can't do each and everything. You will become jack of all cards and expert of nothing, right? So choose something and try to go deep in inside, right? And have that hunger to learn things, hunger to solve problems, right? And I think as long as you have that fire in the belly, believe me, nobody will take you that opportunity that is available out there. So have that fire in the belly, have that hunger to learn, and have that hunger to adapt. And keep experimenting. That is also very key. And keep learning the new technology because believe me, every month there are new tools, new mechanisms, new ways of doing things that are coming in, right? So as somebody asked, what is the skill set to be learned? Believe me, there is no given sure short skill set that is available because we have to change the tires of the car while the car is running, right? That's the kind of situation we are in. Nobody, I mean, it's just a 2 year, 3 year old technology, and nobody has the skill set who can do pretty much everything, right? As long as you have that hunger, as long as you have that curiosity in you, and you have that ability to learn and adapt, I think, believe me, you can fit in pretty much anywhere. And that is the aspect that anybody who's trying to hire you, right, is going to look for. So please have that and cultivate and groom that capability that you're going to have, right? So coming down to now the topic that I'm going to present. So Democraft, so it's a Singapore-based startup that we have set up. It's a early stage, pre-seed stage startup. And before I start going into it, I just want to show. Can you go to the next slide? So an image is worth 1,000 words, right? But a video is worth 1,000,000 words, right? I think most of you might have heard about image, but video is something not that very common, right? So every product has a purpose with which it is launched. Every product has a problem that it is trying to solve, right? And every product has a story that it has to tell, right? And what better means than a video or a content that you have to create about your product in order to convey the value proposition or whatever the problem that you're trying to solve in a better way, right? And that's the space where Democraft AI comes in. And it's a, can you go to the next slide, please? So it's the problem that we are trying to solve basically is that there is a lot of content people want to create, a lot of money is spent, it is very expensive, a lot of time goes in it. There are prospects or viewers that want to have instant access to your content, but they're not able to get access to it. And a lot of content that is created goes unused and all, right? And sometimes the access also is not that easy enough to get of your content, right? So these are some of the industry challenges and problems that you want to solve and make life easier for individuals and enterprises to create content easily in minutes and make it available in an easier and instantly available for them to have it when they want it, right? So that's where the solution that we are coming up with is basically we are creating or launching a platform wherein you can create the product content, and here by content I mean not just videos but even documents and images, so that you can create the content without any expertise as such in minutes, and use AI where it does the best thing and where you can add value, you are in the driver's seat or in control of the content that you're creating. So please be aware that we are not into video creation like the VOs and the real video creation. The videos that we are talking here is about the product videos where the VOs and the Soras of the world don't know anything about your product, right? Where you need good control of your product, what your product looks like, what is the brand alignment, what is your logo, and all those things, right? So that's where this solution comes in. And agentic video creation is again the new trend, new requirement or need of the hour that industry is heading towards, and that's another next solution that we are going to launch. And till now, you have been using YouTube and all these different platforms where you have been posting your videos and all, right? But that has been just one-way traffic where you can just watch the videos, right? But what users or your prospects want is basically where you can not just view, but even ask questions. So just few days back, you might have seen in Google I/O, Sundar Pichai has launched a new feature called as Ask YouTube. How many have you heard of it? Has anybody seen it? Yeah, right. So that's exactly what we are trying to do, but we were much before them. But what we are doing is basically for your own content, which even YouTube or internet doesn't know about it, right? So here, not just your prospects or viewers can watch the videos, but they can even ask questions, get answers to them, right? And get the kind of instant info access which they otherwise won't be able to. Today, when you go to any B2B SaaS website, you get watch demo, get demo button. And if you click that, you fill a form and then somebody calls you and arranges a demo for you, right? It's a time-taking process, and during this delay and the time that goes by, your prospects or your viewers drop off, right? But whereas this solution, it gives them instant access wherein they can watch the content that is relevant for them, that is tailored for them, and get the answers that they want. Obviously, it's not a full replacement, but it's a first level of filtering where you can do, where your users can get the info that they want immediately. Bottom line, we are trying to create a platform that can democratize product creation, a product content creation, and make that product content work for you rather than just sitting idle and getting the dust that normally it gets. But next slide, please. So here are some of the features that it supports. AI features like AI voiceover, script enhancement, translation, and all those, which are very much needed to make your content global. Hosting and sharing, just like it's like a YouTube for your content, but it's very exclusive. Rather than YouTube recommending your competitor's video, here we don't do that. So you just get your videos and it's directly hosted and viewable on your website. And then different engagement modes. You can send your playlists or demo links like just your video links as such, right? So that they can access at any time, I think, and you can put those links in your white papers or any collateral that you have. And then analytics and integration, right? Who watch, what do they watch, what are they interested, how likelihood are they to get converted or what they're interested in. And not just for sales and marketing, but even for, let's say, your training or your HR or your within your college, if you want to share your videos and let your colleagues or your batchmates know about it, they can watch and you can see who is watching, right? Not just the views, but who is watching, what are they watching, what is the most interested, or what is the most likelihood features that they are interested in. Those kind of insights is what you get to see here. Next slide, please. And then, yeah, these are the different use cases starting from sales and marketing. So these are the secondary part, but the main part is you can create, screen record your videos, you can upload your videos, you can upload your presentations and get them converted into videos. And finally, we are coming up with videos where you can have motion graphics. The way, the slides that Venkat and Saurabh were showing, right? Those were static slides, but more animated, more contextualized kind of product videos is something that we're going to have. Next slide, please. So just to sum up, these are the different, services that we offer. The studio part is where you create the content on your own. This is the SaaS product where you record, you edit, you apply the different features and get the polished content out. And not just videos, but even documents and even GIF files is what you can get out of it. And then Hub is the hosting part where you can host the videos and share the links and get your users view it. And then there is a final creative part where very high-end graphical videos, if anybody wants, that we created using a hybrid process of manual and AI. So that's in brief. I think next. Yeah, this is the last slide. And yeah, I think you guys can also sign up for your projects or your solution or whatever app that you're building. You can use it, record your videos and enhance it and publish it and share it with your batchmates or professors or whoever you want to as such. Right. So that's in brief. I think any questions anybody has, or else can wrap. So YouTube Ask is like asking question about the video that you're playing, and it gives you answer not just based on the video, but also based on the Google search on the whole internet that it gets the answer from, right? So like if you're watching a video of a cycle, the example that they showed that day, right? So it will not just give you the answer based on the context from the from the video, but from the other videos and also from the whole internet searches. So that's more of a much broader context rather than just focus to your videos or your content. Yes. Okay.
Hello. Actually, I had query on analytics and integration that you were explaining. So is that going to include or where we can track all the information of the users that we have? So if you can detail on that.
Yeah, yeah.
So how it's going to store or real time based?
Yeah. So basically, if you want to know who watched your videos, what are they interested in, right? So basically, when you are selling your product, if you want to know what are the customers interested who are watching your videos, right? You can make some inferences out of it, right? So those are the kind of statistics you can get out there. Who watch, which location did they watch from, which country, and all that kind of information you get, which videos, which portion in a particular video have they watched, right? Those kind of insights will help you in improving your content, or you knowing, okay, which particular feature is more clicking with your customers or your reviewers as such. And integrations is more about integrating with your different tools if you have like Slack, email, or CRM or other things as such.
Amit, you have this video when it will be on your servers. Let's say I have made. Yeah. Then when I'm sending this link, it will be displayed on the any browser, or they have to install any
No,
app or
so we give you a widget which will get integrated on your website. So when anybody clicks that link, the video will open on your website as a widget on your website. So they don't have to come to our platform. So the video gets hosted on our platform, but it's viewed on your website. So as if like you are hosting the video. So it's more brand aligned, and it's like as if you are having your own YouTube channel.
So this session has definitely sparked some curiosity in the audience, and I'm very sure that they will be the explorers in exploring this product. Thank you, Amit. With 26 years of experience spanning across 5G, telecom, and networking, your ability to build and scale this next generation platforms is truly inspiring. Audience, we will break for a quick 10-minute tea break at the auditorium frontage. And please return in 10 minutes for the next two technical sessions.
Hello, 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 shift. Hello, hello, mic check. Hello. Hello.
Folks, we'll begin with the next session. Building the future of AI requires foundational infrastructure, and our next speaker does exactly that. A proud 2006 GIT alumnus with 20 years of robust experience, he specializes in constructing high-performance networking systems specifically designed for AI workloads. Please welcome Mr. Avinash Patil, Principal Engineer for AI Infrastructure Networks at Broadcom. He will be presenting his perspective on network infrastructure for AI.
Am I audible? All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Awesome. So, yeah, most of us have know I've been talking about AI. I'm going to take a little different track, and then I'm going to do a little more technical and try to understand what problem basically the networking industry is able to solve for AI. Like I was talking in the discussion, we are having a lot of openings coming up in this particular area. And if you follow the NASDAQ or the equity companies, the kind of companies are having a bull run. The reason is because a lot of investments in billion dollars are going into this space. Broadcom, I'm fortunate enough to work at Broadcom and being in this revolution. So I'll share you my perspective and my insights, what my learnings are, and hopefully I'll be able to motivate you to join this industry. So something about me, I'm alumni of this college. I'd really like to thank all the staff for inviting me. Coming back to the college, it's always a good feeling. So I've been involved in networking for past 18 years. I've worked with different companies like Juniper Networks, Avaya, Norton Network. I've been associated with Broadcom from last 10 years, and then I have formally joined them from last 3 years. So if you talk about what is AI, and then everybody wants to speak about AI in a different way. So what I mean to say is application developer looks at the AI in a different way. The hardware engineer looks at the AI in a different way. And myself sitting on the AI infrastructure, I look at it in a different way. So if you really want to break down the AI ecosystem today, this is what we can segment it out. So at the bottom of the AI, you see there is the energy. And we just touched upon the energy, where I mentioned that all the data centers today are being built. Google is investing very heavily in Visakhapatnam data center. I think they're building 1 gigawatt of scale. India as a country needs 250 gigawatts, but just one data center is asking for 1 gigawatt, and it's just a start. This is going to be a multi-gigawatt requirement, and that's where a lot of electrical engineers and a lot of other surrounding areas also are going to pump up. And when you have a lot of energy going into the system, like I was talking about the fan cooling, the way how you do the cooling traditionally, it no longer works. There is a water-based cooling, there is oil-based cooling. People are putting the data center in the space. Google has really signed up putting a data center in space, absorbing the solar energy. Whereas I think I saw Microsoft probably putting data center right in the ocean bed, and this is just for cooling. And then people are looking at very innovative ways because the traditional way of cooling is not really tangible financially. And if you come a little layer above the energy, it's all about chips and silicon. That is what is the powerhouse. Because the traditional way of having developing application like the CPU, you can only do so much. If you need to have a parallel computing and if you want to get the results as fast as possible, you need to specialize hardware that needs to be built. And that is what is GPU. Today, it's a very fancy word, GPU. And everybody who builds a GPU is being a billion-dollar industry right now. And that is what NVIDIA is commanding the first spot in the NASDAQ. So, and AI silicon is not just GPU. There are a lot of things associated with it. So when you have GPUs, you also want to interconnect each of them. The whole data center should work as a one single machine. So you need a lot of networking equipments, the routers, the switches, and now you have switches and routers. You also need cables. The traditional cable that you see lying around here is not longer sufficient. You need a very high speed. People are talking about trillion gigawatt per second speed, and only limited number of companies are able to play in that role because it's a very niche thing. And now when you talk about cables, people are really thinking of transporting the data not just to electrical wires. It's all about optical transmission. And then when you have optical transmission, it wants to work with the silicon. It should operate at both the same speed. So there is a lot of investment in silicon photonics. It's what is such division that is picking up a pace, and there's massive investment in those areas. So I'm going to touch upon the company name so that you guys also get clarity, which are all the companies that we not conventionally hear of. Most of the companies that we hear is all B2C companies, the consumer end companies. But there is a lot of action happening in G2B or the business side, pure business interaction company, and there is a dearth of opportunities over there. So what makes this chipsets work? There was a question, why would a computer engineer would want to learn VLSI? So that's where I'm actually playing a small role in that. So what happens is when you build a chip, the chip cannot run on its own. You need to write layers and layers of software. You need to have Linux kernel drivers. You need to have a lot of models around it, a lot of standards, because you don't want one company to dominate every sector. Then you are giving all your credit in that company. So you need to be well diversified, coming up with different standards. That's what AI infrastructure plays a role. And if you want to really dissect AI infrastructure, because it works like a single machine, any machine you can dissect into three different parts. One is the compute network and storage. So the compute part, of course, is the GPU, where NVIDIA and AMD is the dominant force today. There is a recently listed company called Cerebras. They have done an exceptional job of placing GPU directly on the chips, so that you don't even need cabling problems also are a little bit solved. And then the second part of this is the networking. That's where I am playing a small bit of role. So there is the Ethernet standard and then the RDMA standard. So RDMA standard was dominated by NVIDIA. NVIDIA started building GPUs much before other guys started building it. And that's why AMD is the number one guy. Sorry, NVIDIA is the number one guy. Other guys are now picking up, and now uh, RDMA is now getting moved to Ethernet because Ethernet is very open source and anybody can adapt and then learn and ramp up because being an open source. And then of course there are switches, and then there are specialized NICs also. NICs is something that basically your GPU server gets connected to the cable wire. There are a lot of protocols and algorithms run, and I would like to double click on this particular area in the next slides. Hopefully, it will tell you the problem that this company industry is trying to solve. And then there are a lot of innovations in storage because after the GPU market cycle happened, now if you really track it out, if you see the memory chips are now booming up. So companies like SK Hynix, SanDisk, everybody has gone 10 times, 50 times in less than a year. That's because once you solve first you solve the machine problem, then you solve the connectivity problem, then you solve the memory problem. It's coming one after the other. So traditionally the computers, when you start, it used to take 15 minutes to come up and then be live. Then you have today laptops where you just open up in 1 or 2 seconds, it's up. But in networking, the scale at which it operates, you need a nanosecond latency. So there are specialized chips called as high bandwidth memory HBM chips, and that is also one of the PSS domain that has been coming up in a very big way. On top of infrastructure, then you start writing a lot of software. You have models. When I say models, you have most of us use ChatGPT, Gemini, but the underlying model is basically it could be a Llama model. It could be Gemini, of course, Google, and then there's a Claude by Anthropic. So these companies are very deep pocket companies. They have invested in research and innovation for so long years. And the Servo AI, I think, is playing into this particular space, as I understand from India. So this is a very niche area that somebody again have a lot of scope. It's a little different, but a lot of openings coming up in this area as well. And then on top of that, AI applications. So this is where the action is about to happen. I think people are really starting up. I think Democraft AI is also playing in this particular area now. But now that the bottom areas are all sorted, I anticipate that in next 2 to 3 years, a lot of AI applications are going to blow up. You can really analyze this in particular how internet evolved. In the 2000s, it's the Cisco and the Intel, those were dominating the market share, largely the NASDAQ. But then in 2010, it was the Google, Microsoft, and all the software companies basically coming up to the speed because the hardware layer was sorted, software layer start coming up. Now again we are back to the hardware layer. So you see that it's a cycle. You just need to read the cycle, spot the opportunities, and then make sure you get out of this very awesome. Next slide, please. So I wanted to double click on the networking part just to state a problem statement. I don't want to go into much detail. This is a little busy side. So some of them whom I'm interacting, they are talking about hallucinations by AI. So I'm sure most of you have used GPT in some way, Chat GPT, but this slide would give you a real perspective what's really happening inside the Chat GPT, why the hallucinations are happening today. Again, it's not just this problem, but this is one of the problems of the hallucination. So a metric that is used to calculate for all these models. So there is a open source community which really tracks all these model performances. The metric is called job completion time. So whenever you do a query to the any AI application, how fast you get the query, the response of the query is the metric that people are looking for. Who is the best possible provider of that? So the JCT is really defined how best you have connected all the machines together. And when I say machines, so I'm giving an analogy of sender and receiver, but when the AI workloads operate, they operate at thousands and millions of machines talking to each other at the same time. And it's a very different problem than how your traditional internet used to work. You open a web page, you click some button, some KBs of data used to get transferred, you get a response back. Even if some packets get dropped in the between, you do a retransmission and you get it and your website is all good. But in AI world, any packet drop that gets dropped, it's a very expensive thing. And I'll explain you why. So basically consider this sender and receiver at two different GPUs talking to each other. And these are some of the challenges that the industry is trying to solve. So nobody is able to solve this perfectly. Everybody is trying to evolve and then demonstrate, I am good, but of course, nobody is 100%. Like how AI are probabilistic models. They are never a deterministic model and never be a deterministic model. Nobody can solve 100%, but a lot of innovations and chips being designed in this area. So one is the load balancing problem. Just to make this simpler, how I would like to say is consider sender and receiver are basically two destinations. I'll give you an analogy of the traffic, then the traffic that you see on the road. The sender, you want to send some vehicles, let's say P1, P2, P3. You have a data, let's talk about it like GIT. You split G into a different vehicle, I in a P2 and T on a P3. So now you have different ways to reach the destination. Because AI wants to talk thousands of GPUs at the same time, one single link is not sufficient. And what if that one single link breaks? Then your GPUs are disconnected, your model is down. No company would want to have that. So what we do is you have different paths to reach the destination. Now, when you have okay, so when you have different destinations, how you can go efficiently, that is one of the things. And then how you can basically load balance the packets and choose different paths optimally and make sure that your receiver receives all the packet at the correct time. So that is one of the problems we are trying to solve. And second is if you send some data P1, P2, P3, you want to receive the data in the same order. Let's say the data is not received in the same order, your data is meaningless. And the last is if any packets are dropped into the network, you end up retransmitting the same thing and your network is busy but not doing anything, and that exactly is the hallucination problem. So I'm keeping it very short in the interest of time. So these are just the terminologies. I would like the new grads really touch upon this and then probably double click at your offline time and see if at all you're giving interviews in these companies. If you speak about this for 2 minutes, I think they'll appreciate it more. Next slide, please. So this is the skill set that today most of the companies that I work for are looking out for. So we can't stress fundamentals enough. I'll just skip this and then some things on the Linux side because Linux is open community. All the companies want to embrace it. If you can try to do some projects in this EBF, DPDK and kernel bypass, I think it will be a very good value addition while giving interviews. Data section algorithms, I'll just skip this. It's very understood. And then AI specific networking, this is a very niche area. Probably the staff and the students can take off. These are some new upcoming areas wherein I think if you are able to just speak about these topics for 2 to 5 minutes in an interview, I think that will show your preparedness that you're coming for this particular company and then they'll be happy to take you off. So RDMA, just to touch on the RDMA is basically remote direct memory access. It's a very specialized field wherein you can transfer the memory from one GPU to other GPU memory without involving the CPU. So at the wire speed, at a very high bandwidth, you can shuffle the data, do a lot of training quickly, and then whenever you ask a question, you want to give a response quickly, you can infer the data. So there is a training model, there is an inference model, and with the inference, you can give exact results. And some of the models are doing very good way. Some of the models start hallucinating because not much memory, packets are getting lost, and all sort of problems. And these are the companies which are really dominant in this. So Arista is a networking vendor, AWS, Google. So basically all the hyperscalers were never focusing on this area in 2010. But now if you see Google has 30% of requirements in this particular area. If you look at the careers page, just click on RDMA or any of the congestion control, you'll get so many openings in this area. And like I was saying, there are not many people who know these topics. And then because there is a lot of growth, you will always see that a lot of startups are coming in this area. And that is, startups coming up and getting listed in the IPO, which means that the space is very hot. And in the last 2 years, there are a lot of new startups like Nextop AI, Arcus, Aria Networks, Aridu, Upskill India. These are all companies, veterans coming out from these companies and trying to solve the problem by themselves and having their own company. So these are the target job profiles, SD, SDET, and then technical support engineer is one interesting thing. If somebody doesn't like coding, you can get into this technical support area. It's like you're understanding the customer's requirements, designing the networks, making good cable connections, efficient cable connections, minimum number of infrastructure, and getting the high bandwidth out. Next slide. And then these are, I mean, I could call it as a perennial skills. So this is like these are skills will never go away. Like I was saying, coding is a commodity now. Everybody knows coding, but this is what will always remain in and relevant in the field. So one is review. I just spoke about. I'll skip about it. So and then how you design the test case. Okay, if you ask any chat GPT, is going to write the test cases, but you have to remember that AI, the models always work in isolations. They don't have the complete context. And then you are the one who is going to give you the context. So you need to fine tune it, come up with the right test cases and not just the chat GPT test cases. And then this is, I will just touch upon the RCA. So because I see this thing quite standing out from an excellent guy, from an average guy. So RCA is basically root cause analysis. So anytime a bug is found in the production, I think people are paranoid about that bug. And largely because a lot of people say, I don't know what's happening. And I think that is the worst way to answer anybody. What what is expected out of it, what is the problem and why it is happening. People are not interested in fixing the problem immediately. People want to have the understanding and the control over the problem. And fixing, of course, it may take 1 week, 2 week, 3 week, that's completely fine. But do you understand the problem? Can you suggest what are the workarounds? And to answer this, even ChatGPT is not able to do it in a very honest way because it can only be done by a human. And like I was saying, it takes a senior engineer who has really understood the requirements to really come up with an RCA. And then, of course, like, you need to have complete system level skills because the AI always works in isolation. When you stitch all the things together, it may not work as you want. And then these are little obvious, own the integration. So you own the job and you be responsible for your things and don't just say that, this is all written by the agent and I'm not responsible. I think that's a no-go for me. So I'll keep it short in the interest of time and I'm open for any questions. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Avinash, for pulling back the curtain on what it truly makes the power of AI revolution. We often talk about AI models and software, but your session brilliantly highlighted that without a robust, high performance network infrastructure, none of it is possible. Thank you. We are delighted to welcome back Mr. Saurabh Kaushik from IBM for his second session of the day. He will now delve into crafting agentic AI and data solutions. Over to you.
Right. Right. Hi everyone. Good evening now. I think so. Okay. Um, okay. So I'm going to touch upon this particular presentation from the three angles, basically. So although the title looks like I'm going to be talking a lot of technology, but not. I'm going to be introducing three things predominantly. One thing is want to introduce you like product concept. Okay, why, like crafting solution is no big deal, but crafting a product which has some value in the market, that is important. So that's one part I'll talk about it. Second thing is some philosophical angle on how this agentic AI as a technology are flourishing. And third thing is I'll try to connect this whole engineering 2.0 where as I said, we are building the intelligence using intelligent tool with our intelligence. So I'll just talk about that. So I'll keep it brief. So next slide, please. So failed product. So I'm sure you have seen many failed product, but if you have seen that, like no metaverse and like a metaverse, many of the failed product are there in the market. And what I want to basically make you aware is when you are thinking about a solution, there is a way to think about it. So if I have to think about, there are many aspects I have listed down that these could be the possible or probable failure aspect of a failed product. Uh, right now, I don't want to go into any particular use cases, but if I have to say which is the most important or most significant reason for product failure is is the one which does not deliver the value to the end user. And then second one would be is something which does not deliver what you call the experience. Okay, if ChatGPT would have taken you 3 clicks or 5 clicks and would have given you 3 or 5 clicks and would have asked you many questions, you wouldn't be the ChatGPT wouldn't be there where it is. If ChatGPT was giving you answer, but it is not trustworthy for you, you do not trust it because it does not have a right citation. Those are the trust issues it has. And they have done the marvelous job of engineering, but what if it would have taken a long time to respond to your query? So all these are the key constituent of any AI product or any product per se. So I just wanted to bring next slide. Just bring a quick concept on when you are thinking about a solution. There are three things you should look at, like when you start on it. First is basically user desirability. So that's you keep it in mind. So three hats you have to wear. User desirability. Uh, is there a user who wants it on without it can live it, or without it his life will be miserable? So that is one part. The second part, what I will say is it feasible, right? Is it like technologically feasible? Can you deliver it in time and etc. And the final thing is, can it like deliver value to the business itself? It should have a ROI for the business itself. So once the three aspect comes, then the product comes together. Your solution becomes the product, and that's where thing. Right now, building solution is no big deal. I would keep it that way. But building a product is certainly a big deal because you have to bring these three elements together. So I just wanted to touch these things. So just remember this particular framework. Other things I will not go. Can you go next, please? Yeah, so just skip that. I think I'll not talk about it. Okay, so I just wanted to bring quickly on this thing. So I think what we see is in Chat GPT and I think Claude, I think we all talk about it. It's like, it's a very one-dimensional system. You give a prompt and it gives you output. But point is that whatever it output gives, you have to do many things outside the system, right? So if you're trying to solve a business problem, it will give you some aspect of it, but still you have to go and work with another system like financial system, marketing system, or sales system, engineering system separately. You have to work with 10 different systems to bring something in motion, right? So what this new technology, these LLMs and all that, what it has given you, you can see it can create plans, right? You can ask question, it creates a plan. So I think the next evolution, what it came down to is, so if it can create plan, why can't it make it in action? So that is where this whole agentic AI thing, so it creates a plan, you can create action for each of that. So that is where it becomes the agentic. So it's a very natural evolution from generative to agentic. And I think the cycle is very similar the way we do it on our mind, right? Like, no, anybody gives us a problem, we go through this. We go through the cycle in our mind subconsciously. We reason it, we plan it our head. We try to get a context of it, like by talking to the relevant folks. We use right tools. The tools could be anything, right? Could be mic, could be stage, could be Google. Tools could be anything to achieve the meaning. And then data retrieval, you may want to take the historical data or take the relevant data to make it in action. So the whole cycle is very natural to our human being, the way we do our job. So what it has agentic AI has done is it's just a reflection the way we do operate every day. So it's nothing what you call out of the blue, or you need to learn something differently. It is very natural the way we operate ourselves. Next slide, please. So I'm just kind of expanded this further. So as I said it on the right side, you have to keep it in mind, like, for the business, what are the KPIs they are looking for. So you have to keep in mind while defining the system. So it could be called the designing backward, okay, or developing backward. So you have to keep the KPI or whatever your business or your organization is looking for. Um, So agentic becomes, I'll just give very quick thing. So in morning also I was giving like we develop a lot of systems, like no we develop maybe I think a data analyst system, somewhere we have a content management system, somewhere we have a what is campaign management system. So when a business asks, can you in this case can you increase Q3, maybe Q3 is a upcoming quarter, right? Q3 revenue by 15%. So the whole system can come together rather than I'm talking to 10 things. In today, if you have to do this thing, right, you have to talk to many different departments, right? You have to talk to you have to understand how the product is currently, what all it's doing, what is the market trends going on. If I know those things, um, um, uh, how the content should be designed and created, uh, how the campaign will be launched, and how the monitoring of that 15% will happen. So these all system will come in natural sense. We do it, different department comes together, but it takes 1 month time to run this campaign, or 2 months time to make it realize. With agentic AI, is all this orchestration is the key. So these intelligence system work together to achieve your objective. So the future is going to be, there are lot already, there are systems are there which will become the agent, and then there will be orchestration of intelligence which will be done through this kind of framework. So that is the crux of this whole AI, AI agent or collaboration is kind. So building orchestrating intelligence over a lot of intelligence system which are already there. So that's the simplest thing. There are a lot of technological part. I will not touch it because I think there are enough resources in the public which I think you can tap in. But that's a philosophy is, it's a very natural way, the way we operate, and multiple department come together to realize a business objective in very short period of time. That's the whole point. Yeah. Next slide. So there are different layers. So as we know, as we have seen, network has 7 layers and all those things. So infrastructure, we know, I think we have a lot of folks who have talked about it. Data layer, we know that. This knowledge layer is one important thing which a lot of organizations are struggling, because these agents will talk into the natural language mostly, and they understand natural language, but they do not understand your structured data. They do not understand the relationship of it. So there is a lot of motion is going in the industry on making this knowledge layer very what you call very easy to use for these agents. Okay, so there is, I think, I don't want to go into details. There are knowledge graphs, the vector databases, and all that, which are making the agent understand the whole the legacy databases or legacy data underneath. So that layer is very important. I think we are working very heavily in this area to make these the below layer and top layer to talk to each other. Right. So agent layer I already talked about is orchestration of intelligence. Many systems get connected and work together in a this thing. And experience is all about how you make it easier for anybody to consume your intelligence. It should be in one line, or it should be I'm just talking to a system and it's giving me answer or doing the job. So just wanted to just bring this framework there. Next slide, please. So okay, I'll not touch too much there. So this is an example where I have worked with EY, in which what they basically, I'm sure you know what EY does is they are basically a business consulting organization for very large companies. They have many special thing in insurance, other stuff, but that's what they do. To achieve that, they have a multiple department. Multiple department has been developing system for last 30 years, and they are very intelligent system. The point is that if given a problem, to bring a report, EY report out for a certain organization, it will take 1 month, 2 months. Okay, by the time the report comes, it's already stayed the way things are moving. So organization like them or many other organizations trying to see that how they can orchestrate this intelligence, like all these different department, if all this becomes agent, and then there is an orchestration layer where we give the problem of increasing the 15% revenue. It can actually create a plan, can talk to all this thing, reason which each of the output, balance it out, eval it properly, and gives the output. So there are a lot of organization are already on this journey to connect all the department to bring the report instead of 1 month in a 1 day or 1 minute. So that is where I think key motion there of this agentic AI. Many there different applications are. This is one of the application. I think a lot of organizations are trying to do. Next slide, please. So just want to touch upon that as I think we have already. Okay, so I'll just close it, and I thanks a lot for this opportunity. It was wonderful, and Satish sir and everybody, it was wonderful experience to be here. I'd love to come again sometime. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, apologies in advance. So thank you, Sarah. It's truly fascinating to know how industries are shifting from autonomous goal-driven agentic AI that can act, reason, and solve complex data problems independently. To bring our technical track to a close, we have a very special session focusing on the ultimate frontier of this technology. We have a strategic visionary with an incredible 27 years of foundational experience, a proud BBB alumnus from the batch of 1996. He is an executive leader specialized in integrating cutting edge AI and artificial general intelligence workflows. He is currently pioneering intelligent tools for the next generation of designers. Please welcome Mr. H.S. Patil, Principal Architect of AGI, to speak on Artificial General Intelligence AGI.
Okay. Good afternoon. So I'm taking a different area of the stage because I have to be connected. I want to control my slides. Okay. I thank GIT for giving this opportunity. I thank Department of Architecture for recognizing what we are trying to do. And I would like to enlighten you with, because we are from the creative field, how architecture and design are using AI, and being architects where we can help them, and being a little bit on the technical savvy, I have taken this field. So AI in innovative architecture and design careers, a roadmap adapting for artificial intelligence in the architects and design in the age of AI, because we are already living in the age of AI. The next step, it is artificial general intelligence. That would be a near to human intelligence, but still it cannot be human because we possess so many other qualities, and it would be a near to human. How do we prepare, adopt, and take it, take its advantage to live in this AI era? So it is all there. So there. Okay. So somewhere in this thing, I call it as a data-driven renaissance, because in the 15th and 14th century, there was a revival of architecture, art, and anything, like many things. Like there were people like Leonardo da Vinci, then Michelangelo, where the period of Renaissance happened. It was somewhere in the 14th and 15th century. Now we are in the 2026, that is Renaissance, the data-driven Renaissance. Next. So what is knowledge in data-driven renaissance? Knowledge is code, insight is art, design, and architecture, because I'm specifically speaking on that topic. And what is the wisdom? Wisdom is to integrate. If I have to give an example, like if you go 10 years back, there were people who used to write banners, okay? But suddenly there was a rush of large printing formats and they're obsolete. If they would have integrated, they are surviving. If they wouldn't have integrated, they would have perished or shifted to a new job. So that's what I say. We have to integrate with the new technology that is coming on. So next one. So for creative minds like me, I loop around these four tasks. That is, technology is compression of time. Right from the innovation of wheel till today's AI, whatever innovation is happening, it is compression of time. Yesterday I used to go on a car. Today I fly. It's all compression of time with technology. I always said that man-made is man-broken. Today there are so many firewalls built, so there are hackers ready to break that firewalls and extinguish it. So man-made is man-broken. So we believe in that. God-made survives. Man-made gets perished. Smart for us is the shortest and fastest way of doing a task in a without compromising on quality. That is what smartness is for designers. because we deal with real empathy and we try to create architecture which is felt by thousands of millions of people. I believe in this. Change is constant. Like me, there are many people who believe in this. Change is constant. We adopt this for the growth. This is very necessary. Next. So with the shifting technology, because I come from the old school, I I come from the old school where I started with T squares and Z squares. Still, that exists here, but I have given drawings which were done with technical papers. I have like when we were in last semester, CAD was offered as a elective. Me, I think Ritesh is here, and another person. We were the only three persons who opted for that. So I am entering an AI agentic era right now. So I've seen all the phases. So for architects or civil engineers or who are in the construction industry, the phase has changed from drawing tools to the commanding agents, where you shift your role as an orchestra. You just have to command, orchestra, and get the work done. That's the role what you will be playing in the next 5 or 10 years. That's where I'm going to pitch in today. Next. With this knowledge, what AI can do in minutes, we have developed our own tool, but still, many people who work in SketchUp and other things, we know that we give this raw SketchUp and we give a prompt to iterate, then we get these. So we developed our own model, that is design thinker model, because we felt in other GPTs the geometry was getting lost. So we wanted to keep the geometry with the creative people. We wanted to hold that. So we give only the metadata and the image data to a model. We took a diffusion model 1.5, trained it to the Indian contemporary architecture with 3000 images. Then we started using it. So these are some of the results which come out of it. I can use for iteration. I can use for many things to come in the next slides. So these are the things what architects do, which took a lot of time in the earlier times. But with AI, with prompt and with the models, we can do them in minutes. Okay, that's where we can, we can spend our other time in iterating, being creative, because this is a mundane job. So whenever an intern goes into an office, he does all these mundane jobs, but he has to go through that to be the master builder. So these takes with AI, we can do this in minutes now. Next. I'm quickly running. So how good is a model? I just took my apartment with the Google Street model. I prompted it out. This is the output. So that, these kind of clients do come to us and say like, we want it in the next day. But earlier it used to take 2 or 3 days to do these things. But today, with a click of a button and a prompt, I can do this. Next. So what I did was I got this iterations, but I thought, can it develop a 2D graphics or a orthographic graphics? I give a prompt, make an orthographic elevation of the front elevation of this given image. Yes, it can do. It is getting trained and it can do it. Next. So this was a quick client where we do a lot of renovation works. So our model can be done. That's also in minutes. Next, please. So with this knowledge, I want to take an agenda, the mistakes what designers do when we try to adopt AI. And I would like to touch upon what is artificial intelligence. Then the 4 literacies, what we should adopt to welcome the artificial intelligence. Then what is the future role of architects in the coming era? So next, please. So what are the 5 mistakes that really matters? Why do creative people go to sleep? The one thing is they outsource their curiosity. Question of asking why, if you outsource it, then you're dead. If necessity is the mother of invention, then curiosity is to ask why that invention, whether it's a good invention, whether it will help us. So if you lose that curiosity, then you're losing or selling yourself to AI. The next, please. So don't run it fast. Go back. Yep. So outsource curiosity is like AI develops a lot of options. Like, so if you say like keep developing, but you went nowhere, you don't ask why you are developing so much, then you lost that engine. So giving out to AI and not asking questions, you become a middleman rather than a great designer. So ask questions like a child. The silliest question, have that curiosity to learn the new things. So curiosity always helps you to learn new things. So confused with speed. I know AI develops thousands of image. Then I can say I have developed so many images. Is there consistency? Is there a progress? Have you iterated from the bad to the best? If progress is there, then you are using the AI in the right manner. If you're not just developing, you are using and wasting time, you're leading to nowhere else. So AI makes you faster. Progress is not equal to velocity. So no compass, speed gets you lost faster. So you are in a loop. You don't end up getting something out of AI. The third one is like handing over judgment to AI. So if you hand everything to be AI, done by AI, and you say whatever you're giving is right, then you are lost. So don't do that. You always question, why are you giving me this? Like whenever you prompt, you want me to do this, you want me to do this. But if you keep saying yes, 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 rather than asking your own desire, then you end up somewhere else where you never wanted to be. So that always happens. So don't hand over judgment to AI. So judgment is a muscle of a human. So accept AI without scrutiny, thousand representations you fall. Next. So next one. So forget the body. AI is just made to help you. Then it's not made to do all the things. So if you have a design, it has to have something else in that. So if you lose the body to AI, then you're lost everything. So there's a sterile, no humans, but the life is with the humans where I iterate. The fifth is mistook pattern for insight. Okay. What usually works average the internet, great designs break. But somewhere I say out of the box thinking is really needed that AI cannot do. So you as a human can do that out of box thinking. So we can do much more better things than AI can do. So always you say what you want to do to AI, it can help you out. So AI is brilliant in pattern. Okay. It says X, it takes 100 Ys and says this is the best Y. But you have to ask the question why that is the best Y. Have courage. And if you refuse, nothing will happen. So you have the courage to break that pattern. Okay. As designers, we break patterns and create new patterns. That's where we stand for. The next one. So the only unforgivable mistake is to stop thinking. Don't stop thinking, but still use AI, love it without becoming a slave for it. So AI is already here. Have a proper balance with AGI. The next thing is AGI, which I'm speaking is artificial general intelligence, where empathy is needed, where AI is trying to reach to that empathy. So AI has certain qualities, but it's still not able to achieve these. The spatial intuition, AI can give you about space dimension, but it cannot feel the space. Architects, designers can feel that space and say that this is the space for made for humans because AI has never lived in a space. We live in a space. Then there is something called as cultural empathy. So AI is still struggling to reach that. It may not be able to reach that. It can say that certain color of this culture is good, but it will really not live that culture. So it fails at that level. Ethical judgment. So it has a black and white understanding, but it doesn't have a gray understanding. So when you have 100 shades of gray, which is best gray has to understood by the ethical understanding. So AI is still struggling to reach that. So AI cannot reach that. So there is analogical thinking because we all design with that. Suppose we want to design, develop our concepts. It is with analogical thinking. We don't just rely on a digital way or any other means. We really take analogical thinking and use it. So ambiguity, like having hundreds of things to make the right decision, is still not doing it. Is not able to do that still. Creative synthesis, that is our goal, that is our soul. We we rule on that, but still AI is not able to reach that. So based on these domains, it might reach, to a level where the AI agents would learn these or come near to these 6 patterns what I have identified for designers, and it can reach, and but we should be able to manage that. To manage that, we need to have certain what I can say, we don't go absolute, we would be the collaborators with AGI. So AGI is coming, it will think across domains, reason, plan, and even want things, not just narrow like image generation. It will ask why. But the question is not that if it is coming, but how well prepared are we to take this AGI and lead the next level of profession. So narrow AIs, it does only one thing, but when it comes to AGI, it does many things like humans might do. There is no understanding, but AGI will have a genuine reasoning, no memory across. There's a continuous learning when AGI comes, no goals of it, but it might have emergent goals. Then tool, AI is a tool, but it becomes a potential pair with you, which walks along your side and holds your hand. Next. So today's AI is brilliant expert. AJ will be different. Best time to prepare for AJ was 10 years ago. And I say that today is the best day to prepare for that. Next. I'm running a little fast. The 4 literacies, what designers should practice if you want to adopt AI. So don't forget creating, because that's what keeps your next level. That's what keep you alive. Make something, create something every day. Sketch, model, use the best of the tools. You can use the basic, your pencil dirtying your hand, or a text pad where you can sketch something. Don't stop creating. If you stop creating, you're dead. So keep creating, keep iterating. So creation boosts your ideation, what I can say. This helps to survive in all situations. Imagine tomorrow the server is down, there's no AI, and you want to give a submission. This creation will really help you to pass that. Next one. So even if you're old, okay, keep creating. That's the image why I have put this. So prompt, definitely. The only way to talk to an AI is prompting. The way you speak to AI, how well you speak, you can understand the model, the limitations of the model, how best you can iterate with the model. Then only you can speak with AI. So a bad prompt is a bad output. We start scolding the LLM. This is not doing that job. This is what I require. But you're not spoken it the right manner. So prompting is a skill. Like many people said that, because with AI we are speaking a natural language. So that language has to be understood. Prompting makes you perfect. What is in your head, you're written down. That is the perfection. So prompting leads you to perfection. So prompt enables to put creation words to reach perfection. Good prompts help to save time because AI's work on token, and token is energy. So if you're not doing, I mean, if you're unnecessarily giving tokens, you're consuming a lot of energy, getting a lesser output. So learn prompting. I know it's a new skill. I think Madam also told it's a skill to be employable, but not a fully employable. It's a skill to be learned. Next. Next. So automate. I think there are a lot of agents which are getting defined with AI. So automate whatever is in your hand. That is like there are certain things, repetition, cut, copy, paste. When we talk about architectural profession, there are 2 ways of job. One is the mundane job of doing drawings. One is the master architect's job of creation. So the mundane jobs could be automated, like checking mails, the generating drawings, BOQs, and all those kind of things could be automated. Then the things for iteration, we can use other tools. So as young architects are getting into this AI field, I say that they should know the coding structure. They can do wipe coding because coding is managed by most of the AI LLMs which are available. So don't worry about coding. I don't know coding, but if you have an idea, definitely you can get that product done by yourself. So learn, build BMI tools, that is Revit, Grasshopper. These are the tools. The next they are already learning it, but they can apply the same thing with the AI and enhance it. So when you do that, you're free on the super highway. because automation helps you to spend your time on creativity. Yes, this is the literacy. Say no, be ethical. When AI can throw you a lot of stuff that is not required, you have to reject. Don't say that AI has told me I will do this. No, say no to AI. It will not scold you. Maximum you can reject it. So it could be anything. Anything bad is happening, say no to you as a designer, because you're going to create a larger impact when you come into I mean, when your product comes out on this field, you're going to lose your what I can say, respect if it is really bad. Saying no builds better system, ethics, and quality in your workflow. So for a moment that no could make them feel bad, but the decision really helps you out. Next. Next. So our future role, we would be the orchestras of our entire system. So translation between agents, we would be called as system architects or designers. We would be having agents at one side. We would be having the soul and the code of design at other side. It is like managing the yin and yang, the balance between the good and the bad. So we'll be like orchestras of the next level of architectural profession. Next. So how do we integrate? There are a lot of models. There are a lot of agents which are available right now. The next. Next. There's a BIM model which is already existing in the construction industry. But when that is overlapped with the agentic model, so we have a different area of workforce. Like, so students can get into these kind of areas where they can integrate BIM, agents, and the LLMs, which can help their product to be coming out in the market. So AI agents and BIM integrated work system can be made available with us. With this, okay, there will be the conceptual studies when you integrate. Energy saving, cost reduction could happen when you integrate AI agents and AI LLMs. Next. So the future of design, the studio is no longer a factory of models, drawings, but a laboratory of design intent. This is going to be the future studios where iteration and research would happen. Next. So we came up with this model as a design thinker idea. Ho gaya. So we founded the design thinker AGI 1.5 years back. Two architects working for architects and design industry. So we thought, like, where do we launch ourselves? The first one, yeah. So academics, bots, and our sole design service, because we have a model called as root, shoot, and fruit. So we want to catch the people who are in the root level. We want to catch the people who are already studied, and we want to catch the people who are already grown out. So we want to train them, enable them with AI skills, which would help in their industry. We are developing apps which are for architects specifically for them. We are developing so many apps right now. One app is out. Yeah. Then the architectural service, what we are into. Next. So with this, we formed Design Thinker AGI. Our tag is empathy meets algorithm. And we built one app which is on the market, DTA SketchUp rendering engine. It is an extension which works in the SketchUp module. You can install it. The details can be taken from me later. So we get high quality rendering in minutes. I've shown some render. So this is the render time in three minutes. So I said technology is compression of time. That's where we are working for. Next. These are the few samples which happened. Like architects, we want to see things in artistic manner also. So our model is capable of doing that. We have trained it. It is able to do these kind of outputs, can be taken out from our model. Wait, yeah. So I said data-driven engineering, you go back. Yeah. So the renaissance is happening. It's up to you to be part of it. Take AI as it comes. It will not replace you. Just run it. Okay. Next. So the image what I created, this was a source from which I created. AI will not replace architects and designers, but it will replace the one who doesn't use it. So enable yourself to use it. So thank you. Next. I was a little fast because of the time constraint, but I hope I made my point here. Thank you. Any questions, please?
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Patil, for beautifully bridging the gap between
Thank
cutting edge AGI technology
Thank you.
and tangible world of architectural design. Using AGI workflows to solve complex design environmental challenges is definitely forward thinking shift that will entirely rewrite the industry landscape. So, ladies and gentlemen, what a phenomenal mind expanding day it has been here at KLS GIT. We have spent the last several hours diving deep into Engineering 2.0, completely redefining the future of careers. The key takeaway, as Sir mentioned, AI is not replacing the engineer, it is elevating the engineer. The tools are definitely changing, but the need for critical thinking, creativity, and foundational engineering excellence remains absolute. Lastly, before signing off, I would like to take a moment to express a thank you to our audience for being so deeply present today. We could not have asked for a more receptive audience. Have a great evening, guys. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Respected Chairman, Governing Council, Karnataka Law Society's Gopte Institute of Technology, Shri Rajendra Belagavi, Principal Dr. Vijay Attavale, Deans, HODs, faculty members, dear parents, and future engineers. On behalf of KLS GIT, I, Professor Prajakta Patil, extend a very warm welcome to you all to this special session on Engineering 2.0 AI Redefining Careers. Today at KLS GIT, we witnessed an inspiring gathering of innovators, industry experts, and technology leaders through the AI CONCLAVE 2026. Eminent speakers from global organizations such as Microsoft, Cognizant, IBM, MediaTek, Broadcom, PayPal, and leading AI startups shared valuable insights on how artificial intelligence is transforming industries across the world. The conclave highlighted how AI is revolutionizing cloud computing, manufacturing, intelligent systems, networking, business solutions, and even the way companies hire talent. And one message stood out clearly throughout the day. AI is no longer just a technology trend. It is shaping the future of every profession, especially engineering, and offers a plethora of opportunities to the young engineers looking for a promising career. Today's session is about opportunities, emerging career, future ready skills, and understanding how every engineering discipline, from mechanical to civil to electronics, computer science, biotechnology, and emerging interdisciplinary fields, is being redefined in this new era. We are privileged to have with us the academic leadership of our institute, our respected HODs, deans, principal, and chairman, whose vision continues to prepare students not merely for jobs, but for leadership in a changing world. So we begin this journey into the future of engineering. I invite every student and parent here to keep an open mind and an inspired heart. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Engineering 2.0 AI Redefining Careers. As a part of AI Conclave Engineering 2.0 AI Redefining Careers, we shall now revisit the insightful keynote sessions by industry experts from leading global organizations, followed by the presentations from our department experts, showcasing how every domain is evolving in the era of artificial intelligence and emerging technologies. Here's a quick video featuring insights from our keynote speakers of today, Mr. Suryakant Mutnar, Engineering Manager of Microsoft, and Mr. Venkatesh Rao, Vice President, Software and Platform Engineering, Cognizant.
Is, and then what the DevOps, and then how AI is impacting cloud computing and AI. And then I'll talk a bit about how you should prepare yourself on the DevOps roadmap, or like you want to excel well in the AI. Right. Next. DevOps. How the AI is impacting cloud technologies and DevOps. Next, please. And this is what the agenda. Then before I start, I want to ask a few questions just to understand like how much deep I can go. How many of you use cloud technologies here? Hands up. AWS, Azure, GCP. Okay. And how about DevOps? Does anyone know what DevOps is? Yes. Okay. Yeah, maybe I think. Yeah, so I'll be just talking about what the cloud technologies is, and then what the DevOps, and then how AI is impacting cloud computing and AI. And then I'll talk a bit about how you should prepare yourself on the DevOps roadmap, or like you want to excel well in the AI. Yeah. So whenever we talk about cloud computing, three things come here, right? So infrastructure as a code, infrastructure as a service, and platform as a service, and software as a service. And cloud technology is something where, it's like having your own computing resources without you buying hardware. So for example, you want to, let's say, have a database. If you are running maybe a demo, ideally what you will do is you will download some database and then you will run it in your laptop and then you will use it, right? So you are owning the hardware, you are owning the database, and you are responsible for its up and down time. But if it's with cloud, you will just say, go to the website, maybe Azure or AWS or GCP. You say, I want this particular database, and then you say this to be running 24/7, and I need, let's say, 1 TB of database, and you will just specify it, and then it is available for you, and that's what is the cloud. And when we talk about cloud, these three model comes. One is infrastructure as a service, where the cloud providers provide you the hardware, right? So they will say, okay, you take VM, you install whatever you want. Maybe you want to install a web application.
So we see that there is some hum in the videos, and the recording has not happened properly as expected. So what we'll do is we'll change the plan. We'll not show you these video clips because of the quality. We will have the department experts talk to you instead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Moving on. May I now invite the experts from Computer Science and Engineering Department for their presentation. Good evening, everyone.
So whenever people hear computer science, all they think about is coding. It's actually much more than that. Computer science is not just about writing programs. It's about learning how technology works, learning how to solve problems smartly, learning how to build solutions to make all of our lives easier. Okay, so one of the common question that we have come across from a lot of students and parents is that they ask us, what is the difference between computer science and AI? Okay, in a very simple term, I can explain you. Consider computer science as if you're learning how to run and build a restaurant. Okay, you're learning how to build, how to run a kitchen department, how to run the billing department, how to run customer service, how to run delivery, all of that. And AI, there is one special chef in the kitchen who is an expert in cooking Chinese dishes. That is what AI is. This is why computer science students, they can work in a lot of areas. They can work in AI, they can work in cloud computing, cybersecurity, they can work in application development, they can work in data science, many fields. There's another new tradition, new trend that is evolving is this growth in startup. Okay, nowadays students are not just looking for job opportunities, they actually are becoming entrepreneurs and creating startups and creating job opportunities for other people. Okay, one important, please, next slide. One important point I want to explain to all parents and students is that a computer science degree is not just, only involving only IT job. Okay, our GIT computer science graduates, they have jobs in healthcare, they have jobs in aviation, they have jobs in automobile industry, they have jobs in banking. Next slide, please. They have jobs, some of them have jobs in entertainment, a lot of them have jobs in education, and they are entrepreneurs. So some of them have started their own startups as well. So computer science engineers, they are everywhere. So I would like to conclude by saying that computer science is not a course. It's a overall development, a foundation where it opens doors for you, to achieve multiple career opportunities in the future. That is what computer science is. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for those insights. May I now call upon expert from architecture department for their presentation.
A very warm good evening to all present here. I welcome parents and students who are aspiring to know about architecture as a profession. So today I'm going to, talk about how AI has, come on the way of architecture. Architecture is known as, art of science, So when it relates to art, we talk about creativity, science talks about technology. So it is not just the technology which is going to rule the world. It is about how the creativity and technology, when they come together, we can create miracles on this earth. So the future of architecture is becoming smarter, faster, sustainable, and technology driven, with artificial intelligence playing a major role in this transformation. AI helps architects design more efficiently by enabling faster planning in data analysis, energy optimization, realistic visualization, and smarter decision making. It supports sustainable and user centric designs while improving accuracy and collaborations. So, at our institute, we prepare students for this future of integrating AI and emerging technology into architectural education. So, students learn advanced tools like BIM, parametric and generative design, and also digital fabrication, smart building systems, and AI powered visualization. So these technologies help them create innovative designs, energy efficient buildings, and climate responsive architectural solution for the future professional practice. Students also learn advanced software and digital workflows for 3D modeling. We also teach them how the simulations to be done to the buildings. We teach them to do ethical rendering by giving appropriate prompts and collaborative project management, which is the need of the hour. So through many workshops and live projects and interdisciplinary learning, they understand how AI enhances creativity, problem solving, and sustainable designs. Next. AI is not replacing architects. So this is very important for us to understand. So AI cannot take the jobs of architects. So we are the main core thinkers. AI is just a tool which will help us to make the things work faster. It acts as a smart assistant that reduces repetitive tasks and helps architects focus more on innovation and human-centered designs. So we are not here to just to design a small, 1,000 square feet building, but we are here to design the cities. We are aiming to produce the cities which are more sustainable in nature. So with the help of AI, we will be able to generate all these things very fast. To strengthen learning, we invite many experts from the industry to conduct workshops and hands-on training for our students. With AI and also the smart infrastructure, environmental performances, and digital construction technologies. So this exposure helps our students, to keep them updated with current industry trends and future practices. In today's competitive world, knowledge of AI and emerging technologies gives our students a strong professional advantage. By combining creativity with technology, we aim to develop future architects who are innovative and their technology skilled and capable of designing intelligent, sustainable, and future ready environments. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for those informative insights. May I now request Aeronautical Engineering Department expert for throwing some light on this topic.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm Dr. Purushottam Pekate, Assistant Professor, Department of Aeronautical Engineering. Today I'll be briefing about role of artificial intelligence in aeronautical engineering. Artificial intelligence is like a smart assistant that helps engineers design, test, and operate aircraft better, making them safer, cheaper, and more efficient. Now let us move to the next slide, wherein we will know the use of artificial intelligence in unmanned aerial vehicles. Operations with support of artificial intelligence, we can make smarter decisions, autonomous operations, real-time data analysis, efficiency, and mission success. Last but not the least, moving on to some of the recent projects done by our students. Live telemetry and real-time dashboard. This tracks live data like altitude, roll, pitch, and yaw, performance parameters, and validates the structural and aerodynamic model against real-world atmospheric condition. Next one, generative design and FEA optimization workflow. User give the input of a propeller blade and the model is generated, and it also give ANSYS FEA output, which will be validated by the engineers. Second one, defining aeroelastic flutter boundary. User will give the input of the wing, then model is generated, which will be analyzing the vibration and structural damage. Third one, integrated system packaging and fluid dynamics. It aligns internal payload architecture with external aerodynamic efficiency. And the last project depicts the virtual representation of the experiments conducted in the structure lab. Finally, artificial intelligence does not replace engineers. It works with us for better tomorrow. Thank you, one and all. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those highlights. I now request Civil Engineering Department expert to come to the dais for the presentation.
Namaskara. Very good evening. This is Dr. Vaibhav Chate, heading the Department of Civil Engineering, and I'll be briefing about AI tools used in civil engineering at GIT. When we talk about civil engineering, it is mainly connected with country's infrastructure and development. And when we would like to go for construction, that means we need to consider five basic amenities, which are very fundamental for survival of life to exist on Earth. They are air, water, energy, land, and space. So using these five elements, we can find many applications because we need to go for town planning. We need air, we need water, we need energy, we need space, we need land. How to make use of this is becoming difficult in the years to come because the resources are going to be limited, population is going to increase. So these are the challenges that we'll be having. So under these particular cases, how the AI is going to help us? So the artificial intelligence is one science and technology which makes computers think intelligently. So that particular intelligence will be making use for data-driven project planning, design, and construction management. How we are using? So we'll be using in different domains. Let it be in structural health monitoring, let it be in environmental analysis for prediction of floods, for disaster management, for early warning system in case of tsunamis, because we cannot stop earthquakes or tsunamis. We need to develop something so that we can save the life of the person. A doctor saves only one life, but millions of lives depend on civil engineering. The risk that persists is going to be more on the civil engineer. That means the ethics, the judgment has to be very strong. If we are going to make use of the AI tools, that is going to help not only the engineering decisions, but also it is going to help the country to grow in a smarter, safer, and more sustainable manner. With this background, the Department of Civil Engineering at GIT is offering some of the skill labs, as well as we are training the students, as rightly pointed out by Dr. Patil sir, who presented on BIM. recently we joined hands with the Autodesk partners, wherein we have signed the MOU and our students are being trained in BIM. If you just Google also the opportunities for BIM for civil engineers in India or Bangalore, you will get more than 25, 50,000 rupee, 50,000 job vacancies. That means the future of the civil engineer depends on the skill set with which he has studied or completed the engineering, not just with the fundamental aspects. So not only Revit or BIM, we can have some AI integrated tools like AutoCAD, STAAD Pro. Next slide, please. These are the other additional AI tools that we can use based on student interest, whether he'll be interested in structural engineering, whether he'll be interested in environmental engineering, whether he'll be interested in transportation engineering, and accordingly we can suggest. So these are some of the examples with which we are going to train the students, and I would like to say our department is ready with AI to train the students. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those informative details. May I now call upon the expert from Electronics and Communication Engineering Department for the presentation.
A very good evening to one and all, and welcome to the parents and students for the today's evening session. Myself, I am Dr. Supriya Shanbag, and I am heading the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering at KLS GIT. So all of us are aware that today AI is no longer confined to computer laboratories and software industries. It has become a transformative force across all the engineering domains. Especially with respect to electronics and communication engineering, it has been redefining the way intelligent systems are being designed, optimized, and deployed. So traditionally, electronics and communication engineering involved hardware, signal processing, communication protocols, embedded system, and semiconductor technology. With the advent of AI, all these components of electronics and communication engineering are now becoming intelligent, they are becoming adaptive, they are becoming autonomous, and more importantly, they are becoming connected. So we at the department are aware of this transformation that is happening, and we are aligning our initiatives to take care of the advent of AI, and we are making a structured effort to incorporate AI in our academics, research, laboratories, and so on. With respect to curriculum, rather than treating AI as an independent subject, we are making all the effort to have an integrated approach wherein AI is being included in all the EC course subjects. We are having foundational courses which include artificial intelligence and machine learning, AI enabled signal processing, embedded AI, edge AI computing, and so on. So, our main intention is not only that students should be aware of the AI algorithms, but our intention is to make them understand how these algorithms are being used in real life electronics and communication engineering. Also, at the department, we strongly emphasize on interdisciplinary projects wherein the students of electronics and communication engineering are collaborating on projects with computer science, AI, ML, mechanical engineering, and so on. Another important step that we have been highlighting at the department is to strengthen our laboratories so that experiential AI can be taken care of. So we are progressively upgrading laboratories into intelligent systems, which provide the students the facility to carry out embedded AI experimentation and provide a platform wherein the students have development platform as well as simulation environment so that the electronics, hardware, and AI counterpart go hand in hand. We have a advanced AI embedded lab that is set up at the department. And perhaps the most encouraging outcome of these initiatives at the department is that the enthusiasm with which the students carry out their projects related to AI in these laboratories. There have been many projects that have come out of these laboratories which have won in many of the competitions, hackathons, and also there have been conference paper presentations that have come out of such lab association. So the projects mainly involve in the area of intelligence surveillance, predictive maintenance, remote sensing and GIS, computer vision, and so on. So this lab basically provides a platform for our students to become industry ready. We understand that we alone cannot work in isolation as an academia. So we are making efforts at the department to have collaborations with AI industries, healthcare sectors, and also research organizations. Our faculty members, along with the teams of students, actively are involved in carrying out AI-based solution projects to AI-based industries such as Docketron, also providing healthcare solutions to KLE Hospital. And our faculty members are also involved in research projects with universities such as University of Malaysia, Fiji, and so on. So in conclusion, all that I can say is artificial intelligence is not here to replace electronics and communication engineering, but it is surely here to enhance the possibilities. The future belongs to intelligent systems, and hence AI, electronics, communication, and intelligent systems should work hand in hand. And at the department, we are committed in building an environment wherein academics, research, and innovation are aligned to AI enabled engineering. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for those enlightening details. I now call upon the expert from Electrical and Electronics Engineering Department to come forward for the presentation.
Respected dignitaries and parents and my student and colleagues. I'm here to give an overview of AI related to electrical department. From morning, we have seen a lot of AI cloud data centers, and I can say that we do power those data centers, and our need comes when we have to power those data centers, and in return, AI power us in many ways. I have listed few of them. First one is a smart grid. Everybody having a power crisis, so we do have to manage the power flow, demand forecast, weather forecast, all that. Load dispatch centers, they are managing using AI. Then we have every industries have hundreds and thousands of machines. So if I can predict their lifestyle, fault detections, maintenance, right, I can improve efficiency of the industry and overall productivity of the organization. We have fault detection is a major role in our electrical system, that we have a huge network and we don't know how to locate the fault many times, and after location then the rectification starts. So AI will do help us in detecting those faults in time and more precisely. Renewable energy, of course, is a key areas that we are integrating renewables to our grid, and how efficiently we can make use of those renewables at different times and locations. That would be the key area for AI to pitch in and improve the overall efficiency. Then energy management, efficiency, electricity, as we are know that we are too much dependent on oil. So how can we increase the energy efficiency and renewables into our grid and make use of the AI? Of course, EV is one more domain again, where we may get a tariff based on the times. So I can charge my vehicle when the tariff is low. So I can use AI for that purpose, and then I can utilize the EVs in the way I want it. So that could be again one more area. Of course, communication, IoT, all those are areas. So to support all this, we have already three curriculum subjects into our us. We have a subject called Smart Grids, where we teach how grid uh, types, maintenance, and all those. We have already one more subject on computer applications to power system, where again a lot of theoretical mathematics are involved, and also we teach them at second sem level. So we want to make our students ready for to face these challenges in the power sectors, especially. And these are a common problem faced by even the common man. So we want our students to train electrically as well as using AI in both ways. And in coming days, there will be more curriculum upgradation in this particular area so that we help the society in a better way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the information. Up next, I call upon the Mechanical Engineering Department expert for the presentation.
Good evening, everyone. I am Dr. Tushar from the Department of Mechanical Engineering, and I am here to present and say inform you all about what AI can do in mechanical engineering. Has anyone here thought of taking admission in mechanical engineering from the students? Student side, anyone? Okay, one. Thank you for that. That gives me much more confidence to talk on the stage. Okay, so the moment we say mechanical engineer, your complete thought goes towards large machines, people working on the machinery, which is a branch. You feel that it is totally away from the computers and all, but it is not so. Nowadays, if you see the computers, they have taken place at a very larger scale, even into the mechanical engineering, and that is what I am here to showcase you all, like how AI is taking a shape into mechanical engineering. Now, understanding these technological changes and the trends, we have incorporated AI into our mechanical engineering curriculum, introducing the AI subject into the introduction to AI and applications, AI in Foundry, and also we are integrating the AIML concepts into the core subjects of mechanical engineering. Our final year students, they are using these core AIML technologies for the carrying out the projects and solving the real life examples. Bridging the gap between the mechanical and AI, we are having the modules at our branch which can help even the non-programmers to help them get acquainted with the coding technologies. Students from our department, that is the mechanical engineering department, they are gathering success in the AI competitions with the many engineering students having interdisciplinary teams winning competitions and prizes at various national level events. We are also introducing the concept of factory at the campus, wherein a complete working factory itself we are establishing at our college, which may soon be introduced. Placement for the mechanical engineering students, if we see, we are having one of the highest records for the mechanical engineering placements. And the last year itself, out of the eligible students, most of the students have been placed with a wonderful package. Apart from this, moving ahead, going to the next slide, please. These are some of the key areas wherein the AI can help the mechanical engineers. If we see these domains, all these areas were earlier worked by the expert people from the area having vast experience only in the domain, and later on in the further era we had some computer systems helping, and now it is the era of the AI wherein the AI tools are helping people in these related areas. So like for example, we have the design optimization, wherein the design is still created by a mechanical engineer, but the optimization of that design, AI technologies or the tools are helping us to do that. We have the predictive maintenance, where the AI technologies collect the data from the machines and they suggest when that machine can have a breakdown or when the maintenance of that machine can be scheduled. We have the quality control while placing the cameras at the inspection points. The camera capture the data or the images and they can tell where the flaw or the defect in that product is. We have energy optimization. The AI systems are studying how the machines are consuming the energy and with what setting of the machine this energy consumption can be reduced. We have virtual testing so that the actual testing can be avoided and you can save some amount of material, energy, time, and so on. We have inventory management systems from the AI helping the mechanical engineers where it predicts what material may be needed at what time. We have performance prediction, we have thermal management, robot control, and generative design. All these sectors of mechanical engineering, AI is going to help us in a lot larger way. To cover all this, we are empowering our mechanical engineering students to learn these AI tools and make the best use of them by first of all, incorporating the direct subjects into the mechanical engineering. We have a concept called as the open elective in the fifth sixth semester. Students from mechanical engineering can go to any branch of engineering, say EC department or computer science department or AIML department. They can attend to that subject from the department and get to know more about this AI or any other technology for that matter as an open elective. So we are providing this platform to all the mechanical engineering students. So definitely you can think about selecting the mechanical engineering branch at KLS GIT, where we are supporting students to learn this technology at large. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those wonderful details. Moving on, I now call upon Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning Department expert to come forward and throw some more light on this topic.
Thank you, madam. Good evening, everyone. This is Dr. Kuldeep Sambrikar, heading AIML department. Thank you all for being here today. Your presence here shows that you are really committed for your ward's future, right? And that is what exactly we are at GIT. We are focused at GIT. To give an example, like since today morning we had an AI conclave. If you see there are many number of speakers who are the alumnus of GIT. And this shows that what we are focused at and dedicated at. Since you have kept on hearing the word like artificial intelligence, right? So artificial intelligence, what it is a buzzword for everyone. So let me put in a simple word. As we all know, artificial intelligence is everywhere. It is covering all the sectors. If I say from banking to education, in engineering, like what my colleagues have spoken, and to the apps, what we use in our day-to-day life. So AI is everywhere in our life. So the next question comes to your mind is my ward or is my child future ready? So here, I'm happy to say that at GIT, we are making your wards future ready. Yeah. So at Department of CSE AML, we just don't teach the subjects. We are making your wards future ready, where our curriculum is designed in such a way that what is used in industry, the same industry topics are being taught in the curriculum. We have developed our curriculum, which is a future ready curriculum. We are also helping students to work in practical aspects where we have skill development labs, where people from industry come to the campus and help students to learn by doing rather than reading part. And the most important thing is we involve students in doing real-time projects and practical-based learning. To give an example, two of the projects which are listed over here is the online ACA helpline project, which is from a Belgavi community, and one is the helmet detection project, which is the live projects, which is taking place in GIT. And also to add more here, at GIT, we have NVIDIA 200, which is an most powerful AI computing systems used globally. And very few colleges have this. And what does this NVIDIA 200 does it? It helps us in computing very faster. So gone are those days where we used to use calculator. If I talk about multiplying 4 into 4, I would say 16. But if I say 1025 into 25, we give a pause and we do it on a piece of paper or calculator. But now with this NVIDIA H200 computing servers, the computation can be done in a faster way, which helps our students to solve the problems very quickly, do live projects and get the results faster and make them industry ready, because the same server is used in industries across the globe. With the help of this, students can perform well practically. They can also adapt to the changes which are happening in the current market. So at KLS GIT, we are just not teaching the subject or we are not giving a degree. We are making students future ready, industry ready, and also to adopt to the new technologies which are coming in the market. As you have heard about the AI buzzword, like what it is, and people may think that get nervous, what exactly is AI? So at GIT, we teach AI in a simplest concept across the branches, right from the basics to the advanced, so that every students can understand what exactly AI is, irrespective of all the domains. So this is what I wanted to convey, because we know that future is changing fast, and we don't want your child just to adopt the change, but to be a part of that change. So together we can make your child's future bright, being a part of KLS GIT. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those inspiring insights into AI. Ladies and gentlemen, we now arrive at the most engaging segment of today's session, the interactive question and answer session. This is an opportunity for the students and parents to directly interact with our esteemed academic leaders and clarify their queries regarding engineering disciplines, future career, emerging technologies, and opportunities in the age of AI. The floor is now open for question and answers.
Namaskar. I am Dr. Vijay Anant Athable, Principal of KLS GIT. तुम्ही सगळ्यांनी बरंच काही पाहिलं असेल. हिंदी, इंग्लिश, मराठी तिघही बोलू शकतो मी. आणि मी फार इंग्लिश बोलणार नाहीये. कारण मला असं वाटतं की जास्त चांगला कनेक्ट आयदर मराठी और हिंदीमध्येच होतो. मला कानडी येत नाही फार, त्यामुळे मी कानडी नाही बोलत. ठीक. Before we begin the question answer section, I have something to add to what has been told to all of you. तुम्ही एक गोष्ट पाहिली असेल, मेडिकल कॉलेजेस त्यांच्याबरोबर एक हॉस्पिटल असतं. तिथे ते शिकणारी मुलं जातात, शिकतात, पाहतात, ऍक्च्युअल पेशंट्सला भेटतात. जे B.Ed करतात, M.Ed करतात, ते शाळेत जातात, ट्रेनिंग असतात ना, ती शिकणारी मुलं. जे लॉ करतात त्यांच्याकरता मूट कोर्ट असतो, ते कोणाबरोबर तरी असिस्टंट म्हणून काम करतात. जे CS वगैरे करतात, आर्टिकलशिप असते त्यांच्याकडे. अनफॉर्च्युनेटली इंजिनिअरिंग मध्ये असं काही नसतं. तुम्ही B.Tech M.Tech करा, ज्या दिवशी M.Tech तुमचं झालं, तुम्ही दुसऱ्या दिवशी टीचर बनू शकता, तुम्ही दुसऱ्या दिवशी नोकरीला जाऊ शकता. आता जी गोष्ट त्यांनी फील्डमध्ये जाऊन करायची आहे त्याच्यावर काही हँड्स ऑन झालेलंच नाहीये. पहले कोई तैयारी उसकी की नहीं है, कभी उसको एक्सपीरियंस किया नहीं है. सो दैट वाज समथिंग विच वाज मिसिंग. मैं वाज बोल रहा हूँ विच वाज मिसिंग बिकॉज इट इज नो लॉन्गर मिसिंग इन GIT. व्हाट वी हैव डन इज फैक्ट्री ऑन कैंपस. एक स्लाइड में जिक्र हुआ था उसका, फैक्ट्री ऑन कैंपस कंसेप्ट. Why not to have a factory on the campus or factories on the campus so that students can go there, experiment, learn, dekhe how the environment is, and then they are more confident because they have worked on actual real life problems. Internships government ने बोली हैं, universities ने बोली हैं, they are part of your curriculum. But other than that, over and above, होता है ना आइसिंग ऑन द केक कहा जाता है, आइसिंग ऑन द केक. बाजार में हम कुछ भी खरीदने जाते हैं, फल खरीदने जाते हैं, कुछ खरीदने जाते हैं, अगर वो बिल्कुल कांटे को सोने जैसा तोल के देता है तो हमारी इच्छा क्या होती है, अरे भाई थोड़ा सा और डाल दो, बिल्कुल ही सोने जैसा तोल रहे हो. तो थोड़ा सा जो है दैट गिव्स यू मोर प्लेजर, एंड इन द केस ऑफ स्टडीज एंड एजुकेशन दैट एक्चुअली सेपरेट्स यू फ्रॉम द अदर्स. बाकी सबने भी B.Tech किया, आपने भी B.Tech किया, आपने कुछ एक्स्ट्रा किया हुआ है तो आप अपने CV में लिख सकते हैं. CV का वेटेज बढ़ता है, एम्प्लॉयर वही देखता है. B.Tech सबके पास है, 60% अबव सबके पास है, इन्होंने एडिशनल क्या किया है. That additional could be certification, that additional could be real life experience, that additional could be use of AI tools in their curriculum, in their life. So all these things matter. That is why we are offering all this extra. अब ये AI सिखाने के लिए आपको जरूरी है कि हमारे अपने लोग AI कन्वर्जन हो, हमारे जो ट्रेनर्स हैं, टीचर्स हैं, लैब में लोग काम करते हैं, उन सबको ये आता हो. So that we have been doing over the last 1 year. We have invested both time and money in our faculty members, in our labs. Huge investments are on. आप में से कुछ जो एडमिशन लेने आए होंगे उन्होंने हो सकता है देखा भी हो, नहीं देखा हो तो एनी टाइम यू आर वेलकम. हैव अ लुक एट व्हाट वी आर डूइंग. You will also feel good and proud that a college from your own city is doing this. Right? Thank you. Now, आप में से जो अगर आपके मन में कोई सवाल हो, कोई चीज पूछना चाहते हो या बताना चाहते हो, यू आर मोस्ट वेलकम. यू कैन रेज योर हैंड, आपको माइक देंगे, सो आप पूछ सकते हैं.
Very good evening, sir.
Good evening.
My name is Akash Khobre. I am already a mechanical engineer, and I would like to implement AI into my calculations in mechanical, as well as I have done my Bachelor of Education as well. So I teach students in my part-time job. So I want to generate questions which just want to change numbers, but the type of the question must be the same. So can I implement AI to program in such a way that are there any some kinds of tools like RPA development and all? Like for example, we can say UiPath or Automation Anywhere. These are the kind of tools of RPA. So can I use these tools to generate questions? And for example, if we take a scenario, there is an Excel sheet. There are some kind of rows and columns into it, right? Can I insert all that rows and columns and calculate the data and directly insert it into the database like MySQL or Postgres or whatever? So can I have this kind of like enlightenment into my curriculum? Like presently, I'm a teacher in Tilakwadis in some XYZ school, you may say. But I want to become and take the AI kind of knowledge and make the questionnaire part into my question paper so that each question paper is different from one of the other students. So that even the question paper is leaked, the answers are not same of the question paper, and all the question papers will be different from one another, and at least three of them might be different from one to other questions. So I want to implement in such a way that the real intelligence comes into picture and each student, a real student is being picked up from the academic or curriculum. So that I want to give enlightenment, I would request.
Okay. अगर मैंने आपका सवाल सही समझा है तो आप ये कहना चाहते हैं कि you have a set of questions, say 50 questions, and you want to generate different question paper sets
Yes.
using same 50 questions.
Yes. Correct.
ठीक है? Okay, please sit down. It is possible. It is
Okay, thank
possible.
you.
And it is good that you have thought only 50 questions. Otherwise, problem क्या होता है? Difficulty level अलग था. बोल करके फिर लड़ाई और पेरेंट्स जाएंगे टीचर्स के पास कि देखिए मेरे बच्चे को कठिन सवाल लो पूछ लिए, दूसरे को आसान पूछे थे वगैरह वगैरह. Any other question?
How much emphasis is given to the internships here?
See, every semester end, you have some semester break. We permit students to go for internships during that period. And in the final year, of course, there is full-time 6 months internship. Does that answer your question? ठीक है या और कुछ बाकी है पूछना? Clear? Okay. Internship is the most important thing. No, I think you still have something to ask. Go ahead. अभी आप देखिए, आप लोग जैसे हैं ना, वैसे ही हम लोग यहाँ हैं. आप अभी पूछ रहे हैं, हम बता रहे हैं कल को आप यहाँ होंगे, हम वहाँ होंगे. क्योंकि आप लोग एक्सपर्ट बन चुके होंगे इसी एआई में और हमको पढ़ाने आ रहे होंगे कि भाई एआई से ये सब भी हो सकता है. And it actually is happening. Some of the experts that those who came today, यहीं के पास आउट हैं, एलुमनस हैं, और जिन टीचर्स ने पढ़ाया है वो यहाँ बैठे हुए थे और उनसे सीख रहे थे और जान रहे थे. This is how learning is. Any other question? Anybody? Okay.
So what is the major difference between AI and CS?
Very good. Very good. See, CSC is the mother branch. ठीक है. CSC में अगर आपको AI चलाना है, किस पर चलाएंगे? You want to use AI, harness AI, leverage AI, whatever. किस पर चलाएंगे?
On computers.
On computers or maybe mobile, वो भी कंप्यूटर ही है. अब ये कंप्यूटर चलेगा कैसे? चलता कैसे? Any idea? It has a hardware, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स है वो पूरा. उसके ऊपर एक ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम है, उसके ऊपर कुछ सॉफ्टवेयर्स हैं, कुछ लैंग्वेजेस हैं, मेमोरी एलोकेट करेगा और चलाएगा. ये सारा कुछ होने के लिए क्या चाहिए? CSC चाहिए, कंप्यूटर साइंस एंड इंजीनियरिंग चाहिए. इवन इन AI, जब आप अगर बीटेक CSC AI/ML करते हैं या बीटेक AI/ML करते हैं, ऐसा भी एक नॉमेनक्लेचर है, उनमें भी there are about 3 subjects common in every semester. 3 common subjects. And then 2 subjects are there which are focusing on AI/ML. Right? So basically, if your foundation is good, your fundamentals is good, आप फटाफट दूसरा कुछ नया सीख सकते हैं. This is what even today all the speakers stressed. YouTube link, if possible, we'll share it with you to go through whatever happened today, so that you hear from those experts what did they say. Clear? When companies come, even if they are recruiting for AI, they will ask you about data structures. They'll ask you about DBMS. These are the basic courses that you need to do. So basics तो आपको आने ही चाहिए. Fundamentals आपके एकदम clear होने चाहिए.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Sir, every year GIT holds session like this, but it was related to selection of seat with respect to CET process. I'm very happy that you have brought in this session, that is Engineering 2.0 AI careers. But are you going to have one more such a session which helps parents and students to choose the proper courses and colleges?
We will certainly. Anything and everything which was good will continue.
So because I attended such session in this same auditorium some 4 years back. So I think it is a yearly activity. So are you going to hold such?
We will. Certainly, yes.
Thank
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Sir, regarding this internships, the college provides the internship or the student has to find?
See, both ways are possible. Please sit down. There are some internships which are advertised by the company, like PSU, NITs, IITs, right? We have tie-up with companies. We know companies. Companies know us, where our alumni are working. They also offer internships. And it is quite possible that someone known to you or your father or someone in the family knows a person who is working in a company, a good company. It should not be a certificate देने वाला company. मैं BSNL में नहीं भेजूंगा. बिल्कुल नहीं भेजूंगा BSNL में आपको internship करने. A good company जहां पर आपको सचमुच learning हो सकती है. We are open for all these 3 avenues. It has to be good. It has to be meaningful. कुछ addition होना चाहिए आपके knowledge में. आप समय लगा रहे हैं, आप पैसा लगा रहे हैं, अगर एडिशन कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा, केवल सर्टिफिकेट मिल रहा है, नहीं चाहिए. Will certainly help.
And regarding this placement, many companies visit the campus. Like, can we apply in all the companies, or is there any limitations?
Sir, there are rules in every college as far as placements is concerned, and someone from placement team would like to answer. Okay, TPO sir himself is here, so he will be answering.
All the students should understand that every company has a job description and certain eligibility criteria. So if you fit into the eligibility criteria, you are allowed for as many companies as possible, and you are also allowed 3 maximum offers. That's a wholesome number of offers. And after 3, of course, your placement season stops.
And
who asked that question? Happy?
Let me add to what he has said. प्रॉब्लम हमारे साथ भी होता है. कंपनी ने बच्चे सिलेक्ट किए, अब उसमें से मान लीजिए 5 बच्चे सिलेक्ट किए, उसमें से 3 बच्चे बोलते हैं कि हमें ये कंपनी ज्वाइन नहीं करनी, हम दूसरी कंपनी को ज्वाइन करेंगे. ठीक है. प्रॉब्लम क्या होता है, कंपनी ने अपना आदमी भेजा, उनकी अपनी एक कॉस्टिंग है, एंड उसके बाद अगर उन्हें हमारे यहाँ से उतने बच्चे नहीं मिलते हैं जितना वो सिलेक्ट किया था उन्होंने, उनके लिए प्रॉब्लम है. अगली बार वो हमारे यहाँ आने से पहले 2 बार सोचते हैं. सो जब भी आप डिसाइड करिए किसी इंटरव्यू के लिए, सोच करके करिएगा. ये हमारा हमेशा सब बच्चों के साथ रिक्वेस्ट रहेगा, बिकॉज हम ये चाहते हैं कि अगर आपको अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं मिली, कोई वेटिंग लिस्ट में है, उसको उन्होंने ले लिया, दैट इज फाइन, बट अदरवाइज अपॉर्चुनिटी लॉस्ट इज लॉस्ट, राइट? Anybody else? Any other question? That's it? Huh.
Good evening, sir. I just wanted to know if you are taking the CSE branch, how much exposure will be given to AI as a topic or
AI is a subject or a tool? आप ये बताओ मेरे को. कितना देर लगता है सीखने में? आपको मोबाइल किसी ने सिखाया? नहीं सिखाया ना? पर आप अपनी पेरेंट्स से ज्यादा स्पीड से टाइप करते होंगे जब आप व्हाट्सएप पर मैसेज लिखते हैं. राइट और रॉन्ग?
No, I wanted to know because
No.
now AI and
Yes. I'll come to that. Right or wrong? Your typing is faster. आपको टाइपिंग किसने सिखाई? किसी ने नहीं सिखाई ना? That is the answer. There lies the answer. See, if you go in for CSC, if you ask me, it is much better than going in for AIML, because आप foundation आपका बहुत अच्छा है. Fundamentally, you are clear. Now, suppose I'll ask you another question. सवाल का जवाब सवाल. Suppose you are offered, there is a company in the campus which says हमें CSC graduate चाहिए, और वो कंपनी है EV, इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल वाली. क्या करेंगे? अप्लाई करेंगे नहीं करेंगे? कर सकते हैं. उनको क्या जरूरत है? कंप्यूटर की, कंप्यूटर के बैकग्राउंड के बच्चों की. वो तो ईवी बनाती है, मैकेनिकल, इलेक्ट्रिकल. कैसे? इज इट AI और CS? नंबर 1 CS. AI भी हो सकता है, डेटा साइंस भी हो सकता है, डिपेंड्स अपॉन वो क्या करना चाह रहे हैं. अगर वो ये चाह रहे हैं कि उनका एक पर्टिकुलर मॉडल एक बार चार्ज करने पर कितने किलोमीटर्स चलता है, किस एनवायरमेंट में, मे बी दे आर ट्राइंग टू प्रोसेस देयर डेटा, राइट? AI का यूज हो सकता है वो करते हो जब अगर गाड़ी हमने किसी सिग्नल पर रोक रखी है, तो उसमें से मिनिमम करंट ड्रॉ, एक सर्टेन स्पीड के बाद करंट ड्रॉ कम होना शुरू हो जाए. पॉसिबल. प्रिडिक्शन पॉसिबल. आपने अगर इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल चलाई है, तो कुछ इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स में आपके मोबाइल पर लोकेशन आती है कि वो गाड़ी अभी कहाँ है, कितनी स्पीड पे चल रही है. देखा किसी ने ऐसा है? ऐप है और वो बताता है आपको कि आपकी गाड़ी अभी किस जगह पर है, चल रही है या नहीं चल रही है. Even that tracking is possible. So, everything is possible, and these are tools. Tools can be learned within days. पर अगर आपको बेसिक्स पता है, फाउंडेशन पता है, कम व्हाट मे, यू विल बी सक्सेसफुल थ्रू आउट योर लाइफ. है ना? इसलिए आजकल बोलते हैं ना कि बच्चों ने भी खाना बनाना सीखना चाहिए, लड़कों ने. बोलते हैं क्यों? क्यों सीखना चाहिए कुकिंग? सबको बाहर पढ़ने जाना है या बाहर नौकरी करना है, सरवाइव करना है, खाना तो खाना है. बाहर का कितने दिन खाएंगे? खुद को बनाना भी आना चाहिए. इट इज अ सर्वाइवल स्किल, राइट? सो बेसिक स्किल्स जो हैं, बेसिक नॉलेज जो है, जो बेसिक कोर्सेज हैं, वो अगर आपको आएंगे, आपके सक्सेसफुल होने के चांसेस उतने ही बढ़ जाते हैं. मैथमेटिक्स सीखी थी 10+2 तक, अब कितना काम आती है? ज्यादा काम नहीं आती है, पर सीखी थी. डायरेक्ट काम नहीं आती, लेकिन इनडायरेक्ट काम आती है. देयर आर सेवरल एस्पेक्ट्स टू व्हाट वी लर्न. ओके, और कोई है सवाल?
How is this college preparing students for the jobs that don't exist now but might exist later?
Answer is AI.
Like now, as AI is, everywhere, but
AI is not everywhere still.
But what if
People are talking about AI. What AI actually is, nobody knows. So what we are doing is we have integrated AI tools in your curriculum, as well as I have told you, factory on campus. We are bringing in factories. अब वो कंप्यूटर पर सॉफ्टवेयर बनाने वाला है तो फैक्ट्री नहीं है, वो एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, एंटरप्राइज है. We are calling it a factory on campus concept. So companies will be here. If you know all the skills that are required on day one in an organization, including your internship, it plays a major role in that. जब आप किसी कंपनी में इंटर्नशिप करने जाते हैं, 6 महीने वहां काम करते हैं, आप कंपनी को जानते हैं, कंपनी आपको जानने लगती है, आपकी स्किल्स जानती है, आपको उन्होंने ट्रेन किया है. Chances of getting absorbed are much more than appearing as a fresher.
after 4 years, what if there's something new that comes up? How will you prepare for it?
See, that is quite possible. You are very right. And an institution which is autonomous is capable of handling that and incorporating that. Unlike any normal affiliated college, which follows the university syllabus of 4 year, which is fixed, structured, we have the flexibility of changing our syllabus. So suppose tomorrow there is some disruption, a totally new say computer comes in. अभी तो हम सब IBM वाले स्टैंडर्ड्स पे काम करते हैं, इंटेल IBM. कल को मान लीजिए चाइना का कुछ आ जाता है जो पूरी दुनिया पर छा जाता है, we'll have to use it. Otherwise हमें कहीं एग्जिस्ट ही हम नहीं करेंगे. So we have that flexibility, we can do that. Whereas the university standard curriculum for the affiliated, normal affiliated college, this flexibility is not there.
I would like to add that today was a perfect example of how we got 8 multinational companies under one roof. And from morning, experts have been guiding our students as to what is new about AI and how you should prepare for it. So such engagements with industry are very uncommon in other colleges. So the GIT has taken the lead in North Karnataka to excel in this year also. So that's how we are preparing our students.
Good evening, sir. So my question to you was, how much importance will be given for the syllabus which is given by the VTU to follow,
and how much will be the importance given to the as a uh, subject for the AI? You said that campus will be like factories will be there and companies will be there in the colleges and everything, but how much time and how much importance will be given for that rather than completing the assignments and everything and exams?
I will partly answer your question. Part I would request our Dean Academics to answer. I'll come back to you again in the form of a question. आपको Facebook चलाना आता है?
Yes, sir.
किसने सिखाया?
So, no, that's-
वो आप 10 से 5 में चलाते हो कॉलेज टाइम में?
sir, after college.
ड्यूरिंग कॉलेज?
So, no,
नॉट अलाउड?
so, no.
क्योंकि मोबाइल आपके पास नहीं होता है.
So, we'll be having phone, but we are not allowed to use it.
Where?
So, KLS booking.
Oh, good. So after college hours, you use it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, it all depends upon your interest, the amount of time that you are willing to put in. Right? अगर मुझे पढ़ना है तो मैं रात को 11 बजे तक भी पढ़ सकता हूँ और मुझे नहीं पढ़ना है तो मैं शाम को 7 बजे भी नहीं पढ़ता हूँ. मैं बहुत पढ़ लिया, थक गया. आपका जितना इंटरेस्ट है, जितना आप इस 4 साल में सीख सकते हैं, समझ सकते हैं, पढ़ सकते हैं, टीचर्स से एक्सट्रैक्ट कर सकते हैं इंफॉर्मेशन एज वेल एज नॉलेज, आपके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है. We are here to provide you things. In fact, we are also planning to keep our labs open even in night. Suppose there is a group which wishes to work, a serious group of students. Why can't we allow? We can. This infrastructure and lab is lying there, unused. If it is used for a productive purpose for learning, we are open for that. As far as this percentage is concerned, probably one of you can help me. Because for me, the institution from where I come, I have very recently joined. I joined last week only. So there was no restriction at all.
Coming to your other part of the question, how much we follow VTU and how much we have AI, I think you must be knowing GIT is an autonomous college where we have the freedom to adapt the syllabus. So I think sir mentioned earlier where if there is a change after 4 years or anything, we can change and cater. So similarly, VTU gives a standard format, but here, since we are autonomous, we have own curriculum. We are connected to our alumni through their industry where they are working. So you get the best. So that's the icing on the cake, what sir told, where you get extra being in an autonomous institute like JI. Thank you.
In fact, even in the syllabus framing, people from industry are involved. It is not framed only by academicians. Industry people are involved. Why? Because they know the trend. 3 साल बाद, 4 साल बाद, 2 साल बाद, 1 साल बाद जब बच्चा बाहर निकलने वाला है, तब इंडस्ट्री की क्या रिक्वायरमेंट होगी, they know better. That is why they are also part of this syllabus framing process. And add to whatever sir and we have something called as internal viewers, external viewers, and we have academic council. So the syllabus undergoes various stages, and in the board of studies we have nominee from industry, nominee from university, and one IIT person will be there, an IIT or NIT, and two alumni and co-opted members will be there. And also we take some feedback from the passed out students as well. This is a regular process. The students who have learned the previous syllabus, from there we take the feedback, and also from the parents to have lifelong learning and to change the curriculum.
Because what is missing, the student can tell when he or she goes for the job. I hope the answer here.
Any other question? No? Okay. Thank you. Even if there is some question, maybe tomorrow, day after, and you wish to get its answer from us, you are welcome. You can come anytime. You can meet either the relevant person or you can come to my office. Right? Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for taking those questions and clarifying the queries of our aspiring engineers. And also, thank you for your motivating and inspiring words. Moving on. As we conclude this insightful session, I extend my sincere gratitude to our respected chairman, principal, deans, HODs, faculty members, parents, and dear students for being a part of this meaningful discussion on the future of engineering. May today's discussion inspire every student here to dream bigger, innovate fearlessly, and engineer the future with confidence. Thank you once again for your gracious presence and participation. Have a wonderful evening.